On their wedding night, his wife chose to share a room with her first love instead. On their wedding night, Lee Ye waited alone in the bridal suite for his wife, Yunjin. But instead of showing up, she went to the hospital with her first love to do IVF. In that moment, Lee Ye finally woke up. No more simping. He slammed the divorce papers in front of her. Ex-wife, Lee Ye, without me, you are nothing. Lee Ye, sorry, I'm done pretending. After the divorce, Lee Ye transformed into the heir of a powerful family complete with a stunning fiancée. His ex-wife thought everything she had was built on her own hard work. But little did she know, all of her success had been tied to Lee Ye. And the moment he left, her world crumbled. Chapter 1. The womb is yours. On the wedding night, my wife went behind my back with her first love to do IVF just to fulfill his dying father's last wish. Wife, my womb is mine. It's my right to choose who I give a child to. If that is the case, what is the point of this marriage? Lee Ye, Uncle Zhao watched me grow up. He is terminally ill, the doctor says he only has a year left. His greatest wish is to hold a grandchild. Tonight I'm going to the hospital with brother Zhao to do IVF. I didn't discuss it with you beforehand. Don't worry, it's just IVF. Nothing will really happen. Inside the festive wedding room, Lee Ye sat on the red-draped bridal bed in his suit, staring blankly into the air. Their wedding photo still hung on the wall. It was supposed to be their wedding night, but Yunjin had snuck away to a hospital with another man. On what should have been the happiest day of his life, Lee Ye was left alone in the empty bridal chamber. She hadn't even told him which hospital, as if afraid he'd interfere, leaving him no chance to stop her. Every time he dialed her number, the same cold message played. Sorry, the number you have dialed is unavailable. He had long lost count of how many times he tried, only to realize she blocked him completely. The warmth in his heart had slowly frozen over, and by now, it was utterly dead. Still, he kept calling. Not out of hope she would come back, but because of his unwillingness to accept it. Ding! A message popped up from an unknown number. Brother Lee, don't worry. I'll be with Yunjin the whole time, nothing will happen. Tonight I'll take good care of her. Then came a photo. His new wife, Yunjin, lying on a hospital bed. Even in the plain hospital gown, her beauty shone through. She looked straight at the camera, her eyes soft and affectionate. But Lee Ye knew those eyes weren't meant for him. They were for Zhao Qian, the man taking the photo. Lee Ye collapsed backward onto the carefully chosen bed, the one he picked out piece by piece to make their new home warm and cozy. He had imagined countless nights with Yunjin, building a sweet little world of their own. But now, the softness of the bed only chilled him to the bone. They met in college, fallen in love, envied by all as the perfect couple. When had the cracks begun to form? Probably the year they graduated, the year Zhao Qian returned. That was when Lee Ye learned that Yunjin had a childhood sweetheart. A boy she once loved but could never have. He studied abroad, and their young romance had ended before it began. From then on, Zhao Qian became her untouchable first love, her white moonlight. When Zhao returned, their bond reignited instantly. Trips for work, sunrise views, beach sunsets, embraces under the aurora. How did Lee Ye know? Because Zhao Qian always made sure he did. Sending photos, letting him accidentally see their intimacy. Every fight ended with Yunjin's same excuses. Don't be paranoid. If I wanted something with brother Zhao, it would happened long ago. You're being unreasonable, we're just friends. And now, on their wedding night, she was with Zhao Qian at the hospital doing IVF. When she and Zhao finally walked into the bridal room the next morning, smiling like a couple, Lee Ye only sneered. If IVF is too troublesome, why not just consummate right here? The room's ready anyway. Yunjin froze, then exploded. Lee Ye, do you even know what you're saying? Yesterday we just got married, and today you insult me like this? What do you take me for? Lee Ye stood tall, cold and sharp as a blade. Just a child, right? You said it yourself, it's only to fulfill Uncle Zhao's last wish. If it's only that, then why not go all the way? Can't handle it. Then his voice turned to ice. And you Yunjin, on our wedding night, you sneaked off with another man to do IVF. And you still expect me to treat you like a person? His lips curled into a bitter smile. Look in the mirror. Do you even deserve it? Chapter 2, just what I wanted. Su Yunjin's eyes widened in shock as she stared at Lee Yue, unable to believe he was actually speaking to her in that tone. Hadn't he always obeyed her every word? Hadn't he never once dared to speak harshly? And yet now he dared talk back to her like this. After the shock came a wave of fury. Lee Yue, I already married you. What more nonsense are you making? If you dare insult me like this again, then we might as well call off this marriage. Sitting on the wedding bed, Su Yunjin's face was stormy with anger. Then that's just what I wanted, Lee Yue replied flatly. Su Yunjin froze, momentarily dumbfounded. Lee Yue, did you even hear what I just said? Do you believe me or not, I really want to marry you? I heard you. Loud and clear. Should I clap for you? With that, Lee Yue actually raised his hands, ready to applaud. Su Yunjin blinked, startled. She had always been the one to bring up breaking up, and every time, Lee Yue would humble himself, begging her not to leave. Yet now even when she said she wouldn't marry him he remained unmoved. What was going on? Get out. I don't want to see you ever again. Su Yunjin shouted, cheeks puffed as she turned away. But her gaze kept darting toward Lee Yue, as if to say, hurry up and coax me. Instead, Lee Yue walked straight to the door, cool and carefree. Lee Yue, you're really leaving? Just as one foot stepped past the threshold, Su Yunjin's voice came through clenched teeth, sharp with threat, if you walk out that door today, we're divorced. You'll never see me again. Lee Yue let out a cold laugh. Then that's just what I wanted. And besides, Su Yunjin, did you forget? We only held the ceremony, we never got the marriage license. Strictly speaking, you're not even my wife. So don't go around claiming you are. And since you two are already planning on having a child together, it shouldn't be a problem to tack on a marriage, right? With that, he strode out the door. From now on, she could walk her sunny boulevard, while he would cross his lone wooden bridge. Lee Yue. Who told you to actually leave? Get back here. Seeing he was really gone for good, Su Yunjin leapt up from the wedding bed, chasing after him in a panic. Meanwhile, Zhao Qian, who had been silently enjoying the drama from the sidelines, was secretly delighted. Especially when Lee Yue truly defied Su Yunjin, his glee overflowed. But when he saw Su Yunjin rush after Lee Yue, Zhao Qian's face instantly darkened. It wasn't he that he truly loved her, but being abandoned for a useless man stung his pride. The next second, he schooled his features back into the mask of a refined gentleman and followed her out. By the time they reached their hall, the elevator doors were already closing. In a flash, it sped down to the first floor. Su Yunjin's luxurious penthouse was impressive and costly, but that also meant the elevator was slow. No matter how frantically she pressed the button, it wouldn't arrive in time. Zhao Qian put on his gentlest voice. Yunjin, don't be anxious. Everyone knows how much Lee Yue loves you. How could he possibly leave you behind? He must just be letting off some steam. It sounded like he was defending Lee Yue, but his words were a subtle jab, painting Lee Yue as immature. And Su Yunjin, she always fell for it. Sure enough, her momentary pang of loss at Lee Yue's departure twisted into anger again. What right does he have to throw a tantrum? I didn't even do anything wrong. At that moment, Lee Yue had already walked outside. A custom Rolls-Royce pulled up to the entrance and stopped squarely in front of him. The driver stepped out, a middle-aged man with graying hair but sharp, vigorous eyes. The same butler who had called last night. He hurried forward, opened the car door, bowed, and said respectfully, "Young master, please get in." Without glancing aside, Lee Yue slid into the car and sat upright, only half his face visible through the window. The butler returned to the driver's seat, ready to depart. Just then, Su Yunjin and Zhao Qian arrived only to see the scene unfold. Both froze in place, stunned. Especially Su Yunjin. Since graduating, she and Lee Yue had co-founded a company. Through their joint effort, the business had thrived. Especially thanks to Lee Yue, his looks and eloquence had secured countless contracts. But at her insistence, he had faded into the background, serving as her silent support at home. That was why she knew exactly how much money he had. So how could he possibly be riding in a custom Rolls-Royce? Stop! She shouted. Lee Yue, if you leave today, then it really will be over between us forever. From the car window came his cold reply, wrong. It was already over since last night. Su Yunjin stomped her foot in anger. Li Yue, can't you be more generous? Uncle Zhao's dying wish was to have a grandchild. What's wrong with me helping him? It's not like anything really happened between us. Why are you so petty? Li Yue didn't he even spare her a glance? Why hadn't he realized before just how selfish Su Yunjin really was? So this was what love had blinded him to. I advise you let go of the car window, Li Yue said coolly. She thought he was showing concern, softening, ready to take her back. Smugly, she pulled her hands away, arms akimbo, waiting for his apology. Instead, Li Yue spat out one word. Filthy. Buzz. The window rolled up, cutting off her voice completely. From inside, he could only see her mouth moving angrily. He didn't need to hear, he knew she was hurling insults. Young master, shall we leave now? The butler asked. Go. Li Yue leaned back, closing his eyes. The Rolls-Royce glided away, vanishing in seconds. Su Yunjin stomped and screamed at its tail lights. Li Yue, you bastard! Even if you kneel and beg, I won't forgive you. Zhao Qian quickly stepped in, slipping an arm around her and murmuring comfort. Brother Zhao, was I too much this time? Su Yunjin asked through gritted teeth, uncertainty creeping in. He froze. Seeing her wavering, he rushed to twist the truth. Yunjin, don't waste your sadness on a petty man like him. His heart is filthy, so of course he sees everything as filthy. He'll never understand the pure bond between us. Our child will be the proof of a love that transcends the mundane. Her shaken heart tilted back toward him. Yes, what I have with Brother Zhao is a spiritual love, above flesh and worldly desires. That is true purity. Su Yunjin whispered, convincing herself. On the other side, the Rolls-Royce sped toward the mountains. Past a certain point, no other cars shared the road. Because the entire mountain ahead was private land. Cloudtop Manor. In Luo City, in all of Tianju, the name was legendary. Not for its scenery or luxury, but because the entire mountain belonged to the Li family. An ancient house, descendants of nobles, rulers of a trillion-dollar empire. Inside the grand living room, the head of the Li family, Li Chengyan, sat tall and imposing. Creak. The mansion's doors opened. Li Yue strode in and dropped himself opposite the old man, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Still alive, are you? Chapter 3 I like you. Li Chengyan, who had originally been somewhat dignified and domineering, unexpectedly revealed a slightly flattering smile. Son, can I understand that this means you are concerned about Dad's health? Certainly. Li Yue said with a forced smile, after all, if you don't live well, how can you be struck by lightning? Li Chengyan looked at me with resentment. Son, you're not even willing to lie to me. Har har, who can fool you? My mother is gone, and you have deceived the whole world for more than half a year. How can I believe what you say? There was a hint of gritted teeth in Li Yue's voice. When this matter was mentioned, Li Chengyan lowered his head unconsciously, like a child who had made a mistake. That period was a critical moment for the survival of my Li family. If my Li family fell, how could the eggs in the overturned nest remain intact? And this was also your mother's own idea. The second one is the first company your mother founded. It's in Los Angeles. It's your mother's hard work. After saying this, Li Chengyan laughed like a 1,000-year-old fox. The more Li Yue thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. He frowned and pondered. When he finally figured it out, he stood up and shouted, Li Chengyan, you bastard! Are you setting me up? If I accept this company, whether I admit it or not, everyone will assume that I'm back to fight for the family fortune. How could you trick your son like that? Li Chengyan said leisurely, just tell me whether you want it or not. If you don't, this company might be taken away by someone else in the future. Li Yue could only grit his teeth and agree, I can have the company, but I won't agree to the marriage proposal. You must know everything that happened in Luocheng. I don't want to get married now. Li Chengyan's face darkened upon hearing this. Los Angeles' affairs are on my desk every day. The reason your unmarried wife's company has grown like a rocket this past year is that the Li family has been providing her with financial support. Now it seems that this business is a loss, but the Li family never does business at a loss. If you lose money, you can make it back from her yourself. As for the engagement, you can ask me for it, but you can find your fiancée yourself. Just when Li Huiye was about to say something, Li Chengyang had already stood up from the sofa and left without looking back. The time I fought for is up, I have to leave now, you can go to the company yourself. Soon, Li Huiye was the only one left in Genting Highlands, along with a Rolls-Royce that took him back to the city center. Li Huiye got into the car angrily and said unhappily, let's go to the Luotian Group headquarters. Luotian Group is the company that Li Huiye's mother left to him. At the same time, Luotian Group, headquarters building, top floor office. President Xiao Yudi sat behind a spacious desk. She had not touched any of the documents that she was supposed to have been working on since morning, and her eyes kept staring at the clock on the wall. She just received the notice this morning that from now on, the young master will be in charge of the company personally. Luotian Group is just a company developed in Luocheng. It may be a behemoth to Luocheng, but to the entire Chengdu, it is just a few cats and dogs. However, as the president of Luotian Group, only Xiao Yudi knows that behind Luotian Group there is a Li family that is powerful enough to make the entire Chengdu tremble and is protecting Luotian Group. The young master who came today is not only the young master of Luotian Group, but also the young master of Li family. This made Xiao Yudi, who had been in the business world for many years and had experienced many battles, feel uneasy. Ding-ling-ling. Just then, the group's internal phone rang. After the call is connected. Boss, someone at the front desk is looking for you. At this moment, Xiao Yudi's heart was pounding. She specifically turned down all her business arrangements, but someone still came to see her at this time. It must be the young master. Please bring the person in. Xiao Yudi put on her professional attire, stood up from her desk, and stood behind the office door ready to greet him. After a while, a young man pushed the door open from outside. The young man in front of me has handsome features and an upright posture. Young master? Xiao Yudi asked tentatively. Li Huiye sat down on the sofa in the office and said, my name is Li Huiye, not young master. At this time, Xiao Yudi finally confirmed that the person in front of her was the young master she had been waiting for all morning. Although I was prepared that the young master must be a young man, I didn't expect him to be so young, as if he had just graduated from college. While Xiao Yudi was secretly observing Li Huiye was also looking at Xiao Yudi carefully. Her long black hair cascades down like a waterfall, her facial features are delicate, her white shirt is bulging because of her breasts, her waist is slender, outlining her perky buttocks, her straight legs are wrapped in black stockings, and she is wearing a pair of black stockings and red-soled high heels. She is worthy of being the famous beautiful CEO in Los Angeles. Li Huiye had heard of Xiao Yudi's reputation before, but at that time he didn't know that Luotian Group was left by his mother. The most important thing is that Luotian Group has always been the largest client of Su Yunjin's Jinshu company. Just as Xiao Yudi was feeling anxious, Li Huiye's voice finally rang out, how is the profit from the business between the group and Jinshu company? Xiao Yudi was stunned for a moment, then quickly recalled the information about Jinshu company in her mind and replied, young master, the group makes almost no profit from Jinshu company's business. Many of the business quotes are below market price, and the group even has to pay out of pocket. The cooperation with Jinshu company was ordered by the Li family. Even though Xiao Yudi felt that it was unnecessary, she did not dare to disobey and could only do as she was told. Li Huiye, since it's not profitable, then stop it. The group is big, but there's no need to support a vampire. Any questions? Since he has been passively involved in the battle for the Li family's property, he should take the initiative and develop his strength to the maximum before anyone notices. Xiao Yudi immediately said, no problem. When we first started working together, the contract between the group and Jinshu company stipulated that we could terminate the cooperation at any time without paying any liquidated damages. This is one of the reasons why the group was willing to cooperate with Jinshu company at a price lower than the market price. In just a few words, Xiao Yudi demonstrated her professionalism and made reasonable use of the provisions of the contract. Li Huiye nodded in satisfaction, feeling that Xiao Yudi was quite useful. He said, you will have full authority over all arrangements. You will be in charge of the company's daily operations. I won't interfere, but when I make a request, you must fully cooperate. I will follow the young master's orders. Xiao Yudi said respectfully. Li Huiye was too lazy to correct Xiao Yudi's address, so he stood up and left. Xiao Yudi was about to personally escort Li Huiye out of the company, but was stopped by Li Huiye before leaving the office. Li Huiye walked out of the top floor office and walked through the long corridor to the elevator. Just as he was about to step out, a bouquet of roses suddenly appeared in front of Li Yue. A man knelt on one knee, holding a rose in his hand, and said affectionately, "I love you." Chapter 4, Foot Fetish. Because the bouquet of roses was too big, the man knelt on one knee and could not see Li Yue at all when looking up from below. But the entire top floor is the president's office. The man subconsciously thought that who else could the person walking out of the president's office be except Xiao Yudi? But there was no response for a long time, which made the man curious. Why didn't Xiao Yudi move at all this time? Could it be that the surprise he prepared had moved Xiao Yudi so much that she was speechless? Thinking of this, the man was secretly delighted. He was about to bend down to take the engagement diamond ring, but he happened to see Li Yue's shoes. Then he realized something was wrong. He put the roses aside and saw Li Yue's condescending eyes looking at him like an idiot. "Who are you? How did you get out of Xiao Yudi's office? Are you here to steal something with ulterior motives?" the man asked coldly. When the man thought about how he had just knelt down to confess his love to a man, his face became very gloomy and he felt that he had lost face. Li Yue said coldly, "What does this have to do with you? I have my reasons for coming to see Xiao Yudi. Also, before asking someone who they are, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? And you're not wearing Luotian Group's clothes, so who are you?" The man stood up, straightened his high-end custom-made suit, and said disdainfully, "Even I don't know. I really don't know where this country bumpkin came from. Remember, my name is Zhu Jiwei. Have you heard of the Zhu family that cooperates with Luotian Group? I am the eldest son of the Zhu family. You can get out of Luotian Group now. From now on, you don't have to come to work." Zhu Jiwei acted bossy, as if he was the boss of Luotian Group. "Young master of the Zhu family, why don't you play your house games at the Zhu family? Instead, you dare to run to the Luotian Group to give orders. Who gives you the courage?" Li Yue snorted coldly and said in a cold voice. Zhu Jiwei said disdainfully, "It's more than enough to deal with a little scoundrel like you. My Zhu family is the most powerful partner of the Luotian Group. Who dares to stop me from asking the Luotian Group to fire you? Even Xiao Yudi has to give me some face." "Oh? Really? Then I'd like to hear Xiao Yudi's explanation." Li Yue turned and walked back to the office door. He pushed it open. Xiao Yudi, who was sitting behind her desk, immediately sat up straight with a sweet smile on her face. "Young master? Is there anything else you can do for me?" "Nothing, there's just a pig out there saying that everyone in Luotian Group has to listen to him, and even you have to give him some face, so I came to verify whether you knew about this." Li Yue had a playful smile on his face, but the smile did not reach his eyes. "Base." Xiao Yudi suddenly stood up from her desk, ran to Li Yue with a serious face, and bowed, saying, "I will definitely give the young master a satisfactory answer." Immediately afterwards, Xiao Yudi pushed the door open and walked out with a cold expression. Zhu Jiwei saw Xiao Yudi coming out and asked, "President Xiao, are all your employees so rude? My Zhu family has a deep cooperation with your group, and now someone is insulting our Zhu family. I need an explanation for this." Xiao Yudi laughed in anger. "Explanation? What explanation do you need?" In Zhu Jiwei's eyes, Xiao Yudi's smile turned into a flattering one, and he pressed on, "Of course, if President Xiao is willing to have dinner with me tonight and spend a good night together, I can let this matter go. Otherwise, President Xiao will bear the consequences at his own risk. I have been pursuing Xiao Yudi for such a long time, but Xiao Yudi has always been rude to me. This time I finally got hold of something. I must take this opportunity to get a good handle on this woman." Unexpectedly, Xiao Yudi sneered and said, "It's your Zhu family who will bear the consequences." "What do you mean?" Zhu Jiwei asked back with a frown. Xiao Yudi walked back to the office in her high heels, picked up a thick document from the table, and walked out again, throwing it rudely in Zhu Jiwei's face. The man's voice pleaded, but Zhu Jiwei quickly hung up the phone as if he had received a hot potato. A chill rose from his heart, and the look he gave Xiao Yudi was no longer filled with the previous fascination, but deep fear. "President Xiao, I know I was wrong. Please give me another chance. I will never dare to fool you again." Zhu Jiwei begged bitterly. Xiao Yudi's aura was fully revealed, and she acted decisively. "You'd better go back and wait for the lawsuit from Luotian Group." When Zhu Jiwei knew that Xiao Yudi refused to give in, he decided to just go for broke. Furious, he rushed forward and tried to knock Xiao Yudi down, still roaring. "You stinky bitch, Why don't you let me go? Why do you have to force me to death? Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. His expression was ferocious, which scared Xiao Yudi. Xiao Yudi didn't expect that Zhu Jiwei was planning to drag her to be buried with him when he was about to die. She hurriedly stepped back to avoid it, but her foot twisted and she fell to the ground. Just as Zhu Jiwei was about to pounce, suddenly a broad figure blocked Xiao Yudi's way. It's Li Huaye. At the critical moment, Li Huaye kicked Zhu Jiwei in the chest, sending him flying and hitting the wall hard. Zhu Jiwei's body went limp and he fainted. Send someone to throw him out. Don't let such messy people in the future. Li Huaye said. Xiao Yudi's heart was pounding, and she was still immersed in the strong sense of security she had felt when Li Huaye stood in front of her just now. After a long while, he responded, "Young master, I'll arrange it right away." As she was about to stand up, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her foot, which made her lose her balance. She screamed and stumbled into Li Huaye's arms. Li Huaye looked at Xiao Yudi's ankle and said, "It must have been twisted just now. I'll take you back to the office." After saying that, without waiting for Xiao Yudi's response, he picked her up in a princess hug and put her on the sofa. Xiao Yudi's pretty face was buried in her hair, her face flushed with shame, but there was a hint of secret joy in her eyes. Immediately afterwards, Li Huaye put Xiao Yudi on the sofa. While Xiao Yudi was still in a daze, she suddenly felt her shoes being taken off, and a pair of large hands grabbed her ankles and began to squeeze them. Xiao Yudi's pretty face was burning hot, and she couldn't help but cry out. Li Huaye's actions did not hurt, but were very comfortable. However, no man had ever touched her feet before, which made Xiao Yudi feel strange. Okay. Li Huaye put Xiao Yudi's ankle down after seeing that the swelling had subsided, then stood up and went into the office's dedicated restroom to wash his hands. There was a sound of running water in the bathroom. Xiao Yudi's eyes were filled with resentment. Are you disgusted with your smelly feet? How is that possible? I wash myself every day. I use the best shower gel and skincare products. Some people with weird fetishes would love to have their feet stuffed in their mouths. Thinking of this, Xiao Yudi looked vaguely at her slender legs and exquisite feet wrapped in black stockings. So when Li Huaye came out of the bathroom, he happened to see the aloof female CEO of the Luotian group, holding her feet close to her nose and sniffing. Chapter 5 Worse Than Beasts. Li Huaye was stunned. He didn't expect that beautiful women nowadays all have this kind of hobby. But I have to say that Xiao Yudi is definitely a natural beauty. Their pair of long legs in black stockings were curled up on the sofa at this moment, full of the temptation of mature charm. The most important thing is that Xiao Yudi was completely unaware that her current posture in her hip skirt was really quite hot. Well, don't misunderstand. Xiao Yudi on the sofa also reacted at this time and quickly pressed her legs under her body. She was at a loss for a moment. She didn't expect that her subconscious embarrassment would be caught by Li Huaye. Xiao Yudi felt a little flustered, and a rare blush flashed across her cheeks. As the famous female president of Luotian Group, her external image has always been capable, decisive and cold as ice. But I didn't expect that today was the first time I met the young master, and it turned out to be like this. At this moment, Xiao Yudi wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Li Huaye's breathing was also a little rapid. Xiao Yudi's appearance was absolutely stunning. At this moment, she was leaning on the sofa with her beautiful legs bent in front of her, and the tight skirt outlined her figure perfectly. Her hair on her forehead drooped slightly, her eyebrows were lowered, and she was a little flustered and didn't dare to look at Li Huaye, but this time she looked even more charming and attractive. Contrast is the most attractive thing. Xiao Yudi, an iceberg female CEO, showed such a charming attitude at this moment, which was simply fatally attractive. Li Huaye had to admit that the woman in front of him was definitely much better than Yunjin, whom he had been thinking about before. Don't worry, I'm not a rigid person. It's inevitable that people will have some special habits in this world. I understand this, and I won't say it casually. As he spoke, Li Huaye gave Xiao Yudi a very trusting look. It's over. The sky is falling. My lifelong reputation. Xiao Yudi really wanted to throw a pillow at Li Huaye on the head and question him. Do I look like a pervert? What is a special hobby? Do you understand it? You can walk now, right? If there's nothing else, I'll leave now. I'll leave the company's affairs to you. Come back to me if you have any questions. Ignoring Xiao Yudi, who was almost going crazy, Li Yue wiped his hands and prepared to leave. After all, I am a young man full of vigor and vitality, and this erotic scene really makes me feel dry in the mouth. Xiao Yudi, who was sitting on the sofa, was stunned when she heard this and couldn't help but look up at Li Yue. She had thought that Li Yue would take the opportunity to make fun of her for her somewhat indecent behavior just now, but she didn't expect that he would look so calm. Is there something wrong with my outfit today? Why is this guy's eye so calm towards me? Are you leaving now? Xiao Yudi regretted it the moment she said this, her heart pounding like a frantic deer. Xiao Yudi has never been an active woman, not to mention that she is in this position, with countless outstanding suitors of the opposite sex around her. But she never took anyone seriously, but today, for some reason, after seeing Li Yue, she always felt like her heart skipped a beat. Seeing that Li Yue was really planning to turn around and leave, he couldn't help but blurt out something to keep him. After saying this, Xiao Yudi lowered her head, wishing she could bury it in her towering breasts and not dare to look at Li Yue. Isn't there anything the company needs me for right now? Just handle it yourself. Hearing Li Yue's somewhat cold voice, Xiao Yudi felt a little lost for a moment. Although she also hated men whose eyes lit up when they saw her, this was the first time she met a gentleman like Li Yue. After all, she is the most beautiful woman in Los Angeles. Any normal man would probably not be able to help but come over in such a situation. Ouch! That hurts. But just as Li Yue was about to turn the doorknob, he suddenly heard a scream from the sofa. Miss Xiao, what's wrong with you? When Li Yue turned around, he saw that Xiao Yudi, who was blushing just now, was now hugging her long black silk legs on the sofa, unable to move, her pretty face full of pain. I have a leg cramp. Xiao Yudi really wanted to die this time. I just subconsciously brought the black silk stockings and beautiful feet to the tip of my nose. My body is very flexible, so there is no problem. But this time, for some reason, his calf suddenly cramped, and he was startled by Li Yue, who came out of the bathroom, so his cramped leg was bent on the sofa for a long time. She hadn't noticed it just now, but now when she raised her leg, she suddenly felt severe pain, causing Xiao Yudi to gasp for air. Li Yue couldn't help but rub his eyebrows. He really couldn't understand how this stupid woman became the female president of Luotian Group. But the other party is his subordinate after all, so he can't just sit back and do nothing. Returning to the sofa, Li Yue slowly placed Xiao Yudi's long black silk legs on his legs and stretched them out. I have to say that the long legs of the female president of Luotian Group are really desirable, especially under the thin black stockings. They are extremely tempting. No, don't move tilde. Xiao Yudi felt extremely sore when her cramped leg was suddenly stretched out by Li Yue. She couldn't help but let out. This scene made Li Yue's blood and energy churn constantly. He could only close his eyes and silently recite the calming heart technique. Li Yue even covered his ears directly, otherwise the lewd music would be really disturbing. After blocking the five senses, the qi and blood in the body calmed down a lot. Normally, Li Yue doesn't dare to block his five senses. After all, it is very dangerous to have no perception. But in this situation, if I don't do this, it might be even more dangerous. Xiao Yudi heard Li Yue's murmurs and felt the changes in Li Yue at the moment. There was some surprise in her beautiful eyes. She didn't expect that she, the young master, had such strong self-control. As a female CEO who is well versed in the business world, she has seen all kinds of people. She had also heard about the romantic affairs of those wealthy and dissolute young masters. I have never heard of any rich young master who would recite the calming sutra to remain calm at a time like this. This made Xiao Yudi shy, but also curious about Li Yue. After Li Yue's kneading, Xiao Yudi's cramped legs finally recovered. But at this moment, her whole body was wet with sweat, her face was flushed and there were a few drops of sweat on the tip of her nose. After Li Yue's blocked senses were released, he opened his eyes and almost burst into nosebleed. Any normal man would not tolerate this situation. He quickly stood up and walked quickly towards the door, fearing that he would lose control if he stayed any longer. Xiao Yudi, feeling powerless all over, felt mixed emotions. Just now her heart almost jumped into her throat, fearing that Li Yue would do something out of line. After all, the situation just now was so ambiguous, and coupled with the identity and status of the other party's young master, if he really did something beastly, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to stop him. But Li Yue actually turned around and left. Isn't this worse than beasts? Chapter 6. Does the company have dormitories? Women's train of thought is sometimes so strange. They don't want the other party to be too proactive, but they also don't want the other party to really ignore them. Now, after experiencing such an ambiguous situation, Xiao Yudi felt a little empty in her heart when she saw Li Yue turned around and left. Li Yue ran out of the office and went directly to the public restroom to wash the sweat off his hands. The extremely erotic scene just now almost made him unable to control himself. Fortunately, I had just experienced a broken relationship, and I had been silently reciting the meditation technique to suppress my inner impulses. This woman is simply a witch. Li Yue, who had just left Luotian Group, suddenly heard his cell phone ring. Seeing the words, "Dear wife," on the caller ID, the smile on Li Yue's face disappeared instantly. The blood and energy that had been a little agitated just now calmed down instantly, and I felt extremely nauseous in my heart. I was once completely devoted to that woman. For her, I would give up everything and even a promising career. But in the end it was just my wishful thinking. Li Yue sneered and deleted the note, while also blacklisting the other party. I wasted my feelings on such a person. I was really blind all those years. But soon another unfamiliar phone call came in. Li Yue recognized it was from Zhao Qianan at a glance. He hung up again without hesitation. He never wanted to see this couple again. If Li Yue still held a glimmer of hope for Su Yunjin before the marriage, what happened on the wedding night completely cut off all his thoughts. Li Yue has never been an indecisive person, but this relationship has made him confused. A wise man does not fall in love. Su Yunjin has now kicked him out of love with his own hands. After waking up, Li Yue regained his original composure and indifference. Buzz buzz buzz. Li Yue didn't want to hear the phone ringing, so he simply set it to vibrate. However, he didn't expect the phone to keep vibrating after he hung up the call. This time the caller ID showed another unfamiliar number. Li Yue frowned and picked up the phone. As soon as the call was connected, Su Yunjin's anxious voice came from the other end. Li Yue, where did you run off to? What do you mean by abandoning me and running away? We've already had our wedding, even though we haven't gotten the marriage certificate. Do you really want to break up with me? Li Yue, you're already so old, why are you still acting like a child? Can you be more mature like a man? Su Yunjin's tone on the other end of the phone was full of complaints. Li Yue did not return home for a long time after leaving, which made Su Yunjin, who was used to being taken care of by Li Yue, a little uncomfortable. Li Yue felt ridiculous when he heard Su Yunjin's words. Su Yunjin was putting the blame on himself in every word and every action. Su Yunjin, don't you understand what I'm saying? You and I have nothing to do with each other anymore. Don't bother me again. After saying that, Li Yue was about to hang up the phone, but at this time Su Yunjin's somewhat anxious voice came from the other end. Li Yue. Something happened at Jinxiu Company. Luotian Group unilaterally terminated the contract, causing Jinxiu Company's stock price to plummet. Many partners terminated their contracts almost at the same time. We built this company together. Are you going to watch it go bankrupt? Hearing Su Yunjin's words, Li Yue stood there in a daze. Once upon a time, he was full of ambition and wanted to conquer the world for the woman he loved. Unfortunately, these are all wishful thinking. Su Yunjin now just wants to take advantage of his surplus value. This is your own fault. It has nothing to do with me. Besides, haven't you always claimed to be a strong woman? You've always told me that Jinxiu Company's success today is all thanks to you. Why are you looking for me now? A cold light flashed in Li Yue's eyes. When he first founded Jinxiu Company, he basically relied on himself to negotiate various business deals. Later, Jinxiu Company was able to reach where it is today and become a well-known company in Luocheng, thanks to the full support of Luotian Group. But later, in order to take better care of Su Yunjin, Li Yue was willing to give up his career. But Su Yunjin did not appreciate it, and even attributed all the achievements of Jinxiu Company to herself. Su Yunjin's eyes flashed with panic after being decisively rejected by Li Yue. Jinxiu Company has been almost smooth sailing all the way, and Su Yunjin has never experienced any setbacks at all. This time she encountered such a big change suddenly that she was completely confused for a moment. Li Yue, could you please stop being so childish? This isn't just a quarrel between the two of us, it concerns the entire Jinxiu Company. I've said that Jinxiu Company has nothing to do with me. After saying that, Li Yue hung up the phone directly. Su Yunjin stomped her feet in anger while holding the phone. At this time, Zhao Qian, who was beside Su Yunjin, immediately took her into his arms and said gently, "Don't worry, just leave this little thing to me. Isn't it just that the cooperation with Jinxiu Company has encountered some problems? Our Zhao family will help you overcome the difficulties. Moreover, our Zhao family has some partners in Luocheng. If my father comes forward, I believe these problems can be solved." Hearing what Zhao Qianan said, Su Yunjin felt as if she had taken a tranquilizer, and leaned gently in Zhao Qianan's arms. "Brother Zhao, I have to ask you to take care of this matter." Zhao Qian scratched Su Yunjin's nose lovingly and said, "Don't worry, I am the supreme leader of the Zhao family now. This matter is nothing. I just didn't expect Li Yue to be so heartless. He ignored such a big incident at Jinxiu Company." While Zhao Qianan was coaxing Su Yunjin, he did not forget to step on Li Yue. "Yunjin, you've suffered so much during the time I wasn't around. You actually ended up meeting this irresponsible gigolo. Don't worry, I'm back. As long as I'm here, I won't let you or Jinxiu Company suffer any harm." Su Yunjin nodded with her eyes full of admiration. She hugged Zhao Qianan very naturally, completely forgetting that she had just had a wedding with Li Yue yesterday. Li Yue, who hung up the phone, had no idea that he, who had founded Jinxiu Company, had now become a lazy gigolo in Su Yunjin's heart. Looking at the Rolls-Royce on the side of the road, Li Yue frowned. Luotian Group has taken over, and their wedding with Su Yunjin, which was not registered, is completely over. Jinxiu Company, which could only suck blood, was also kicked away by himself, but there was still a big problem next. Where do I live? It is impossible to go back to my original home. I feel extremely disgusted with everything in the past. It is even more impossible to move back and live with the old man. But all the old man has left for himself now is the Luotian Group and a customized Rolls-Royce. I can't sleep in the car. Just then, the crisp sound of high heels came from behind. Li Yue turned around and found that it was Xiao Yudi who had changed her clothes and was limping towards the parking lot. There was still a red mark on her face that had not completely faded. "Young master." As soon as Xiao Yudi saw Li Yue, she recalled the ambiguity between them in the office before, and quickly lowered her head and bit her red lips with her pearly teeth. Li Yue saw Xiao Yudi walking and couldn't help but frown. "What's wrong with your foot? Wasn't it healed just now? Why are you limping again now?" Hearing Li Yue's words, Xiao Yudi's face instantly turned red with embarrassment. Her ankle was indeed healed, but after Li Yue's painful massage, her whole body felt sore and weak. "My body hasn't recovered yet, so I limp a little when I walk." But she couldn't bring herself to say such words. "Forget it, you can't drive like this, I'll just take you home." Seeing Xiao Yudi like this, Li Yue shook his head helplessly. Li Yue has no intention of intervening in the company's current situation, and Xiao Yudi, as the female president of the group, is undoubtedly his most important assistant. Li Yue didn't want anything to happen to the woman in front of him. When Xiao Yudi heard what Li Yue said, she wanted to refuse, but for some reason she agreed and sat directly in the passenger seat of the Rolls-Royce. "Where do you live?" "It's in Yunhu in Gaocheng District." Yunhu is the most upscale villa community in Los Angeles. Everyone who lives there is either rich or noble, and the cheapest villa costs tens of millions. When Li Yue was in love with Su Yunjin, he had also dreamed of making Jinxiu Company bigger and stronger, and one day owning his own house in Yunhu. By the way, does Luotian Group have employee dormitories? Chapter 7: The Female CEO Cooking. Xiao Yudi? After hearing Li Yue's unreasonable words, Xiao Yudi was stunned for a moment, wondering what the young master meant. "Ahem, young master, you can rest assured. Our Luotian Group has never skimped on employee benefits. From management to ordinary employees, our group has dormitories and housing subsidies available for everyone to choose from." Xiao Yudi thought that Li Yue was a new official who wanted to check the company's internal finances, so she did not dare to hide anything and reported everything. Li Yue was delighted to hear this, as his accommodation problem was now solved. As for the dormitory environment, Li Yue didn't care. In the early days of his business, he even slept in the park. He was content with having a place to sleep that was sheltered from the wind and rain. "As a member of the company, do I also have a dormitory?" "Young master, you're joking. You're the one in charge of our company, so of course you have your own dormitory. Xiao Yudi is now confused by Li Yue. As a female CEO who is well versed in the business world, she finds that she really can't figure out what this young master is thinking. Can I ask where my dormitory is? Li Yue asked. You are the young master, so of course you need the best accommodations. It's right here at Yunhuya. Li Yue took the key from Xiao Yudi and opened the door directly, but after turning on the light, he stood there in a daze. There were a few pairs of women's high heels at the door, and the furnishings and furniture inside the house were obviously often lived in. Looking at Xiao Yudi standing beside him with a blushing face, Li Yue finally reacted. It turns out that Xiao Yudi had been living in his staff dormitory before. No wonder he always felt that her expression was a little strange along the way. I'm sorry, young master. Before you came, I was the highest ranking official in the group in Los Angeles, so I've always lived in this villa. I didn't expect you would. Xiao Yudi stood at the door, feeling a little lost. Li Yue was a little embarrassed for a moment. He didn't expect that the place he had finally gotten to live in would turn out to be someone else's boudoir. Young master, I'll pack up my things and move out right away. Don't worry, it won't bother you. After all, she is a well-known female president in Los Angeles. Xiao Yudi is usually very capable. She quickly adjusted her mood and prepared to go into the house to pack up and move out. No, I'd better find another place to live. Li Yue quickly stopped her. It was already dark, and it was a bit unkind to let a girl carry the luggage and find a new place to stay at this time. What's more, Xiao Yudi has always lived in this villa, and I can't kick her out just after arriving. But at this moment, it happened to start raining heavily outside. Well, young master, if you don't mind, why don't you stay here first? After all, this is a 3-story villa with a lot of rooms. By the end, Xiao Yudi's voice was almost inaudible. A man and a woman alone on a rainy night, this situation is really something that makes people think about something else. The rain outside was getting heavier and heavier, and Li Yue had no choice but to move in. The villa has 4 floors, 3 above ground and 1 underground. Each floor covers an area of more than 200 square meters. As the most luxurious community in Los Angeles, each single-family villa has a private courtyard of nearly 300 square meters. Moreover, Li Yue discovered that his building was the best in the entire community, and he could overlook the entire lake from the window. The interior decoration of the house is simple yet luxurious, and most of them are custom-made from top brands. Li Yue found a guest room on the 3rd floor facing the lake and made it his temporary home. Li Yue casually placed his luggage on the floor and looked at the lake outside the window. The bright moonlight was shining on the lake. The surface of the lake was full of ripples under the heavy rain, just like Li Yue's heart at the moment. I originally wanted to live a peaceful life as an ordinary person, but reality gave me a heavy blow. Li Yue held a purple dragon-shaped jade pendant on his chest, and his irritable mood became much calmer. Since my mother's accident, this jade pendant has been the only thing she left me. Mother, you told me that I could give up everything except this jade pendant. But what secrets are contained in this jade pendant? For so many years, I still haven't been able to comprehend it. Li Yue placed the purple dragon-shaped jade pendant in front of his eyes, and the bright moonlight easily penetrated the jade pendant. This jade pendant, which is half the size of a palm, does not have any impurities at all. It is crystal clear and is definitely the best jade. In order to uncover the secret of the jade pendant, Li Yue also learned a lot of knowledge about jade. But I have no idea what material my jade pendant is made of. Even the top-grade purple jadeite is not even 1% as good as my jade pendant. Boom boom boom. Just then there was a knock on the door. Li Yue opened the door and found that the person standing outside was Xiao Yudi, who had changed into a pink silk nightgown. Xiao Yudi from Luotian Group wears a simple shirt and hip skirt, showing the temptation of a mature beauty. Now that she was back home, she changed into a set of homely silk pajamas, which almost made Li Yue bleed from his nose. Without the covering of stockings and shirt, you can see that Xiao Yudi's skin is extremely white and tender, and her snow-white arms and long legs are exposed outside the nightgown. Especially when Li Yue lowered her head, she could see the cleavage revealed by the low-cut nightgown. Young master, I've already prepared the meal. Would you like to eat some together? Xiao Yudi smiled slightly, her voice very gentle. However, Li Yue discovered that Xiao Yudi seemed to be pretending to be calm, because her originally very fair skin was turning pink at a speed visible to the naked eye. Okay, let's eat together. Lee Ye nodded and followed Xiao Yudi towards the restaurant. He tried his best not to look at Xiao Yudi's constantly twisting body, otherwise he was really afraid that he would bleed from his nose while walking, which would be too embarrassing. The dishes Xiao Yudi cooks are all very simple: scrambled eggs with tomatoes, hot and sour shredded potatoes, lotus root and pork rib soup, and a plate of braised pork. They are just simple home-cooked meals. But it is mouth-watering, with great color, aroma and taste. Looking at the dishes on the table, Lee Ye felt a surge of emotion in his heart. During the years of dating Su Yunjin, I cooked for her. But even if he put all kinds of thought into making various dishes for Su Yunjin, she would still find fault with them. Young master, I usually cook for myself, so I don't know if it suits your taste. Xiao Yudi said with a smile, and considerately helped Lee Ye serve the meal. Lee Ye's eyes lit up after he took a few bites. I can't believe it. I didn't expect that President Xiao has such good cooking skills. Young master, if you're willing, I can cook for you all the time. Chapter 8: Purple Dragon Jade Pendant. As soon as Xiao Yudi said this, she wanted to slap herself. Oh my god, what am I talking about? Xiao Yudi didn't know what was wrong. She had always been mature and steady, but in front of Lee Ye, she was like a little girl who had just fallen in love. For a moment, she even said what was in her heart. She quickly glanced at Lee Ye, and only then did she breathe a sigh of relief when she saw that Lee Ye's expression remained unchanged and he was still eating calmly. Lee Ye had a good appetite today. He ate 5 big bowls of rice in a row and ate up all the remaining rice in the rice cooker by himself. On the one hand, it was because Lee Ye himself was a martial artist and had been practicing the Lee family's inherited skills since he was a child, so his appetite was much bigger than that of ordinary people. Plus, the dishes Xiao Yudi cooked were really to his liking, so for a moment he couldn't control himself. Looking at the empty rice cooker, Lee Ye felt a little embarrassed for a moment. He didn't expect that he had eaten up all the food as soon as he arrived at someone's house. I'm sorry, it was so delicious that I couldn't keep it. It's okay, master. I can't eat much anyway, so I don't have to leave any leftovers. If you're not full, I'll make more for you. Xiao Yudi didn't show any dissatisfaction and still smiled gently. No, I'm full. Lee Ye quickly waved his hand to refuse. Seeing that Xiao Yudi still wanted to help him wash the dishes, Lee Ye pushed her out of the kitchen. Xiao Yudi had already prepared the meal, so it was no big deal for her to wash the dishes herself. Besides, Lee Ye is not a young master who has been living in the Lee family and cannot take care of himself. He has been taking care of Su Yunjin all these years and has long been accustomed to these things. After leaving the kitchen, Lee Ye found that Xiao Yudi was still sitting in the living room, as if waiting for him. Young master, I have something to report to you. Xiao Yudi had a laptop in her hand, and Lee Ye discovered that the computer displayed the current situation of Jinshu Company. Jinshu Company? Didn't I say I would cut off all business with them? What's the problem? Lee Ye frowned. He didn't want to have anything to do with Su Yunjin anymore. Young master, this is the case. Our group has indeed severed all cooperation with Jinshu Company. But I asked my men to pay more attention to Jinshu Company's things. They just reported to me that there seems to be other companies in Luocheng that want to cooperate with Jinshu Company. You know, although my Luocheng group is not a particularly large company in Qianju, it is definitely one of the best in Luocheng. We've severed all ties with Jinshu Group, yet someone still dares to take it over. I find it a bit strange. Out of her woman's intuition, Xiao Yudi keenly realized that her young master seemed to have some connection with Jinshu Company, so she was more careful when giving orders to her subordinates. Xiao Yudi nodded and said, Young master, the one who contacted Jinshu Company was the Zhu family, the same Zhu family that you kicked unconscious today. I suspect it's very likely that the Zhu family was targeted by our Luotian group, so they wanted to get some money from Jinshu Company. Lee Ye was too lazy to pay attention to this, and just waved his hand and said, You can handle these things yourself. It's none of our business who Jinshu Company partners with. I just don't want Luotian Group to be involved with them. You don't have to care even if this company goes bankrupt. After saying that, Lee Ye returned to the room. Xiao Yudi sat on the sofa with her brows slightly frowned. After thinking for a while, she began to search for the personal information of the chairman of Jinshu Company. Lee Ye tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. Too many things have happened recently, and he is a little upset. However, because he had too many thoughts, Li Yue tossed and turned and fell into a deep sleep. At this moment, the moonlight outside the window shone through the glass onto Li Yue's body, and the dragon-shaped jade pendant on his chest emitted a purple halo. The entire bedroom seemed to be filled with a thick purple air. When the dragon-shaped jade pendant flashed, all the dark clouds above Yunjin quietly dissipated, and the rain that was originally drizzling stopped. Countless stars twinkled above Yunjin, and the Milky Way became extremely bright at this moment. One could even vaguely see that there seemed to be wisps of silver-white light coming from all directions and converging into the dragon-shaped jade pendant on Li Yue's chest. Li Yue, who was sleeping, seemed to hear faintly the roar of a dragon. Amidst the dragon roars, Li Yue slowly opened his eyes, but what he saw was not the bedroom of the villa, but a strange space that looked like an ancient land. Am I dreaming? The strange scene in front of him made Li Yue feel extremely surprised for a moment, but the next second he was stunned. Because when Li Yue looked up, he found a huge purple gold dragon above him. This purple gold divine dragon was 10,000 feet long, its massive body covering the sky and blocking out the sun, and the golden dragon scales on its body were sparkling with countless rays of light. Before Li Yue could react, he found that the huge dragon in the sky seemed to be looking at him. The golden pupils exuded so much majesty that Li Yue felt like his heart was about to skip a beat. Roar! A violent roar was heard, and the next second Li Yue saw that the huge purple gold dragon turned into countless ancient runes. Then all these ancient characters rushed towards him. For a moment, Li Yue felt a splitting headache, as if his brain was about to explode. Gradually, Li Yue discovered that these ancient characters seemed to be engraved in his heart. Although his brain felt like being pierced by thousands of silver needles, Li Yue knew that he absolutely could not give up easily at this time. Half an hour passed like this, and Li Yue's whole body was soaked with cold sweat. The severe pain made his face turn extremely pale. Fortunately, this pain finally came to an end, and countless words slowly gathered together to form a strange skill. Hatilda. The next second, Li Yue sat up from the bed. Looking around, he found that he was still in the bedroom, but he was covered in cold sweat. Was that a nightmare? This dream is too real. Looking at the familiar scenes around him, Li Yue let out a breath, knowing that he was probably having another nightmare. This was not the first day he had dreamed of the purple gold dragon, but today it felt incredibly real. The pain was so excruciating that even now Li Yue felt his head was dizzy and a little painful. Is it possible that Xiao Yudi didn't cook the food properly and gave me food poisoning? That's not right. There are no beans in tonight's dishes. It seems that I am scaring myself. Just when Li Yue breathed a sigh of relief, his body suddenly jumped up from the bed. The purple dragon-shaped jade pendant that he had been wearing on his chest suddenly disappeared. Li Yue searched the bed but couldn't find it. Even the rope that hung the jade pendant was gone. Li Yue felt something and subconsciously lifted his clothes to look at his chest. Sure enough, he found a dragon-shaped mark with a faint glow on his chest. But the next second the mark disappeared, as if it was just an illusion. Could it be that this wasn't a dream? Li Yue sat on the bed, his body shaking uncontrollably. Over the years, he has been trying to figure out the secret of the jade pendant but still couldn't figure it out. He never thought it was related to the nightmares he had been having. Li Yue recalled the martial arts he had acquired in his dream. 9 Dragons Divine Control Technique. Every word of this unique skill seemed to be engraved in Li Yue's mind extremely clearly. Could it be that the jade pendant my mother left me actually contains a powerful technique? As a powerful family with a history of more than 1,000 years, the Li family relies not only on financial resources but also on powerful martial arts power to survive to this day. It can even be said that those powerful families with a long history have extremely rich martial arts background behind them. Financial resources without military support are just like duckweed, unable to withstand the wind and rain. However, for some reason, Li Yue seemed to have some problems with his meridians, and was very slow in practicing the Li family's martial arts. There hasn't been much progress over the years, and my body is just a little stronger than that of an ordinary person. So Li Yue didn't dare to investigate the truth of his mother's past. After all, even the old man didn't have the ability to do so, let alone himself. Chapter 9, 9 Dragons Divine Art, Entering the Qi Refining Realm. There are 9 levels in the 9 Dragons Divine Control Technique. Every time you break through a level, a dragon vein will be generated in your body. According to the records of martial arts, when 9 dragons gather together, they can have power comparable to that of ghosts and gods. Although he has not practiced it yet, Li Yue can clearly feel that the 9 dragons' divine controlling technique is completely different from ordinary martial arts techniques. Under normal circumstances, the realm of martial arts is divided into the ordinary realm, the acquired realm, the innate realm, the master realm and the grand master realm. Li Yue has practiced the Li family's martial arts for many years, but has only just reached the late stage of the mortal realm. However, even so, his strength is already equivalent to those of professional fighters. However, this 9 dragons divine controlling technique is different. The realms are divided into Qi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, and nascent soul. Li Yue could see that there were records of other realms in this technique, but with his current strength, he seemed unable to view them. These realms that were different from martial arts surprised Li Yue, because no matter how he looked at it, they seemed to be the realms that only the legendary cultivators could understand. The Dragon Kingdom is divided into 9 states. Qianju is located in the northern part of the Dragon Kingdom, and the Li family is one of the 4 major families in Qianju. It is also a martial arts family with a heritage of over 1,000 years. For ordinary families, a martial arts family with a long tradition is definitely a behemoth and a dominant force. However, Li Yue had learned some legends from the ancient family books, and it seemed that there were some cultivation sects above the martial arts families. It's just that these sects of cultivation seem to be detached from the world, as if they only exist in legends. At least with the strength of the Qianju Li family, they have never had any contact with these sects of cultivation. Li Yue had always thought that this was just a legend before, but the 9 dragons' divine controlling technique in his mind could no longer be false. Mother, is this the most precious treasure you left me? Li Yue clenched his fists and a cold light flashed in his eyes. I've practiced the Li family's martial arts for many years without much success. I hope this 9 dragons' divine controlling technique can help me change my fate. Don't worry, mother. I will find out the truth of that year no matter what. Slowly exhaling a breath of foul air, Li Yue began to breathe in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth according to the records of the 9 dragons controlling God technique. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he focused his energy on his dantian. As Li Yue breathed in and out, his pulse gradually became steady. The techniques of the 9 dragons' divine controlling technique seemed to be engraved in Li Yue's mind and were running smoothly without any hindrance. The next second, Li Yue could clearly feel that there seemed to be wisps of spiritual energy between heaven and earth converging towards his body. This force was so powerful that Li Yue felt some swelling and pain in his meridians. After practicing Li family martial arts for many years, Li Yue only practiced some external skills to make his physical fitness more condensed, but he could never gather the true energy. But I didn't expect that the speed of gathering spiritual energy would be so fast. Strands of spiritual energy flowed into the body and began to flow continuously through the meridians under the guidance of the exercises. It took Li Yue less than half a quarter of an hour from gathering spiritual energy to running the great circulation. Li Yue still remembers his martial arts master from his childhood, who was a top master in the Li family who could even block bullets with his true energy. However, it took the old master several hours to condense his true energy and circulate it throughout his body. Even so, he was already considered to have extraordinary talent. A hint of excitement flashed in Li Yue's eyes. He thought he was a loser in martial arts, but it turned out that he was a genius in Taoism. As the power of the 9 dragons continued to flow through his body, Li Yue could clearly feel that his physical strength was constantly increasing. The muscles all over his body became extremely condensed, the beating of his organs was like thunder, and his 5 senses became much more sensitive than before. I never thought there was such a cultivation method in the world. I just started practicing and I've already broken through the bottleneck and entered the acquired realm. Li Yue condensed his spiritual energy and circulated it throughout his body, barely entering the first level of Qi refining. However, his strength increased several times more than before. A night passed quickly, and even though Li Yue didn't sleep, he felt his mind was extremely clear. After a night of practice, Li Yue has broken through to the 3rd level of Qi refining, and his strength is equivalent to the peak of the acquired realm. Li Yue was completely surprised by the terrifying speed of breakthrough. As Li Yue stood up, his bones suddenly crackled like frying beans. However, their house was filled with an extremely strong fishy smell, and Li Yue was covered with all kinds of black sticky substances. During this night, Li Yue continued to practice his skills, and his spiritual power reopened hundreds of meridians in his body, further expelling impurities from his body. As the young master of the Li family, Li Yue had taken many medicinal pills when he was a child, and had also tempered his body with various spiritual liquids for body refining. His physical quality is much stronger than that of ordinary people, and a lot of impurities in his body have been discharged intermittently over the years. However, Li Yue did not expect that after only practicing the 9 dragons divine controlling technique for one night, his body has been reborn. Unable to bear the fishy smell on his body, Li Yue rushed directly into the bathroom. After washing up, he found that his originally bronze skin had become very white. The skin was as smooth as a baby's, the face became more handsome, the facial features became more upright, the eyebrows became sharp, the eyes became bright, and the forehead became fuller. Especially those eyes as black as ink, which showed no sign of decadence even after a sleepless night. "Oh no, I'm really going to be a gigolo this time." Li Yue shook his head helplessly. The changes brought about by his cultivation method were even more exaggerated than those skin care product companies' advertisements. Li Yue looked at himself in the mirror. There was a faint purple dragon pattern on his chest and abdomen, which was almost invisible to the naked eye. The threshold for the first level of the 9 dragons divine controlling technique is very low. As long as you reach the chi refining mirror, Li Yue did it in one night. As the skills were working, Li Yue's right arm faintly flashed with a faint purple gold light, and the degree of condensation of his body was far greater than other parts of his body. This is because after entering the first level of the 9 dragons divine controlling technique, Li Yue's right arm has opened up a dragon vein. Li Yue felt that his right hand seemed to have tremendous strength. Although his realm was equivalent to the peak of the acquired realm, the power burst out from his right fist could already reach the innate realm. Boom boom boom. There was another knock on the door. Li Yue looked at the time and saw that it was only 7:30. When he opened the door, it was indeed Xiao Yudi, but Xiao Yudi had changed into a smart suit uniform in the morning. The azure blue shirt is calm yet old-fashioned, and the black hip skirt wraps the thighs just right. Today, Xiao Yudi changed into a pair of flesh-colored stockings, and her small, delicate feet were clearly visible. "Young master, I've already prepared breakfast." Xiao Yudi was halfway through her words when she suddenly froze in place. Chapter 10: Sending the female CEO to work. Xiao Yudi didn't know if it was an illusion, but she felt that Li Yue seemed to have changed a little, becoming more handsome and heroic. Especially those eyes, which were extremely bright, as if thousands of stars were flowing in them, and as if an ancient ferocious beast was lurking in them. "Thank you for your hard work." Li Yue nodded politely. "Young master, you are so polite. It is my honor to serve you." Before Xiao Yudi finished speaking, her eyes moved up and down Li Yue's face, and then a blush quickly spread from her ears to her neck. Li Yue, who had just come out of the bathroom, was only casually wearing a bath towel and the water stains on his body had not been wiped dry yet. His muscles are bulging all over his body, with sharp edges and corners, full of explosive power. Xiao Yudi stood there for a moment, feeling a little lost. "I didn't expect that the young master actually had such a good figure." "Ahem, how about you go out first and let me change my clothes?" He was only wearing a bath towel, and even though Li Yue was thick-skinned, he felt a little embarrassed at the moment when Xiao Yudi kept staring at him. I'm sorry, master, I didn't mean it." After Xiao Yudi reacted, she screamed, covered her face and ran downstairs. Li Yue shook his head helplessly, then changed into some simple casual clothes and walked downstairs. Breakfast was a simple meal of soy milk, fried dough sticks and sandwiches, all still warm and emitting bursts of fragrance. I didn't expect that there would be a place selling breakfast in the high-end residential area of Yunjin. Li Yue took a fried dough stick and started to eat it. The dough stick was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a strong wheat aroma. "No, young master, I made this morning," Xiao Yudi said softly. The blush on her face had not faded yet. Li Yue looked up in surprise. He didn't expect that the female president of Luotian Group was actually a little cook. This woman not only cooks delicious home-cooked meals, but she can even cook breakfast like fried dough sticks. "Actually, I don't usually fry dough sticks myself, but I wanted you to try it today. How does it taste?" Xiao Yudi looked at Li Yue with a hint of expectation in her eyes. Li Yue smiled without saying anything, but just nodded continuously, and picked up another fried dough stick to express his liking for it. Seeing this, Xiao Yudi's smile widened, like a blooming red rose. If the young men from the wealthy families in Luo City saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked. Xiao Yudi, who is regarded as the ice beauty in the business world of Los Angeles, has never shown such a charming smile, and it is even more impossible for her to cook for a man. Li Yue was very satisfied as he drank the warm and sweet soy milk and ate the hot and crispy fried dough sticks. Damn it, who knows what kind of life he lived when he was with Su Yunjin? That night, when Li Yue learned that Su Yunjin went to find Zhao Qianan, his heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife, but now he has figured it out. It's a good thing to discover these things before getting married. Su Yunjin had always been thinking about Zhao Qianan, so she didn't get the marriage certificate with him before the wedding. I was feeling somewhat dissatisfied at first, but now it seems like it couldn't be better. After breakfast, Li Yue looked at Xiao Yudi, who had finished cleaning up and was about to go out. Your car is still at the company, how about I take you there? Hearing this, Xiao Yudi's heartbeat accelerated again. But after thinking about it, she shook her head and said, no need, young master, just rest at home. Although Xiao Yudi really wanted to agree, she knew that she was just a president. The person in front of him is not only the actual person in charge of Luotian Group, but also the young master of Tianzhu Li family. Xiao Yudi didn't dare let such a big shot drive for her, as she still wanted to continue living in Los Angeles. However, Li Yue did not allow for rejection and followed Xiao Yudi out the door. Let's go. I don't have much to do lately anyway. You're the person I trust most in Luotian Group, so I'll just take you for a ride. Xiao Yudi was secretly delighted when she heard this and did not refuse any more. Along the way, Li Yue's limited edition Rolls-Royce really stole the show, and the rate of turning heads reached 300%. Our group has dormitories, so we should also have cars. This Rolls-Royce is a bit too high profile. Li Yue knew what the old man meant. He gave the Luotian Group to him in the hope that he could secretly build up his own power and investigate the truth of what happened that year. So Li Yue didn't want to attract too much attention. He didn't know how many people had noticed him along the way. Young master, there's a car in our group's underground parking garage. You can just pick it up there when the time comes. Li Yue nodded. By the way, from now on, don't call me young master. Just call me Li Yue. If that doesn't work, you can call me boss or director Li. Now is not the time to reveal his relationship with the Li family. The title of young master will inevitably attract the attention of some interested people. Xiao Yudi nodded after hearing this. Okay, young master, okay, boss. Xiao Yudi also wanted to call Li Yue's name directly, but she was a shrewd woman and knew her limits. The relationship between the two had not reached that point yet. Soon the car stopped downstairs of the group building. Many people around stared with wide eyes at the handsome men and beautiful women getting out of the Rolls-Royce. Although no one knows Li Yue, Xiao Yudi, the female president of Luotian Group, is definitely well known. Normally, the people who pursue Xiao Yudi can line up directly abroad, but Xiao Yudi has never taken any opposite sex seriously. No one expected that the famous iceberg female president would actually come to work in the same car with a man today. The employees of Luotian Group were all gossipy. However, Xiao Yudi's secretary rushed over upon seeing Li Yue and said respectfully, Director Li. Everything you instructed yesterday has been completed. We have completely severed all ties with Jinqiu Company. When they heard the secretary addressing Li Yue, many employees of Luotian Group realized that the young and handsome man in front of them was actually the director of the group. At this moment, the smiles on everyone's faces disappeared instantly, and they all bowed respectfully to Li Yue. This kind of scene made Li Yue feel a little uncomfortable. All right, let's get back to work. I don't need this so-called sense of ceremony. Li Yue stayed in the company for a while, looked at a few documents that Xiao Yudi brought over, and after confirming that there were no problems, he threw them all to Xiao Yudi. I told you, I trust you enough. Before I took over the company, you had already made Luotian Group flourish, so I will still rely on you for all the company's matters from now on. Come to me if you encounter any problems. After giving the order, Li Yue turned around and left. Now that he had obtained the 9 Dragons' divine controlling technique, he just wanted to go back and practice in peace. Although the spiritual power in the body is constantly circulating after the martial arts has broken through to the first level, it will be more efficient if you concentrate on meditation. Although the 9 Dragons' divine controlling technique he practiced broke through very quickly, Li Yue knew very well that the mastermind behind his mother's accident definitely had a power that was enough to cover the sky. Even the Li family was helpless. One can only imagine how terrifying this force is that has remained unsolved for so many years. Chapter 11: The Vigorous Old Man. After returning to Yunjin, Li Yue strolled around the community. As the top villa area for wealthy people in Los Angeles, Yunjin has a low population density and is mostly surrounded by various original vegetation. The air in the community is very fresh. Walking along this tree-lined road, Li Yue's mood also became very calm. Li Yue was observing the situation in the community as he walked. After mastering the 9 Dragons divine control technique, Li Yue's eyes had a unique ability and could vaguely see the direction of spiritual energy. Although Li Yue has not practiced any feng shui techniques in recent years, the 9 Dragons divine control technique is magical enough that even secular feng shui cannot compare to his own eyes. In order to judge feng shui, a feng shui master needs to observe the stars at night, look at various mountains and rivers, check various architectural patterns, etc. But Li Yue didn't need that at all. He just needed to use his own eyes to look directly at the qi around him. The level of feng shui can be judged by the concentration of spiritual energy. Li Yue discovered that the villa he was staying in, villa number 1, was indeed the king of the Yunjin. There is a lake in front and a mountain behind, with a river running through it. It is a feng shui treasure land where wind and energy gather. It is also the place with the most abundant spiritual energy. Such a strong bloody energy. Li Yue suddenly felt that there seemed to be a bloody energy approaching around him. He turned around and saw an old man not far away with bursts of blood light emitting from his head. The rich blood energy made Li Yue's pupils shrink. This rich blood energy was definitely the Lord of Killing who walked out of the sea of corpses. Li Yue didn't expect that Yunjin was full of hidden talents. He just came out for a walk during the day, but he could meet such a big shot. Li Yue looked in the direction of the blood and found that the owner of this monstrous blood was actually a white-haired old man. The old man was wearing a grey Zhongshan suit, with a ruddy complexion and kind eyes. He didn't look like a man with blood on his hands at all. But Li Yue knew that his eyes would not deceive him. He had just cultivated to the 3rd level of qi refining, and the heavenly dragon eyes were not accurate in observing various qi. But even so, he could see the surging blood and qi on the old man's body, which was enough to show how terrifying the other party was. "Young man, you look unfamiliar. Did you just move in?" As if seeing Li Yue looking towards him, the old man took the initiative to greet him with a very warm smile. "Hello, old man. I did move here recently, but how did you know?" Li Yue was a little confused. Although there were not many residents in Yunjin, the community covered a large area and most residents hardly bumped into each other. "At least I have only seen the lights on so far, and have not met the residents here. The old man with blood on his head is the first one. To be honest, young man, I was in the reconnaissance unit when I was young. I know all the residents here by heart, but you are the only stranger." Li Yue suddenly realized what was going on. It turned out that the old man in front of him was a military man. No wonder he had such a strong bloody aura. Looking at the blood on the old man's head, Li Yue was filled with awe for a moment. Since its founding, the Dragon Kingdom has experienced countless battles, and it is these bloody battles that have brought us today's stable society. But then Li Yaming frowned. He found that there was a small ball of black air not far behind the old man. "What's the problem, young man?" The old man was stunned for a moment when he saw Li Yue's expression change. Li Yue thought about it, then walked forward and said solemnly, "Grandpa, have you felt anything is wrong in your life recently?" The old man in front of him was the founder of the Dragon Kingdom. It was fate that he met him now. Li Yue didn't mind helping him once. However, this black energy made Li Yue feel a little confused. After all, he did not understand the art of feng shui, and he was not sure what it was for a moment. A hint of surprise flashed in the old man's eyes when he heard Li Yue's words, but before he could reply, a young woman in white sportswear suddenly ran over from not far away. The woman was wearing a loose sports suit and her long black hair was tied in a simple high ponytail behind her head, making her look very capable. There is no makeup on her fair and smooth face, and her bare face is enough to be stunningly beautiful. The few drops of sweat on her forehead make her look even more heroic. However, the woman looked at Li Yue with a look full of vigilance and even a hint of disgust. "Grandpa, be careful. I heard there are a lot of charlatans claiming to know feng shui in Los Angeles lately. These guys are so convincing, they can really scare people off. Don't let them fool you. Although the young woman did not say it directly, Li Yue could tell that she was making indirect accusations and calling him a liar. The old man said in a deep voice, "Xiaomai, don't be rude." The old man said as he bowed to Li Yue, "I am Wan Yunlong, and this is my granddaughter Wan Mai. The little girl is usually arrogant. I hope you don't mind what I said." Li Yue was stunned when he heard this. He was very familiar with the name Wan Yunlong. He was one of the 3 great war gods in the north of Longwa. Known as the Northern Cloud Dragon, he has fought in hundreds of wars, both large and small. Not only are his elite soldiers invincible, but he himself possesses powerful martial arts skills at the peak of the Grandmaster level. Many people who wanted to assassinate Wan Yunlong secretly were successfully killed by him. Li Yue really didn't expect that such a legend of the Dragon Country military actually lived in the same community as him. He quickly bowed respectfully to the old man in front of him. "War God Ruan, I never expected to meet you here. I thought you were retiring in the imperial capital, but I didn't expect you were actually in Luocheng." Wan Yunlong waved his hand towards Li Yue with a smile on his face. "Young man, the talk about being a war god or not is all in the past. I'm just an ordinary old man enjoying my retirement now. Los Angeles is my hometown, so of course I have to return to it." Li Yue's eyes widened. He didn't expect that this small Luocheng was so full of hidden talents. The dignified Song Yunlong from the Northern Territory was actually from Luocheng. He had never heard of him before. "All right, Grandpa, why are you talking so much to this guy? I don't know what's wrong with the security at Yunhuya Yuan. They let anyone in." Ruan Mai glared at Li Yue with great dissatisfaction, pulled Wan Yunlong's arm and wanted to leave. Li Yue was speechless for a moment. He had just wanted to do a good deed, but he hadn't expected to be mistaken for a charlatan. "Old man, have you been waking up in the middle of the night for no apparent reason lately? Your normally hot body suddenly breaks out in cold sweats for no apparent reason. And has the family been plagued by bad luck lately? The servants are constantly breaking cups and plates, and they all look listless. Is anyone in the family already ill?" Chapter 12 Ruan Mai, the Unyielding One. After Li Yue said this series of words, Wan Yunlong's eyes instantly became extremely solemn, and a cold light emanated from his slightly old eyes. Their whole person was like a lion waiting to devour its prey, his eyes fixed on Li Yue. The temperature around him dropped instantly, and the cold light in his eyes was like a sword. However, what surprised Wan Yunlong was that Li Yue, who was only in his early 20s, did not show any fear after looking at him. Those eyes were so deep that even after Wan Yunlong and Li Yue looked at each other, they felt a strong sense of oppression. As one of the Northern War gods, he hadn't felt this way for many years, and for a moment he was a little curious about Li Yue's identity. However, the impatience on Wan Mai's face had become even more serious. "I'm telling you, you charlatan, how are you going to stop? You use the same rhetoric every day. Aren't you tired of it? If you don't get out of here, I'll have you arrested and interrogated." Ruan Mai's brows were tightly furrowed, and her face was filled with coldness. Li Yue even noticed that Ruan Mai tapped the ground lightly with her left foot, and her body seemed to be tense, ready to attack him at any time. "Xiaomai, I told you not to be rude." After scolding Ruan Mai, Wan Yunlong looked Li Yue up and down, with a hint of doubt still in his eyes. "Young man, to be honest, what you just said is indeed true. Strange things have been happening frequently in my family recently. I didn't expect that someone so young like you could be so accurate. But I have always believed that as long as one behaves properly, there is nothing to fear." Wan Yunlong laughed and said, although he was a little surprised by what Li Yue said, he didn't take it to heart. As a god of war who emerged from a sea of blood and corpses, Wan Yunlong did not think this kind of thing was anything to worry about. Li Yue did not argue after hearing this, but just shrugged his shoulders with an expression of noncommittal. "Old man, if your family has any problems that cannot be solved recently, you can come to Villa number 1 to find me. You were once the god of war of the Dragon Kingdom. Without your sacrifices and blood, there would be no Dragon Kingdom today. If you need me, I will definitely help you." Wan Yunlong also nodded, and was very satisfied with the young man Li Yue, but Ruan Mai on the side couldn't bear to watch it anymore. "I say, you're a charlatan, and you're not done yet, are you? Villa number 1, do you know who lives there? Although it's no problem for my Ruan family to live in Villa number 1 given our family's strength, that Villa number 1 was already bought by the Luotian group a long time ago. What kind of relationship do you have with the Luotian group that allows you to live in Villa number 1? Besides, if I remember correctly, Xiao Yudi, the female president of the Luotian group, lives in Villa number 1. Aren't you afraid of getting your tongue stuck when you brag? Ruan Mai sneered, and the more she spoke, the more convinced she seemed to be that Li Yue was a liar. She tapped the ground with her right foot, and all the muscles in her body instantly exerted force like springs. At this moment, that very slender body pounced towards Li Yue like a female leopard. Li Yue raised his eyebrows slightly. As the granddaughter of the god of war, Ruan Mai was indeed a martial artist. The aura revealed by the other party at this moment was definitely at the peak of the mortal realm, and one more step would allow him to step into the acquired realm. If they had met Ruan Mai 2 days ago, it would be hard to say who would win or lose. But now. Bang! There was a loud sound of muscles colliding, and Ruan Mai instantly crossed a distance of 4 or 5 meters. With a high kick, her right leg reached Li Yue's head in the blink of an eye. However, this straight and powerful long leg was accurately blocked by a strong arm. A hint of surprise flashed in Ruan Mai's eyes. She was very confident in her own abilities and was definitely considered a skilled fighter among her peers. He originally wanted to kick Li Yue, the charlatan, unconscious with one kick, but he didn't expect to be stopped so easily. I say, woman, why are you hitting me in the middle of a conversation? Li Yue sighed helplessly. Ruan Mai thought that Li Yue was mocking her, so she immediately launched another attack. Her fists were so powerful that her sleeves made bursts of breaking sounds in the air. However, no matter how Ruan Mai attacked, Li Yue was able to block his attack with just one arm. Ruan Yunlong, who was not far away, also had a flash of surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect Li Yue to be so agile in extending his hand. His granddaughter is no match for Li Yue at all, which proves that Li Yue has at least reached the acquired realm. Bang! 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 The sound of muscles colliding echoed continuously. Ruan Mai's eyebrows were tightly furrowed, and Li Yue's arms were as strong as iron. After the collision between the two, she was the one who could hardly hold on. Li Yue was getting a little impatient. He blocked Ruan Mai's whip kick and then tripped her. But he didn't expect that Ruan Mai lost control of her body and fell directly on him. Feeling the soft touch on his chest, Li Yue's blood surged instantly. Good lord, you can't judge a book by its cover. The size of this weapon is comparable to Xiao Yudi's. Ruan Mai was blocked by Li Yue repeatedly, and her limbs were so that she could not bear it. After being tripped by Li Yue, she fell directly on Li Yue. The towering breasts pressed against Li Yue's chest, making him feel a little distracted for a moment. At this moment, Ruan Mai was extremely ashamed and angry. She raised her right leg high, which was still held in Li Yue's hand. His left leg collapsed due to weakness, and his whole body fell on Li Yue. This was his first time to have such close contact with the opposite sex. The action of keeping her legs raised high caused Ruan Mai's loose training clothes to fall down slightly, revealing her snow-white and smooth calves. The very fair skin even glowed in the sunlight. Although Ruan Mai had some sweat on her body, there was no sweat odor. Instead, there was a faint feminine body fragrance. Asshole! Let me go! Ruan Mai was so angry that she wanted to strangle the man in front of her to death. At this moment, her right leg was held in Li Yue's hand, and her lower back was held tightly by Li Yue's hand. Her whole body was pressed against Li Yue and she could not move. Such a meeting scene made Li Yue swallow his saliva. When Li Yue saw Ruan Mai's loose training clothes, he didn't expect that she had such an enchanting figure. However, after noticing Ruan Yunlong in the distance, Li Yue immediately became alert. The person in front of him was the granddaughter of the Dragon Kingdom's god of war. He quickly let go of Ruan Mai's long legs. Nice, very smooth and elastic. Li Yue let go and took a step back, commenting seriously. However, upon hearing this, Ruan Mai became even more furious and immediately attacked Li Yue again. All right. Xiao Mai, stop making trouble. You are no match for this young man. Chapter 13. This is what you call low-key. Ruan Yunlong scolded quickly, and after hearing what her grandfather said, Ruan Mai reluctantly put down her fist. Young man, I didn't expect you to have such a high level of cultivation at your age. I wonder where you learned your skills from. Ruan Yunlong walked forward and crossed a distance of 5 meters in one step. This terrifying speed made Li Yue's eyelids jump. As expected of a master at the peak of the Grandmaster realm, he exudes an endless sense of oppression with every move he makes. I have no sect or school. Since you don't want to talk about it, then I won't ask. Luo Cheng is lucky to have a young talent like you. Wan Yunlong looked at Li Yue with eyes full of approval. Despite being young, he possesses impressive martial arts skills and is a mature and steady person. He has neither the arrogance of the children of high-ranking officials nor the extravagance of wealthy nobles. Old man, what I said before still counts. If your family encounters any problems, you can come to me. After saying that, Li Yue turned and left. Li Yue didn't want to stay and get into trouble by bullying someone else's granddaughter in front of the northern god of war. Looking at the direction where Li Yue left, Wan Mai stomped her feet in anger. Alright, Xiaomai, I've already told you that you're no match for that young man. If you insist on overestimating your abilities, you can only blame yourself for being too arrogant if you suffer any loss. His speed far surpasses yours, and he can accurately predict the trajectory of your attacks. I believe that when you two first fought, you already knew that his realm was higher than yours. With your unyielding character, you'll easily suffer a great loss. Wan Yunlong shook his head and looked at his precious granddaughter helplessly. Wan Mai pouted when she heard this. Grandpa, it's obviously that guy's fault, why are you still speaking on his side? I admit that he does have some martial arts skills, but what he said was so abstruse and mysterious, no different from what he said when he was selling things on the street. Wan Yunlong did not respond after hearing this. After a while, he spoke lightly. Xiaomai, you are not young anymore. You should stop being so arrogant and arbitrary. This world is far from being as simple as you think. After returning to the villa, Li Yue began to practice with full concentration, and the vast spiritual energy continued to flow in his body. At dusk, accompanied by a fluctuation of spiritual power, Li Yue broke through to the fourth level of qi refining, and his strength was equivalent to that of a warrior in the innate realm. A smile appeared on Li Yue's lips. Now he finally had the ability to protect himself. Looking at the world of martial arts, a martial artist at the Xiantian realm can be considered a master. After checking the time, Li Yue drove to Luotian Group. He remembered that Xiao Yudi didn't take the car keys this morning because she was riding in her own car. And it just so happened that he needed to replace this Rolls-Royce. This car was too conspicuous when driving on the street, which did not conform to his principle of keeping a low profile. Xiao Yudi, who had just walked out of the elevator, happened to meet Li Yue, who came to the company. A bright smile immediately appeared on her face. Boss, why are you here? Xiao Yudi quickly came to Li Yue's side. I saw that I was almost off work, so I came to pick you up. Xiao Yudi was secretly delighted when she heard this, and couldn't help but lower her head and bite her red lips. Looking at the aloof female CEO in front of him, who suddenly made such a seductive expression, the contrast made Li Yue's breathing quicken. Okay, come with me to change a car first. Xiao Yudi nodded, and casually took Li Yue to the company garage across the street in her high heels. Xiao Yudi pressed the key, and suddenly the lights of a low-end black Maybach lit up. Boss, this is your car. How is it? If you are not satisfied, we have a better one. Li Yue was stunned when he saw this. Is this the low-key car you mentioned? Although this Maybach in front of me is a low-end version, it still costs more than 2 million. At least when Li Yue was with Su Yunjin, they couldn't afford such a luxury car. Boss, this is the cheapest car the company has allocated to you. Xiao Yudi said helplessly. Luotian Group is very financially strong. Looking across the entire Luocheng, there are not many forces that can threaten Luotian Group simply with financial resources. Neither the villa in Yunhu Yaryuan nor the Maybach sedan means anything to the Luotian Group. Xiao Yudi discovered that her boss did not behave like a top young master. Others don't know Li Yue's true identity, but she knows it very well in her heart. The Li family is one of the 4 major families in Tianzhu. It is a powerful family with a heritage of over 1,000 years and owns a huge business empire with trillions of assets. Not to mention the Li family, even some famous wealthy children in Los Angeles drive sports cars worth tens of millions and pick up girls every day. As a result, the boss himself actually complained that a car worth over 2 million was too expensive. Li Yue was a little helpless, but still took the key. Although this Maybach is not cheap, it is much more low-key than his own customized Rolls-Royce worth more than 20 million yuan. This is the cheapest car that Luotian Group provides to Li Ya, but it is a Maybach after all. The black car body looks like a thug in a suit, and the more than 5-meter long body shows its nobility. After stepping on the accelerator, Li Ya suddenly realized something was wrong. He saw Xiao Yudi standing next to him with a sly smile on her face. "Boss, you didn't realize I had the Maybach's engine and all its parts replaced. Now he's got a super powerful car with a V12 engine." Hearing Xiao Yudi's somewhat smug laughter, Li Ya nodded secretly in his heart. This woman is worthy of being the famous female CEO in Los Angeles. She is indeed very thoughtful. On their way home, Xiao Yudi found that Li Ya was a little absent-minded, and his eyes were always glancing at the sides of the road intentionally or unintentionally. "Boss, is there something on your mind?" Xiao Yudi asked with some confusion. Li Ya shook his head and said calmly, "It's nothing. Just hold onto the handrail." Xiao Yudi was stunned when she heard this, not knowing what Li Ya meant. But she still did it subconsciously and grabbed the handrail on the car window. The next second, Xiao Yudi suddenly discovered that there were 3 fast-moving off-road vehicles behind her vehicle. This is the road leading to Yunjin. It is a wealthy area far away from the downtown area, and there are not many vehicles on this road on weekdays. Now 3 identical black SUVs suddenly appeared, and it was obvious that the other party had ill intentions. "Boss, what's going on?" Xiao Yudi's tone became a little hurried for a moment. Li Ya patted her hand gently, soothing her emotions. "It seems that there is indeed nothing wrong with this Eye of the Dragon." In the morning, Li Ya activated the Eye of Heavenly Dragon and discovered that there was a faint black aura on Xiao Yudi's body. Worried about Xiao Yudi's safety, Li Ya drove to the company to pick her up after get off work. Unexpectedly, something went wrong on their way home. As the sky gradually darkened, only Li Ya's 4 cars were speeding on the road. Chapter 14 West City Tiger Gang. The 3 off-road vehicles approaching rapidly from behind made Xiao Yudi a little panicked, but after feeling the warmth in Li Ya's palm, she felt as if she had taken a reassurance pill. "What should I do, boss? Should I call the police?" "Don't rush to call the police." Li Ya smiled coldly, then lightly stepped on the accelerator, and the modified Maybach shot out in an instant like a black lightning. The people in the 3 off-road vehicles were stunned when they saw this scene. "What are you looking at? Step on the accelerator. We have to catch it. This is a big fish." Although the driver of the off-road vehicle stepped on the accelerator, the body of the off-road vehicle was heavy, and Li Ya's Maybach had been modified, so he could only watch Li Ya's taillights getting farther and farther away. Xiao Yudi finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the 3 off-road vehicles disappear in the rearview mirror. Xiao Yudi patted her chest gently, and her towering breasts rose and fell. Li Ya took a look and quickly looked away. The deep ravine almost made him lose his concentration. Beauty is a disaster. Finally got rid of them. Who are these guys? How dare they hijack a car so openly? Xiao Yudi frowned, feeling a little scared. It's more than just carjacking. They even dare to block the road. Li Ya sneered. At this moment, at the intersection 100 meters ahead of him, 3 off-road vehicles and 2 cars directly blocked the entire road. Squeak tilde. The sound of tires grinding on the ground was very harsh in the silent night. "Stay in the car, I'll go down and take a look." As he said that, Li Ya unbuckled his seatbelt and prepared to get out of the car, but at this time Xiao Yudi pulled him back. "Boss, what are you doing? Don't you see all these people in front of you? They are here with bad intentions, you can't get off the bus." I saw more than a dozen people gathered in front of Li Ya's Maybach. These strong men were holding long knives and iron pipes in their hands, and they looked ferocious. "Boss, I forgot to tell you that this Maybach has also been modified. They won't be able to break it open right away. Let's call the police straight away. I'm sure they'll be here soon. Don't be impulsive and don't get off the car." Li Ya was stunned when he heard Xiao Yudi's words. He didn't expect that this woman was so meticulous. Not only did she change the car's power system, she also changed the body of the car to be bulletproof. "It's okay, they are just a bunch of hooligans. I want to know who they belong to." After saying that, Li Ya opened the car door and walked out. "Boy, are you the driver of Luotian Group? This is none of your business, so get out of here." A bald man in a black vest walked out from the crowd. He was 1.85 meters tall and very muscular. He was holding a half-meter-long machete in his hand. I am indeed from the Luotian group. Who are you? Why are you blocking my way? Aren't you afraid that we will call the police? The dozen or so strong men in front of him seemed to have heard some huge joke and started to sneer. Boy, I'll tell you again that this is none of your business. Get out of here as soon as possible. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll spare your life. If you keep nagging me, I'll chop you off. Bang. Stop it. At this time, Xiao Yudi simply opened the car door and left, with her brows furrowed and a cold look on her face. After hearing what the bold man said just now, Xiao Yudi knew that these ferocious guys in front of her were targeting her. Although she was very scared, she didn't want Li Yue to be implicated because of her. Are you from the West City Tiger Gang? Xiao Yudi saw the tiger head tattoo on the bold man's neck and recognized his identity. Boss, the Tiger Gang is an underground force in Shicheng district. The members of this gang tend to be aggressive. The recent unrest in the Los Angeles underground world is due to the sudden rise of the Tiger Gang. I heard that the core leaders of the Tiger Gang are all desperate criminals. These guys kill without blinking an eye. As she spoke, Xiao Yudi gently tugged at the corner of Li Yue's clothes, wanting Li Yue to escape back to the car with her. However, Li Yue shrugged and smiled. If you want to leave now, it's probably too late. As Li Yue finished speaking, a roar was heard behind him. The three off-road vehicles that had followed first also arrived here, blocking the retreat of Li Yue and the others. There were more than 20 strong men on both sides, who surrounded Li Yue and the other man tightly. Do you know who I am? I'm Xiao Yudi. Let me ask again, who is the mastermind behind this? What is your purpose? As he spoke, Li Yue threw the yellow-haired man, whose face was pale with pain, several meters away, and he fell heavily to the ground. The yellow-haired man fainted and his life or death was unknown. For a moment, the people from the Tiger Gang were shocked by Li Yue's powerful skills and cold eyes. As one of the underworld forces in Los Angeles, the Tiger Gang has always been known for its courage and fighting spirit. Most of them are bloodthirsty people, but the Li Yue in front of them is even more terrifying than them. Chapter 15. The Ruan family arrives. Li Yue's skills were so fast that no one present could see his movements clearly. Who is the mastermind behind this? Are you going to tell me now? As he spoke, Li Yue took a step forward. At that moment, the bold man and others all took a step back, looking at Li Yue with horror in their eyes. They were all good fighters who had been in the streets for many years, but they did not expect that Li Yue's move would be so amazing. The bold man couldn't imagine how terrifying the strength was needed to crush a person's hand bones. Damn it! How dare you attack my Tiger Gang? Destroy him! Seeing his men now curled up on the ground unable to move, the bold man waved his hand and more than 20 strong men rushed over waving steel bars and machetes. Li Yue just snorted coldly, and then his figure disappeared from the spot in an instant like a ghost. Bang bang bang! In just a few rounds, more than 20 strong men were lying on the ground. They lay on the ground and wailed non-stop, and the screams that came one after another sounded very creepy. Of the more than 20 strong men in the venue, only the bold man was left. He was shaking as he held the machete. Xiao Yudi leaned against the body of the Maybach, her beautiful eyes wide open, full of surprise. Is this young master of mine a Superman? In Xiao Yudi's opinion, only Superman could knock down more than 20 armed men at the same time in an instant. Are you a human or a ghost? The bold man's eyes were full of fear. Li Yue's powerful strength was completely beyond his imagination. More than 20 of his men were knocked down before they could even touch Li Yue's clothes. I'm a very impatient person. Let me ask you again, who sent you here? Li Yue snorted coldly, a cold light flashing in his eyes. The powerful evil spirit frightened the bold man so much that his legs went limp and he collapsed right in front of Li Yue. Yes, it's the Zhu family. That kid Zhu Jiwei spent a lot of money to hire our Tiger Gang and wanted to invite President Xiao over. The bold man didn't dare to hide anything and blurted out everything. The murderous aura emanating from Li Yue at this moment caused the temperature around him to drop sharply in an instant. He didn't expect that the Zhu family would be so desperate. Worried that the entire Zhu family would be destroyed, they even wanted to kidnap Xiao Yudi to force Luotian group to stop. Zhu Jiwei, right? It seems that the kick I gave him last time was not strong enough. Originally, I didn't care about Li Yue of the Zhu family, but I didn't expect that Zhu Jiwei would be so ignorant of his own life and death. So don't blame me for being cruel and ruthless. Get out of my way quickly, or don't blame me for being rude." Li Huaye's voice was extremely cold. The bold man did not dare to be negligent at all and quickly kicked several of his younger brothers beside him. "Stop playing dead. Didn't you hear what this guy said? Move your car out of the way." Although these young men were grimacing in pain, they did not dare to slack off for a moment and limped away all the vehicles blocking the road. Li Huaye glanced coldly at the people in front of him, then drove away with Xiao Yudi. Looking at the direction where Li Huaye left, a vicious look flashed in the bold man's eyes, and then he took out his mobile phone and made a call. "Boss, something happened. Xiao Yudi hired a driver from somewhere, and all 20 of my brothers are injured." Li Huaye drove back to Yunjin Villa. Xiao Yudi was still a little scared and her pretty face was very pale. The Tiger Gang never acts according to reason, and they have no principles to speak of. Xiao Yudi couldn't imagine what would happen to her if she fell into their hands. "Boss, I'm sorry for you today, otherwise." Xiao Yudi said with gratitude, her beautiful eyes seemed full of spring water and tenderness. "I told you that you are mine. I will leave the company's affairs to you, and I will handle the rest," Li Huaye said lightly. When Xiao Yudi heard this, a blush flashed across her pale face and she lowered her head shyly. After returning to the villa, seeing that Xiao Yudi was a little uneasy, Li Huaye put on an apron and walked into the kitchen. When Xiao Yudi changed into her nightgown and went downstairs, she found that the sound of cooking could be heard from the kitchen. "Boss, why did you come into the kitchen?" Xiao Yudi opened her red lips slightly, her face full of surprise as if she had discovered a new continent. She didn't expect that someone of Li Huaye's status would actually cook by himself. Judging from the movements and techniques, it is obvious that he is very skilled. As she spoke, Xiao Yudi hurried into the kitchen and wanted to take the spatula from Li Huaye. If Li Huaye hadn't intervened today, the consequences would have been disastrous, not to mention that the other party was his boss. "You go inside and rest. You were frightened tonight, so I'll cook." Li Huaye pushed Xiao Yudi out without any explanation. "Wait a moment, the food will be ready soon." After a while, Li Huaye came out of the kitchen carrying 6 dishes in succession. "Try it and see if it suits your taste." Xiao Yudi took a bite of the braised fish and put it into her mouth, and suddenly her eyes lit up. "It's delicious. Your cooking skills are amazing, boss." Xiao Yudi never expected that her young master, who had a prominent status, could cook better than her. Her heart was pounding, and she felt more and more that she, the young master, was extremely mysterious. Although he has a very distinguished background, he does not have the arrogance of a superior. His boxing and kicking skills are just like those of martial arts masters in action movies, and now he is even so good at cooking. Xiao Yudi couldn't imagine how happy a woman would be if she could marry Li Huaye. Facing Xiao Yudi's admiration, Li Huaye just smiled faintly. "I have been taking care of Su Yunjin all these years, and I have already mastered her cooking skills and even obtained a first-level chef certificate. Boss, what should we do about the Zhu family? Should we call the police?" Xiao Yudi clenched her fists and said angrily. "Not for now, I will take care of this Zhu family." A cold light flashed in Li Huaye's eyes. He wanted to deal with not only the Zhu family, but also the Tiger Gang. Ring ring ring. At this moment, the doorbell of the villa suddenly rang. Li Huaye and Xiao Yudi were both stunned, wondering who would come to them at this time. Xiao Yudi opened the door with some confusion and found that standing outside was an old man with grey hair and gold-rimmed glasses. "Who are you?" "Hello, I'm the housekeeper of Villa number 6, Ruan's Villa. Is Mr. Li home?" Hearing the conversation outside the door, Li Huaye raised his eyebrows, and then appeared in front of the door in a flash. He noticed that the old man in front of him seemed to have a hint of anxiety between his brows, and he was afraid that something had happened to the black energy that he had seen with the eye of the dragon. Did something happen at Mr. Wan's house? When the housekeeper saw how young Li Huaye was, a hint of suspicion flashed in his eyes. "Are you Mr. Li? Something strange did happen at the villa tonight." Chapter 16. It's hard to be a good person. "Old man, let's talk while we walk." Li Huaye nodded and prepared to go out. Seeing this, Xiao Yudi also wanted to follow, but was kept back by Li Huaye. "It's nothing serious. You still have work to do tomorrow, so go to bed early." Xiao Yudi opened her red lips slightly as if she wanted to say something, but she nodded. Then boss, I'll wait for you at home. Looking at the backs of Li Yue and the old housekeeper leaving, Xiao Yudi felt a little confused. Villa number 6. I heard that an elderly man from the imperial capital lives there. Could it be that the boss knows some important figures in the imperial capital? But Xiao Yudi soon shook her head, thinking that her boss was a very important person. As one of the 4 major families in Tianzhu, it is normal for the young master of the Li family to know important figures in the imperial capital. But Xiao Yudi was a little confused. Why would the big shot in Villa number 6 suddenly come and knock on the door at night? Walking in the park, Li Yue looked up at the sky. It was covered with dark clouds tonight, and the moonlight and stars were basically invisible. Yunhu Yuan was already very quiet, and the road was even quieter at this moment, with only the chirping of insects coming from both sides of the road. Old sir, can you tell me what strange things happened in the Ruan family? If it weren't for some special circumstances, I'm afraid Mr. Wan wouldn't have asked you to come to me so late at night. Li Yue said this very calmly, his tone so calm that he didn't seem surprised by what happened to the Ruan family. Mr. Li, my name is Zhang Feng. I have been with the master for many years. You can just call me Lao Zhang. It's like this. For some reason, several of the servants in the house suddenly turned pale and felt unwell tonight. At first, the master thought it was food poisoning or some disease, but unexpectedly, not long after, the 2 parrots he raised also died suddenly. Although the 2 black dogs that were responsible for guarding the yard were not dead, they were lying on the ground motionless. As Zhang Feng spoke, he looked at Li Yue with some curiosity. He just heard Xiao Yudi address Li Yue. Unexpectedly, this young man turned out to be the boss of the female president of Luotian Group, which made him somewhat curious about Li Yue's identity. What's more, after something strange happened at night, Mr. Wan actually asked him to come to his house in person to invite him, which is a very rare thing. Is that all? Are there any signs of illness among those around Mr. Wan? For example, fainting or convulsions? Li Yue asked softly. Because he had not made much progress in martial arts in recent years, Li Yue also learned some feng shui techniques on a daily basis. It's just that Li Yue's heart was solely on Su Yunjin before, and he just wanted to live an ordinary life, so he didn't delve too much into this aspect. But now that he has practiced the 9 Dragons divine controlling technique, Li Yue is like having his Ren and Du meridians opened up, and many obscure things that he didn't understand before have been integrated into his mind one by one. Although he didn't know what the black gas he saw before was, he was sure that it would either not explode or kill people if it did. Sure enough, after hearing Li Yue's question, Lao Zhang was shocked and looked at Li Yue in surprise. Mr. Li, you're absolutely right. The head of the family came back to see the old man today, but for some reason, he fainted and lost consciousness not long after. Li Yue nodded lightly. It seemed that it was just as he expected. Soon Li Yue and the other person arrived at the Ruan family. Although it was already late at night, the lights were still on inside and outside the Ruan family. The area of Villa number 6 was even larger than that of Villa number 1. There are now many more people coming and going in the yard, and many strong men in black suits are guarding the entrances and exits of the villa. Li Yue discovered that each of these people had extraordinary skills and agile steps, with slightly bulging temples. It was obvious that they were all martial artists, most of whom came from the military. Upon hearing the footsteps of Li Yue and the other man, the black-clad bodyguards instantly became alert. This is Mr. Li, the person the master specifically asked me to meet. Several bodyguards looked at Li Yue with some suspicion, but nodded and followed the 2 in. Li Yue discovered that many medical staff had arrived at the scene and were treating the servants of the Ruan family. However, they all seemed confused and had not figured out what had gone wrong. Li Yue took a quick glance and found that all of these servants had pale faces and a dark cloud on their foreheads. Uncle Zhang, how could you bring this liar here? Ruan Mai, who was in the villa, came out immediately after seeing Li Yue. Hearing Ruan Mai's words, which seemed to be tinged with anger, Zhang Feng was stunned and turned to look at Li Yue with some doubt. Mr. Li, are you acquainted with my young lady? There was some misunderstanding before. Har, misunderstanding. You're just a charlatan. I think you poisoned my family just to make an excuse to deceive my grandfather. Ruan Mai has a good friend who works for the police. She knows that a fraud gang has recently come to Los Angeles. Coupled with Li Yue's sudden appearance, She has a preconceived notion that Li Yue is a member of this fraud gang. Now that her father has fallen ill and many unexpected events have occurred in the hospital, Wan Mai blames all these problems on Li Yue. When the bodyguards in the courtyard heard Wan Mai's words, their faces suddenly changed and they surrounded Li Yue. Each of them was filled with murderous aura, totally different from the ruffians in the Tiger Gang. They were obviously elite soldiers who had come down from the battlefield. Zhang Feng was also feeling overwhelmed at this moment, and quickly stood in front of Li Yue. "Miss, could this be a misunderstanding? My grandfather personally asked me to invite Mr. Li. Besides, on their way here, Mr. Li had already guessed what was happening in our family, which shows that Mr. Li is not a charlatan." Zhang Feng had a wry smile on his face. If he was indeed full of doubts about Li Yue before, he still knew Xiao Yudi. That is the female president of Luotian Group. How could Luotian Group be related to a fraud gang? Har har, Uncle Zhang, you're careless. It's because he was the one who did it that he knows what happened to our family. Grandpa is old and always trusts people easily. I've already contacted Dr. Shu from Luocheng to come over. I don't need you to come here and cheat me. Li Yue's face darkened. I only came to help because of Wan Yunlong, the old war god who devoted his life to the Dragon Kingdom. Unexpectedly, his kindness was taken for granted and he was instead blamed by the other party. I came here for the old man's sake. Since you're no longer needed, I'll leave. You can take care of yourselves. After saying this, Li Yue turned around and left without any hesitation. Har har, you want to leave after I exposed your conspiracy? It's not that easy. Take it down for me. Chapter 17, Shu Ruoyun, the master of traditional Chinese medicine. Following Wan Mai's order, the many black-clad bodyguards in the courtyard walked directly towards Li Yue. A good dog doesn't block the road, get out of the way. Li Yue's voice was filled with chill, his black eyes were extremely deep, and several bodyguards subconsciously took a step back. However, when they reacted, they were immediately furious and rushed towards Li Yue. The bodyguards around Wan Yunlong are all elites of the special forces and are very skilled. In particular, there are several warriors in the acquired realm, and their every move is full of vigor. In just a few seconds, 20 or 30 people gathered, and some even quietly put their hands around their waists. Li Yue's face changed. He had just started practicing the 9 Dragons divine controlling technique and had barely stepped into the innate realm. Although his fists and kicks have become very strong, he is still far from being fearless against firearms. Stop it! Just when the situation in the courtyard was tense, suddenly an angry shout was heard from the villa, and Wan Yunlong walked out with a grim expression. Mr. Li is my distinguished guest, what do you want to do? Hearing this, the faces of many bodyguards in black changed and they all stepped aside. Wan Yunlong quickly came to Li Yue's side and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Mr. Li, my granddaughter has been spoiled since she was a child. Please don't take it to heart. Seeing that the old god of war actually came out to chase him in person, Li Yue's expression eased slightly. Since Miss Wan doesn't like me, there's no need for me to stay here. It's late at night and I need to go back to bed. Even if it was Wan Yunlong's face, Li Yue didn't intend to give it this time. He had had enough of Su Yunjin before, and he didn't want to have to look at other people's faces in the future. Mr. Li, I hope you can do me a favor and come in to see how my son is doing. I fought for my country in the early years and never returned home. I only have one son, and my wife passed away early due to illness caused by overwork. Wan Mai, I have to apologize to you here. It's my fault for not bringing me up properly. I hope you don't mind. Li Yue had already stepped out the door at this time, but after hearing what Wan Yunlong said, he thought about it and decided to stay. It was not that he was moved by Wan Yunlong, but that he thought of his deceased mother. Wan Yunlong hurried forward and said, Mr. Li, I would like to thank you on behalf of the Wan family. Li Yue didn't say anything, just nodded, and then walked into the villa. When I arrived at the bedroom on the second floor, I saw several medical staff and a middle-aged man lying on the bed with a pale face. Mr. Li, this is my son Wan Shanhar. Can you tell me what's going on? Wan Yunlong asked with a frown. At this moment, the medical staff on the side were at a loss. They had tried all the tests they could, but still couldn't find out the cause. Li Yue only took a glance and saw that the black hair above Wan Shanhar's head was extremely thick, almost turning his entire head black. This black gas was exactly what he saw during the day, but he didn't expect it to be attached to Ruan Shanher now. After walking forward to check Ruan Shanher's pulse, Li Yue discovered that there were many strange little bugs in Ruan Shanher's body, which were constantly gnawing at his meridians. Now these strange black maggots are about to spread to their heart and abdomen. If we delay any further, they will probably eat into their heart and endanger our lives. Old man, I'm afraid the Ruan family leader has been bewitched. Black magic. Ruan Yunlong frowned slightly when he heard this, and his eyes seemed to be thinking about something. But at this moment, a burst of sneer came from the side. The medical staff looked at Li Yue with disdain. General? What kind of charlatan is this who's speaking nonsense here? Kid, where did you come from? Have you read too many online novels? And you got hit by a black magic. Old man, I advise you to be more careful. There are many scammers these days. Don't let yourself be fooled. That's right. It's a different era now, and you charlatans don't even know how to update your rhetoric. Those who were invited by the Ruan family were all well-known medical experts. These medical staff were all chief physicians of the First Hospital of Los Angeles and were elites in the medical field of Los Angeles. Although no one knows Ruan Yunlong's identity as the god of war, the Ruan family is a well-known family in the imperial capital. In their eyes, Li Yue was just a liar who wanted to climb up the social ladder. Just then, Wan Mai pushed the door open and walked in. Beside her was an old man with grey hair and a blue cloth bag on his back. Dr. Shu, you're here. Ruan Yunlong's face lit up with joy when he saw the old man with grey hair and a blue cloth bag on his back. This old man is none other than the famous Dr. Shu Ruoyan in Luoshansu, also known as the Master of Chinese Medicine, and the General Manager of the Quanzhou region of the Longhua Traditional Chinese Medicine Association. Even if you look at the entire Dragon Country, Shu Ruoyan is a well-known figure and a guest of honor of all major families. After all, birth, aging, sickness and death are normal for people, and no one doesn't want to make friends with a miracle doctor. Although that acupuncture skill could not cure a death, it was enough to bring someone back to life. Recently, because of some issues with medicinal herbs, I came to Luocheng and was invited by Ruan Mai. After seeing Shu Ruoyan, the medical staff in the room were instantly in awe, their eyes full of admiration. For those working in the medical industry, Shu Ruoyan is the industry benchmark and a top figure in the field of medicine in Longhua. Not to mention them, even for the director of Los Angeles First Hospital, it would be extremely difficult to meet Shu Ruoyan. Brother Yunlong, I heard everything you said just now. How could you still be fooled by this young man? There is no such thing as a general in this world. It's just some magic tricks and nonsense. Shu Ruoyan chuckled. Grandpa, you heard me. I told you this guy is a liar, but you didn't believe me. You should at least believe what Grandpa Shu says. Ruan Mai said unhappily. Ruan Yunlong was caught in the middle. He looked at Shu Ruoyan and then at Li Yue, feeling a bit conflicted for a moment. Chapter 18 Ruan Shanher wakes up. As his longtime friend, he was naturally well aware of Shu Ruoyan's superb medical skills. Mr. Li, look at this matter. Seeing this, Li Yue did not argue, but just stood aside with his arms crossed. Anyway, he didn't know Ruan Shanher, so he was already giving Ruan Yunlong face. After Shu Ruoyan glanced at Li Yue, he stepped forward and took his pulse, but the next second his face suddenly turned gloomy. Dr. Shu, how is my son? Brother Yunlong, the situation is critical. Shanher has been poisoned and must be treated as soon as possible. If it's too late, my life might be in danger. However, this toxin is like a maggot on the tarsal bone. It's probably difficult to remove easily. Even I'm not absolutely sure. Ruan Yunlong's face turned very ugly when he heard this, and Ruan Mai's pretty face turned extremely pale. She begged quickly, Grandpa Shu, you must save my father. In her anxiety, the arrogant Ruan Mai's voice now had a hint of crying, and she had completely lost her previous strength. Shu Ruoyan nodded, then opened his package and took out 13 silver needles. The silver needle sparkled brightly under the light, even a little dazzling. Li Yue sniffed it gently, and the moment he took out the silver needle, he smelled a very strong medicinal fragrance. It is obvious that these 13 silver needles have been used all year round and have been soaked in various medicines. Li Yue knew that Shu Ruoyan was more than just a name, but Ruan Shanher's problem today wasn't just a simple case of poisoning. After being burned by the flame, the silver needle hit 13 major acupoints on Wan Shanhar's body accurately with Shu Ruoyan's fast hand speed. The silver needle turned pitch black at a speed visible to the naked eye. The silver needle in Shu Ruoyan's hand was like a flying bee and a dancing butterfly. After a while, a lot of black poisonous blood was forced out of Wan Shanhar's body. At the same time, there is a strong and pungent fishy smell, which makes people feel dizzy, nauseous and vomiting. After a while, Shu Ruoyan was already sweating and panting. However, under his acupuncture, Wan Shanhar's complexion relaxed a lot, and his body did not tremble as constantly as before. Seeing this, Shu Ruoyan finally stood up straight, slowly breathed a sigh of relief, and began to prepare to remove the silver needle inserted into Wan Shanhar's body. "Grandpa Shu, how is my dad? Is he out of danger?" Wan Mai hurried forward and asked anxiously. Shu Ruoyan nodded. "Fortunately, I arrived in time and didn't delay any further. I also didn't cause any trouble to irrelevant people. I am now out of danger." As Shu Ruoyan spoke, he glanced at Li Yue intentionally or unintentionally. Wan Mai's pretty face suddenly turned cold when she saw this. Dr. Shu's expression clearly meant that Li Yue, this charlatan, almost killed Wan Shanhar. "Grandpa, you saw it. I told you he was a charlatan, but you didn't believe me. It almost got Dad into trouble. You charlatan, what are you still doing standing here? Get out of here." Wan Mai is now completely convinced that Li Yue is the one who deliberately poisoned the Wan family, and at this moment he even exudes a murderous intent. Li Yue turned a blind eye to this, and just crossed his arms and sneered, "I'm not leaving because I want to see how you guys kill Wan Shanhar." As soon as these words were spoken, the room fell into silence. The medical staff at Los Angeles First Hospital were stunned. In their opinion, Li Yue must have lost his mind. He actually said such words in front of the Wan family and Dr. Shu, offending two important people at the same time. Wasn't he tired of living? "Boy, are you crazy? Do you know what you are talking about? How dare you curse Patriarch Ruan? Are you courting death? You were nowhere to be found when divine Dr. Shu was treating patients, yet you dare to speak so arrogantly." Seeing Shu Ruoyan's ugly face, the medical staff hurriedly shouted angrily. Wan Mai was so angry that she was shaking all over. If Ruan Yunlong hadn't stopped her, she would have probably taken action. Ruan Yunlong looked a little unhappy at this moment, but after thinking it over, he suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Li, what do you mean by this?" Seeing that Ruan Yunlong had not yet turned hostile, Li Yue could not help but sigh at the demeanor of this god of war. After all, according to the script, Wan Yunlong would probably have attacked himself by now. "I told you before, Master Wan wasn't poisoned, he was bewitched." Dr. Shu's acupuncture method is indeed unique. He uses acupuncture point stimulation to force out the toxins. But the problem is that there's not only poison in Wan Jiaju's body, but also many poisonous insects. His real life is threatened by the poisonous insects. A lot of poison has indeed been forced out, and the insects have been suppressed by the silver needles for a short time, but it won't be long before they will rebound more violently. By then, even a Deluo Jingxian will be helpless. Before Li Yue could finish his words, he was interrupted by the doctors in white coats. "Bar. Where on earth did you read this from? It's a sad fact that there are still people with such backward thinking in this day and age. You've been brainwashed by online literature, and you still dare to question Dr. Shu. Get out now." What Li Yue said was completely contrary to modern medicine and did not fit into the scope of medicine understood by these Los Angeles doctors. What's more, Shu Ruoyan is the god of the medical field in their eyes, so how could they allow Li Yue, a young boy, to question him? Shu Ruoyan just snorted disdainfully and continued to remove the silver needles from Wan Shanhar's body. As the silver needles were pulled out, Wan Shanhar's complexion became better and better. When there was only the last silver needle in the heart area left in his chest, Wan Shanhar's eyelids even twitched and he woke up immediately. "What's wrong with me?" Wan Shanhar, lying on the hospital bed, looked at the people around him with a puzzled look on his face. "A miracle doctor. He is indeed the miracle Dr. Shu. This is truly a miracle cure. You are worthy of being the leader of Dragon Country's medical community. Boy, what do you have to say now?" Everyone in the room was mocking Li Yue. Wan Shanhar's awakening was undoubtedly the biggest slap in the face to Li Yue. Even Wan Yunlong frowned this time, his eyes full of displeasure. However, facing the accusations from everyone, Li Yue remained calm and showed no emotion at all. Ruan Mai told Ruan Shanhe everything that had happened. At this moment, Ruan Shanhe's brows suddenly turned upside down, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. He didn't expect that when he returned to Los Angeles for a meal, he was almost ambushed and killed. Someone come. Capture him for me. With Ruan Shanhe's roar, the bodyguards outside the door rushed in quickly and pointed their guns directly at Li Yue. Chapter 19 Ruan Yunlong's Promise. But even facing these black gun muzzles, Li Yue stood there with his expression unchanged. Ruan Yunlong admired his courage. Dr. Shu, thank you so much this time. My Ruan family owes you a big favor. Ruan Shanhe looked at Shu Ruoyan with gratitude and said. Shu Ruoyan simply waved his hand calmly, his face calm and composed. It's all right, Brother Yunlong and I are old acquaintances. I'm not sure I can save you today, but it's mainly because you're lucky. I'll remove this last silver needle and prescribe some medicine for you to take good care of yourself. It won't take long for you to recover. As he spoke, Shu Ruoyan prepared to pull out the last silver needle from Ruan Shanhe's heart. I advise you not to do this. Li Yue on the side sneered. That silver needle is the last straw that can suppress the GU worm. Without it, his heart meridian will be devoured by the GU worm very quickly. If Li Yue remembered correctly, there was some trade between the Ruan family and his own family. The most crucial thing is that the Ruan family is also one of the top families in Longwa. There is still no clue about the murder of his mother. Li Yue does not want to see too much change in these big families in Longwa. Boy. I think you're really looking for death, and you're still so stubborn. Master Ruan has already woken up, and you're still here spouting these deceitful and deceptive nonsense. Before Shu Ruoyan and Ruan Shanhe could say anything, the medical staff could no longer bear it and started cursing at Li Yue. Boy, you dare to lay a hand on my Ruan family. I will make sure you pay the price. Ruan Shanhe, lying on the hospital bed, had a cold look in his eyes. Although Ruan Yunlong had some doubts in his heart, he just frowned and didn't say much. After all, it was a fact that his son had a rosy face and had woken up. Shu Ruoyan stepped forward and pulled out the last silver needle. Ruan Shanhe also exhaled at this time and felt that his strength had been restored to his whole body. Puff! But at this moment, everyone discovered that Ruan Yunlong, who had just been about to sit up, actually spat out a mouthful of black blood, and then fell directly onto the bed and lost consciousness. Beep beep. The medical equipment nearby also issued a violent alarm at this time. At this moment, everyone in the room was stunned. All this happened too suddenly, catching them completely off guard. How is this possible? The pulse is disordered and the vitality is declining rapidly. This shouldn't be possible. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Shu Ruoyan's forehead, and he hurriedly gave the acupuncture points again, but this time no matter how hard he stimulated the acupoints, it had no effect at all. Seeing that Ruan Shanhe was breathing out more than breathing in and his vitality was gradually disappearing in an instant, everyone in the room couldn't help but turn their attention to Li Yue. At this moment, an idea emerged in everyone's mind. Could it be that what he said was true? Dr. Shu, what's going on? Ruan Yunlong looked extremely anxious, as he only had this one son. Brother Yunlong, I don't know either. The toxins have clearly been expelled, but why is there still so much congestion in your body? Also, it's like his acupuncture points have lost their sensitivity. Acupuncture is completely ineffective. This was also the first time that Shu Ruoyan encountered such a situation, and he was a little at a loss for a moment. Mr. Li, do you have any solution? Ruan Yunlong also reacted at this time. Realizing that Li Yue might not have lied, his voice trembled for a moment. This is none of my business. I've reminded you several times, but you insist on calling me a liar. There's nothing I can do about it. I just said it, I stayed here just to see how you guys would kill. Mr. Li, please stay. At this moment, Ruan Yunlong flashed in front of Li Yue with a look of guilt on his face. Mr. Li, this is all my fault. I clearly trusted you, but I chose to doubt you. I hope you'll save my son for my sake. I swear on the Ruan family's behalf that if you need anything in the future, we will definitely help you with all our might. As he spoke, he bowed deeply to Li Yue. However, Li Yue just looked at him indifferently and still said nothing. Seeing this, Ruan Yunlong looked at Li Yue, then at his son, gritted his teeth and pleaded. Mr. Li, I swear as Ron Yunlong that if you come to my rescue today, I, Ron Yunlong, will do my utmost to support you, regardless of life or death. When Li Yue heard this, the corners of his mouth finally curled up. Although Ron Yunlong, the god of war of the Dragon Kingdom, deserves respect, even a clay man has a temper. The Ron family has humiliated him many times, so Li Yue is not a good person. Ron Yunlong's two oaths seem to be the same, but in fact they are completely different. The Ron family is one of the top families in Longwa. Its strength should not be underestimated, but that's all it is. Ron Yunlong was one of the three great war gods in the northern border of the Dragon Kingdom back then. Even though he has retired, his status and connections are not comparable to those of ordinary forces. This level of identity is what Li Yue really cares about, and Ron Yunlong naturally understands this. Li Yue knew that his mother had been in trouble that year, and the person behind it was probably powerful enough to cover the sky with one hand in Long Country. Otherwise, with the strength of the Li family, they would not have had any clues for so many years and would not even dare to investigate. Winning over the old war god and the Ron family to his side would be a great help. Mr. Ron, if that's the case, I hope you'll keep your word. I'll do it this time for your sake, but I can't guarantee success. Chapter 20: A True Miracle. If the silver needle in the heart is not removed, I have an 80% to 90% chance of success. But even if I try my best now, I'm afraid I only have 10% left. Li Yue shook his head and said helplessly. After hearing what he said, Shu Ruoyan, who was standing beside him, suddenly looked extremely ugly. After saying that, Li Yue turned around and walked towards the bed, stepping past Ruan Mai without even looking at her. Ruan Mai's delicate body trembled. She looked at her father and then at Li Yue. She actually knelt down and walked directly to Li Yue's side. Everyone in the room was shocked when they saw this. They knew how arrogant Miss Ruan was, but they didn't expect her to go to this extent today and kneel beside Li Yue. A trace of heartache flashed in Ron Yunlong's eyes. He wanted to go forward and help him up, but he controlled himself. My granddaughter is really willful, and this time she will learn a lesson. This world is not as simple as she imagined. Although the Ron family is powerful, it is not impossible to be overthrown. Looking at his son lying on the bed, Ron Yunlong sighed heavily, and a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Li Yue placed his hand on Ron Shanher's meridians at this moment, and after a brief expiration, his brows furrowed. At this moment, the situation inside Ron Shanher's body was much worse than before. All these poisonous insects revived and began to devour his meridians frantically. Li Yue reached out and took Shu Ruoyan's silver needle, and stabbed it directly into his heart. This scene scared everyone present so much that they couldn't help but gasp. Shu Ruoyan, who was standing by, subconsciously wanted to stop it, but swallowed the words back when they reached his lips. Li Yue circulated the little spiritual energy in his body, and then it flowed into Ron Shanher's body along the silver needle, helping him to strengthen his heart meridian. Under Li Yue's spiritual energy, these poisonous insects died quickly like ice and snow melting. In just a few breaths, Li Yue successfully protected Ron Shanher's heart meridian and saved his life. The alarm from the monitoring equipment in the house, which had been ringing continuously, finally stopped at this moment. Seeing Ron Shanher's breathing gradually becoming even, everyone widened their eyes and was shocked. This is simply a miracle. This is the real miracle, doctor. Shu Ruoyan's somewhat cloudy eyes were now wide open, filled with disbelief and shock. Several silver needles were inserted into Ron Shanher's body, using spiritual energy to continuously flush his meridians and kill all the poisonous insects. If Shu Ruoyan had not blindly given the acupuncture before, Li Yue would not have had to go through so much trouble. The spiritual energy cultivated through the 9 Dragons' divine control technique is extremely powerful, and this ordinary poisonous insect cannot stop him. As time slowly passed, cold sweat began to seep out of Li Yue's forehead. After all, he had only been practicing martial arts for a short time, and his own realm was still relatively low. All the dormant poisonous insects in Ron Shanher's body revived, so Li Yue could only use his spiritual energy to kill them all, which consumed a lot of his own body. When only a quarter of the spiritual energy remained in Li Yue's body, all the poisonous insects in Ron Shanher's body were finally expelled by him. Everyone could see with their own eyes that Ron Shanher's complexion had returned to its rosy state and his body was no longer shaking violently. The vitality that was almost dissipated began to slowly recover. Li Huaye took a scalpel from the table and quickly cut open Wan Shanhe's palm. Immediately, a large amount of black blood gushed out. Looking at the smelly and poisonous blood flowing all over the ground, Xu Ruoyan felt ashamed. He had previously thought he had eliminated a large amount of toxins, but he had only eliminated less than 1/5. After the blood in Wan Shanhe's palm returned to red, Li Huaye looked at Xu Ruoyan standing beside him. Xu Ruoyan was also a little at a loss for a moment, and the two of them stared at each other. "What are you looking at me for? Bandage him up. You're a miracle doctor, do you still need me to teach you this?" Li Huaye walked aside speechlessly. "Okay, Dr. Li, I'll bandage the wound right away." Xu Ruoyan nodded and bowed respectfully, then used gauze to help Wan Shanhe treat his palm. At this moment, the way he looked at Li Huaye had completely changed, and his eyes were full of admiration. He had no idea how Xu Ruoyan had managed to save Wan Shanhe's life. At this moment, everyone in the room couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw Wan Shanhe breathing evenly. Although he had not yet woken up, his life was no longer in danger. If the current head of the Wan family were to be born, it would certainly cause a shock to the Dragon Kingdom. Wan Yunlong turned his head to look inside the room. At the medical staff of Luocheng First Hospital, a cold light flashed in his eyes. "Everyone, I will definitely give you the rewards you deserve for what happened today. Of course, I also hope that you will not spread rumors. Don't worry, old man. We are just doing a routine physical examination today. Nothing happened." "That's right, we just came to do a simple physical examination. Nothing happened and we didn't see anything." Then these medical staff crawled out of the Wan family, and before leaving, they did not forget to engrave Li Huaye's appearance in their hearts. They were extremely shocked that a young man who was only in his 20s actually possessed such magical means. After Dr. Xu bandaged the wound, Wan Shanhe took his pulse again and found that his breathing was very stable and his physical condition was even much better than before. Xu Ruoyan widened his eyes, totally unable to imagine how Li Huaye did it. "Li, Dr. Li. I was blind before, please don't mind it." Xu Ruoyan came to Li Huaye's side, bowed respectfully, his face full of shame. Li Huaye quickly waved his hand. "Senior Xu, please don't call me a miracle doctor. I don't deserve that title." Others may not know, but Li Huaye is very clear that this is not medical skills at all. He is simply using the powerful spiritual energy of his own to forcibly treat the patient. On the contrary, Xu Ruoyan's medical skills are really superb. He applies medicine on the silver needles and then stimulates the acupuncture points with unique techniques. If these poisonous insects were not extremely difficult to deal with, it would probably not be his turn to take action. However, Xu Ruoyan and others only regarded Li Huaye's words as humble words. "Mr. Li, thank you so much for this time." Wan Yunlong looked at Li Huaye seriously and said in a deep voice, "A gentleman's word is as good as gold. My previous promise stands. From now on, the Wan family and I will support you wholeheartedly, regardless of life or death, as long as you need us." As their words fell, a strong aura emanated from Wan Yunlong. This was a promise made as a military leader that he would never regret until his death. Li Huaye nodded with satisfaction. Only then did he realize that Wan Mai was still kneeling towards him, with her head lowered and a look of guilt on her face. "Get up, I don't have any New Year's money for you." After saying that, Li Huaye and Wan Yunlong turned around and left. Wan Mai trembled when she heard the voice, and stared in Li Huaye's direction in a daze. Chapter 21 Three-Party Cooperation. Everyone present looked at the young man meditating in the corner, and no one would think it was the second one. He spent the rest of the time with Baozi. After 2 days of affectionate time, he and Chubucho went down to the sea under the Zhejiang Bridge. This is the first time in all these years that the mute slave has had such a reaction. We'll know when we get there and see what other reactions the mute slave has. Feng Wanlin said. The inside of the palace is a world of its own, with sacred mountain waterfalls, flowing water, tall mountains and beautiful peaks, and all kinds of scenery. Unsurprisingly, the Huiher people couldn't even answer the question about Huermingshuan's incense. Their noses were filled with the fragrance of lotus flowers, but everyone knew that this incense had nothing to do with lotus flowers. "The sun looks bright today, mother. How about we go to the yard and play mahjong?" Yao suggested with a smile, looking at the bright autumn sun outside. Not only was Lu Yu in front of him extremely powerful, but he also had no way of controlling his energy 100%, so for a moment, Ederhide felt extremely helpless. How did the murderer find these people? Yang Ruyu suddenly muttered as he looked at the information on the projector. He frowned, took a sip of wine, and a smile flashed in his eyes. Feng Wanlin's junior sister, if he married her, he wouldn't have to work hard to win over Feng Wanlin. However, his regret was only for a moment. What he earned now was just a number, and he had to make money in his pocket in the end. Seeing the determination in Mo Shizer's eyes, Mo Yuanqing shouted angrily, but Mo Shizer did not stop obediently. Li Yu and Yao Yu were the only two people left in the hall. The atmosphere was dull and no one spoke first. Xianyan struggled to slowly focus his unfocused gaze on the doctor's face. The corners of his mouth twitched, but he couldn't say a word. As she thought about it, Jing Yanxin's head gradually began to feel heavy. She sighed softly and slowly closed her eyes. She needed to rest before facing the unknown tomorrow. Huan Yang didn't say anything. The man in front of her was enough for her two sisters to handle. Now all Huan Yang had to do was to wait until the man's blood boiled and he wanted to enjoy himself with her sisters, and then help her sisters suck the man's yarn energy dry. I was completely stunned by Fan Yi's mother's beating, and I had no idea how to stop her. Fan Yi was in a similar situation to me, completely unable to bring himself to do anything. But Fan Yi was still relatively rational, at least he took advantage of the opportunity to put on his pants. 2 days. Jing Yunshin stared at Li Desi in surprise for half a second, then nodded to indicate that she understood. Li Desi saw that she had nothing else to do and left. I had already crushed the thing into a ball, but judging by its long, black hairs, it was probably a venomous creature like a spider. When these words were spoken, many people were stunned for a moment, but then, a lot of noises were heard. Some were skeptical, some were unbelieving, but more were just looking forward to the show. From him, Liu Xiang learned that the military pay was actually squeezed out of the people. The court had already issued it, but it was robbed by Zhongshan and others on their way. Wang Qinian didn't care about the trial that Mr. Kel'Thuzad was conducting. There would always be people who thirsted for power among the mags in Dalaran. Zamperini actually doesn't quite understand the market situation right now. The only one who understands it is De Laurentiis. Cavarni is a player with a price but no demand in Italy. Don't be sentimental here, let's go find Austin first. I've searched here several times but couldn't find him. Lin Chen reminded on the communicator. Richard didn't answer her, a smile playing in the corner of his eyes. While the move Ymir used was powerful, it wasn't complex, it simply involved drawing out the strength of his heart and throwing it. It was easy to dodge, and Richard didn't believe Shrewd could be defeated by such a move. Downstairs, Lane 4's offensive intensified, especially after casualties, fueling the bloodlust and murderous intent of most. Zhang Zhao and Guo Rong clung to the edge of the building, peering down at Lane 4, who pointed at the gate with a furious roar, shouting, "Kill!" If it weren't for the moment, he'd have the air of an ancient general commanding a battle. Although those big families are all obsessed with money, to be honest, they still need to maintain their reputation in essence. The so-called reputation is what later generations call gentlemanly demeanor. Brother Chu Yun, wait for me. Before he had time to sit down and drink a sip of water, Elamu had no choice but to follow Chu Yun out. Chu Nyo seemed to walk over nonchalantly, grabbed the ram's neck and threw it out. It fell to the ground not far from the fire pit with a bang, but it didn't kill it, it just prevented it from walking around. My dear disciple, if you leave the voice channel again, I will call the police and accuse you of betraying your master and ancestors. This was the first sentence Han Yu said after entering the voice channel. It was obvious that he was still brooding over what happened just now, and his voice was full of deep resentment. When Cao Cao's 6 generals saw Liu Biyu running away, they did not chase him. Instead, they led their horses back to Cao Cao's camp like Liu Biyu did. Just like the necessary conditions before a wizard can chant magic, each character contains more than 1,000 historical images. Feng Liu smiled. Originally, he didn't intend to kill these people because it would bring him a lot of trouble. According to the ancient ranking of official positions in the Qin Empire, the Prime Minister was one of the highest officials besides the Emperor. And according to the inscription on the stone tablet outside this city, the first Emperor's tomb should be in the core palace area. Taking a deep breath, the leader of the southern expedition slowly walked into the city gate. This was also the first time he actually entered the Fire Tribe's base. But because it is much stronger than in the original drama, Uncle Ju and the others did not leave any ink lines on it. The only successful one was the simplified version of the taboo totem tattoo. The rest has become the dust of history. However, at this moment, a fragrant breeze blew by, and Liu Wuqing was seen coming to the roof with her long hair loose and wearing a bright red palace dress. Damn it, my brain is crazy, Zhuoxi said, slapping his head, and then thought for a while, no, I'm at a disadvantage, you have to let your apprentice call me grandpa. The road was still long, and Lillian didn't hear her voice at all. Besides, there was a large group of people staring at her in front of her, and she didn't have the extra energy to see that far. Chapter 22 Xiao Yudi's Shock. In this way, after the Zhucheng area was completely resolved, the entire area south of the capital was completely conquered by Qin Yi. As for the rest of the things, it is just like Zhang Yaoyang's views on certain aspects: let him be strong, the breeze will blow over the hills; let him be arrogant, the bright moon will shine on the river. Chen Fengyu himself is a master in the middle stage of the transformation realm, while Jiyu Yunji is just a first-rate internal strength warrior, so naturally he is a little disdainful. At this time, when Ren Qiue was holding back her tears and dared not say a word, she looked at Qin Yi with fear, and was scared from the bottom of her heart. This fruit is so fragrant. Even though he has lived for so many years, seen countless delicacies from mountains and seas, and eaten countless elixirs, at this moment, he still can't help but drool. The streets of Jicheng were in chaos and noisy. Gao Jinli opened the door and looked outside. He knew that it was an army arresting ordinary people. He prayed for them in his heart. Just as he was about to turn around, he found a package on the threshold. Gao Jinli stuck his head out to look around and saw that there was no one, so he picked up the package and turned around to close the door. The mammoth was more than 6 meters tall. When people rode on its back, they discovered that flames were burning several kilometers behind them. Huge columns of magma rose from the ground into the air like a scepter from hell, and the surrounding area had become a sea of fire. Although the sea of consciousness is fun, it cannot be used for a long time, which has dampened his original excitement and joy. He cannot keep it open for a long time, which means that he cannot immediately guard against the arrival of unknown things at any time. On the way, Yang Miazhen and Wang Minute decided not to tell anyone about the marriage proposal for the time being, and to make it public after the matchmaker and betrothal gifts arrived. Up to now, the Red Turban Army has only been making trouble in Junan County. It is estimated that no one outside has noticed this emerging army. The clasping palms were broad and thickly calloused, full of strength, and separated immediately after touching. Xiao Pei looked at 0 Point with a puzzled expression. He didn't expect that she actually knew Mu Xiao. Chen Fan did not hide anything from them. Neither the Walong clan nor Ying Caichen were outsiders. Zheng Yingyin paused here, emitting a peaceful aura, and said with a smile, I have the blood of the auspicious beast Qilin. In the future, I will inherit the responsibilities of the Qilin clan, become an imperial teacher or travel around the world. Marriage will be a constraint for me. Li Qianchen frowned slightly. Marriage was an issue he had always wanted to avoid. Before he was released from the reformatory, he had already started looking for someone to investigate the whereabouts of these people. It's obvious that he never thought this day would come, nor did he think that others would take such a risk. My existence is indeed unimportant, but there is no reason for you to continue to laugh at me like this. What Jiangshan said made some sense. Ying Jinghuai was pulled in by her. Even if she felt that the other party was not suitable and wanted to kick him out, she couldn't just tell him to get out. Otherwise, how could Jiangshan survive in this circle in the future? Jianghao, Zhu Zhu, there are many things I don't understand. Why don't we go to the island during the day? Why do we have to go to the island at night? This island is my home. What else can we do if we go there openly during the day? At this moment, the holy elephant saw that these treasures he had collected with great effort were destroyed in the blink of an eye, and the huge beast pupils suddenly turned red. But if it is a doctor, someone from the imperial hospital, or that person has only just begun to learn the art of medicine. The guide was still leading their way. There was no road at all in this endless wilderness. If it weren't for the guide, Zhu Yang and the others would definitely have lost their way. Leng Morchen will be here soon, and I will take him home. Maybe when he sees familiar things, he will remember something. He glanced uneasily behind the curtain. Princess Xuning and Princess Yu also looked puzzled. This should not have been a pre-arranged matter. DeLong didn't say much about the order issued to Xiong Yongtai, because this was the power of the Ministry of National Defense, and he, Xiong Yongtai, had the right to issue orders to generals' offices in various places. When Nini woke up, she opened her eyes and found her mother beside her. It had been a long time since she had seen her mother when she woke up. Xian thought about every step she had taken in the past 3 years. It was no exaggeration to describe some moments as thrilling. If it were not for Delong's support at the critical moment, Xian herself probably wouldn't dare to imagine what the situation would be like now. Would the Qing dynasty change? I looked up and met his cold eyes. My heart trembled and I immediately looked away. Prince Gong saw that the two masters and servants had fallen out and were adding fuel to the fire. He hoped that Yuan Shikai would take this opportunity to rise up in rebellion. Then he could eliminate Yuan Shikai as a traitor and take over his current army. Behind the joking man was a more composed man, tall and thin, wearing glasses. He grabbed the man named Delang by the shoulder and glanced around the corner. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Su Yingmai, smiling tactfully and elegantly in front of a crowd of reporters, finally reached this point. At the new product launch, Su Yingmai's elegant demeanor and image earned her a lot of attention for the new product. Yu Yao carefully examined her painting and was quite satisfied. It was an exceptional painting, and it seemed she had made great progress. If Mr. Yushan saw it, he would be very happy too. Tell me clearly, how much is it per pound? Gao Jingzong and Chen Ying shouted almost at the same time. After saying that, Gao Jingzong and Chen Ying immediately shut up. Nan Gubwa also looked her up and down. Alas, Xue Jin could only choose such a defective maid. What kind of life is this? Isn't it said that the Zhu family is very rich? Shimen Chushue's cheeks suddenly felt cold, as if a breeze had blown past. After a breath, he suddenly turned around. Mrs. Lin told Lin Qinghan the seriousness of the matter. If you don't apologize, there will be a rift between husband and wife, and you will regret it then. But why, when he took out the ring with hope, did she run away without saying a word? Golden energy flowed like an elf on the fingertips of the enchantress. Her eyes moved slightly as she looked at the powerful men from the soul-devouring valley and the bloodthirsty Bat tribe around her. A faint smile appeared on her charming face. Finally, the conclusion was reached that all the people who fell ill were bitten by a mutated mosquito, and these mosquitoes were the ones produced after the corpses rotted. Gao Jingzong was quite conscientious and sold the smelted steel at 10 coins per kati, which is equivalent to about 30,000 yuan per ton in later generations. Of course, no matter what they thought, they would never have thought that what if this phone was not bought by Chen Dazi, but given to Chen Dazi by Mr. Lang. Chapter 23 Shopping. This made him very distressed, because after giving part of the little money he had left to the martial arts school, he spent it all on food, and he was already stretched to the limit. The field of view tracker is similar to human visual detection, tracking only visual targets that are seen, rather than using over-the-horizon radar to detect aerial targets. By the way, are you here to look for Brickolan? A hint of reluctance suddenly appeared in Meeker's eyes. However, what puzzled him was that during the first month of training, everything was calm and peaceful. Blue Star wins. Who will be the next challenger? On the fighting arena, a blue-haired fairy man defeated a barbarian with a sword, and the referee in black announced. As Jiang Meili was talking, she seemed to be really unhappy, so she directly grabbed the back of Wang Lang's hand, and with a har-hum, she bit it hard. He formed seals with his hands, and all the original energy in his body condensed into one point, turning into a huge snowflake, shooting straight towards Lin Hao. As long as the news is released, no one will not be tempted. Even those who are half a step away from being supreme will come to beg to accept it. Hua Wuqi watched Dai Qian prepare a lot of packages, as well as a lot of all-terrain vehicles for mountain transport and a lot of tools for civil engineering. It was difficult, too difficult. At the time, I only had the strength of a 5th-grade Dharma god or a 4th-grade fighting god, while Dark Moon Miqing was already a peak-level fighting god or Dharma god. So even though I fought her together with the golden armored war god, we were still no match for her. She sealed my fighting infant and all my meridians, and even my demon infant was almost sealed by her. The artists from Huanyu originally wanted to exaggerate the Huang family after Li Shangshan left, but when they saw this scene, they immediately shrank their necks and didn't even have the courage to look up at Li Shangshan. If Li Shangshan knew about their gossip behind their backs, he would kick them in the face. The pain was so unbelievable. Li Yong requested some supplies from his superiors for the troops that were about to enter Xinjiang, including goggles and sunglasses for individual soldiers. In addition to goggles that can be used for combat in windy and sandy weather, sunglasses are even more indispensable equipment. Do you really want to know? After looking at Ying Fengfeng's back, Jessica Jung raised her beautiful eyebrows when she thought of the admiring expression on Kim Taeyan's face when she talked about Ying Fengfeng just now. Just when Ji Minute was embarrassed and didn't know what to say, Liang Shan came to the rescue at the right time. With the appearance of Lee Saman and others, the scene suddenly became lively. Needless to say, the reporters were definitely pointing their cameras at them, and the fans of Unni saw their idol come out, and the overwhelming cheers made the scene even more lively. Liu Yihua rolled his eyes. But he felt Wu Jing was right. He was indeed prone to stirring up trouble. No. I will never cover up for anyone. This is my duty. You are too polite, young master. Mayor Jiang said as if it was a matter of course. Li Shangshan put his phone away, looked at Li Yunhui with a smile, and walked out of the alley first. Li Yunhui was full of doubts about Li Shangshan at this time, and had many questions in her mind, but seeing that Li Shangshan had no intention of answering, she could only follow him out of the alley. Watching Yu Yingfeng slowly walk towards Han Chai-young, not only Han Chai-young felt a hint of anticipation, but also Kan Ho-dong, Shin Jung-wan and others beside her were extremely eager. They wanted to know how this most affectionate man could resolve his affair. After saying that, Wang Yufei strode away. As she opened the door and was about to leave, she turned back and smiled sweetly at Liu Yihua, then walked out and closed the door. Xu Yuanqing, who had been watching silently from the side, couldn't tell what he felt at the moment. He only knew that this was the law of the world, and losers would be abandoned by the world. It doesn't matter even if I lose my life. I must bring them to justice. Wang Yang must be arrested, but this person who is as powerful as Wang Yang must also be arrested. Zhenji said seriously. That depends on what you can give. If the chips are not enough, I'm too lazy to move. The savage shrugged, but his eyes kept scanning Cao Fei. Bullies are best at bullying, and most of the young bullies under my command are used to being rude. Now that they see Zhu Jiayu doesn't dare to fight us, they are all trying to find ways to taunt them in the most vicious way. You all go out, I want to have a good chat with Chu Jun. Nightmare Dragon said, waving to Chu Jun. She said she was leaving the next day. She had been at home for a week and was going back to Hong Kong for work. Bai Ling tried to get her to stay, but she insisted. Later, I wanted to tell her about my marriage to Bai Ling, but in the end I didn't. No one looked at me, and Yan Hongling didn't come either. Half a month later, I was tried in court and sentenced to 2 years in prison for bribery. When I stood in the court and heard the verdict, I did not obey and filed an appeal. Wu Chenyu fell on his back, and the last place his gaze rested was the clear sky. Captain, why did you do such a thing? Taking civilians as hostages is too much. Kira, who was listening at the side, finally couldn't help but ask, his face full of a stubborn expression of disagreement. Zhuqiulia hadn't sent the guards after her, he must have known it was her. So, she really didn't need to rush. Zhuqiulia would definitely give her time to prepare, time to figure out how to deal with him. The secret spy agency has been established for 100 years. Its headquarters is located in the underground of the Western Xia Palace. Its scale and complex structure are no less than the palace on the ground. The current leader of the secret spy is a 60-year-old man named Lu Jiang. Li Yuanchang is the second generation of Western Xia king he serves. Chapter 24. Remember to attend my wedding. After a few drinks, some guys became even bolder and actually came over to toast. The dragon god also accepted everyone, drinking one glass after another as if it were water, with a generosity that put Ibuki Suika and the others to shame. Because once Wo-chan senses hostility, she will attack her opponent without hesitation. For this reason, Dongfang Yao repeatedly reminded her not to act rashly. Seeing that the other party was indeed not seriously injured, Yang Jiangyijiu didn't care that she was still dizzy and pulled her up. Stupid, it's winter clothes have extra fleece. Zhu Yang glanced at me with disdain and walked out of the ward with his hands in his pockets. When the others saw that the two old men didn't even give face to the president of the Beast Tamers Union, they couldn't help but feel a little more wary of the two old men's identities. He thought that Qin Zheng was his life partner, and it seemed pretty good to be able to play and fight with her for the rest of his life. The word, acting like a spoiled child, was not unfamiliar to her, but she was never the one to act like a spoiled child, but rather the one who watched others act like a spoiled child. At home, her younger sister was also quite good at acting like a spoiled child. Xiao Xiao thought that the name of Dragon Bird Mad Knife was extremely cool and awesome, but Dubai was laughing so hard that he was out of breath. Because of the name, the hair on Dubai's head was almost killed again. Finally, he admitted with tears in his eyes that the name of the knife was really extremely cool and awesome. She gazed at the man beside her with great pleasure. The feeling of waking up in his arms was different. When she thought about how she had not rejected him just now, her face became hot again. Seeing Jiu Liuxing sitting directly on the bed, she kicked him directly. When everyone heard Hua Qingquan's voice, they couldn't help but look towards the arena, only to see a young man walking out of the pit on the arena step by step, and getting closer and closer to their sight. Just at this moment, a siren sounded and a police car drove towards Huang Dala's taxi. After it stopped, four policemen got out and surrounded Huang Dala's car. Xi Jincheng returned to his original seat and sat down, still maintaining the same sitting posture, lazy and compassionate. "Mom, what are you doing?" Qin Qianyu scolded her angrily and stopped her from taking Xia Ji's things again. Wei Baoder was shocked. What happened? Why was he jumping and running again? Could he really be ill? Yes, I heard it clearly, not a single word is wrong. Da Xiar said confidently. I forgot to tell you, the coffee is a little sweet. He put his lips against hers, breathed hot air on her lips, and whispered. Their familiar figure was Shin Yusuzu, who had dropped his bath towel because of being frightened by Xing Chushin. At this moment, he was dressed in a white coat and walking towards a secluded staircase. Master Mo, perhaps the remaining clues have been destroyed by the king of the lost temple. Wu Qianxing said at this time. This scene made Su Yun's heart suddenly soften. She couldn't remember how long it had been since she saw a man being so gentle. Master. Lucky Yi's face looked very ugly. He could not resist the command of the command spell and could only obey Director Ken's order against his will. He gripped the two long and short guns tightly and attacked King Saber. Yiling shouted softly and pushed out the purple air on his left hand. In an instant, the purple air changed into a myriad of forms, with all kinds of wonders and mysteriousness. Magical and spiritual weapons were relatively low level and could not be stored directly within the body. They were usually placed in the object storing talisman and retrieved using divine consciousness during battle. Those stored in the dantian for warming and nurturing had to be at least a higher level magical weapon, but they could only be used after reaching the golden core stage. Fortunately, Master Qian is not in danger of his life, and Qingfeng Palace still has Elder Wuyin, a Jindan cultivator, so other sects should not turn against them easily. The four brothers of the Hua family are also independent cultivators in Yuling City. 2 of them are at the 9th level of Kaimai Realm, and 2 are at the 8th level of Kaimai Realm. They have a certain reputation among low-level independent cultivators. Although they are not as famous as the 7 absolute ghost brothers, they also come to many places, which can be inferred from the discussions of the cultivators next to them. Yang Jiaojiao was willing to spend such a huge amount of money for a red fox. Was she bewitched by the red fox? The air exhaled by Jiang Yuan blew on her body, causing her to tremble. Adding Jiang Yuan's words, "Take off your clothes," the atmosphere became even more ambiguous. After Shui Yinchan saw that scene, even if she loved the young master, she felt a sense of alienation in her heart. Of course, she wanted much more than that. Wu Dao just laughed off Nangong Hen's provocation. Then he turned back to the taxi, asked the driver for a toolbox, rolled up his sleeves, opened the hood, and began to modify the car with neat movements. The remaining cultivators could tell from the changes in the expressions of these 3 people that what Boyi had just said was absolutely true. He could actually accurately tell the cultivation time of a cultivator. This is incredible. However, just as the 2 magic swords were about to hit his body, 2 streams of light suddenly appeared in the void behind Luo Ping, one from the left and one from the right, shooting towards the 2 magic swords respectively. Slow down. When these bandits heard Boss Qian say, "Slow down," they thought Jiao Chong and his men were going to surrender, so they stopped again. Didn't Master say that the contemporary emperor had died and no longer existed in the world? Why is this drop of imperial blood still emitting heat? Emperor Bichen said, trembling all over. Today, the Naylan family's headquarters is located in a mountain villa on the outskirts of Dalian. The villa covers a large area and has luxurious facilities including a racecourse, hunting grounds and a golf course. It seemed as if Xiaoyu was about to kneel down and then be crushed. Xiaoyu tried his best to stop it, but he was still shaking like a sieve. After a brief moment of shock, Liu Yu immediately thanked him, but she was curious. Didn't Jia Pei Yuan go out to treat people to a meal? Why did he suddenly think of her own affairs? Chapter 25, 1 verses 3. Hey, where is the water and fire lion of our Yao family? Why is there no movement? When he said this, everyone was shocked. Trap stretched his body as far as he could the moment he landed, and stretched out his right arm desperately to block the ball, but the angle was too tricky, and he watched helplessly as the ball passed over his fingertips. Immediately arrange for someone to search that house. The murderer will definitely leave traces of stain overnight. After listening to my analysis, the captain immediately said to other colleagues. Romer hadn't been drinking at the time. If someone wanted to attack her, they would definitely have a conflict with Romer. So what happened to Romer? Thinking of this, Ding Cheng broke out in a cold sweat and didn't dare to think about it anymore. Lian stretched his head to look at the cliff beside his feet. The cliff was not wide, but it was very high. If an ordinary genin fell down, with nothing to hold onto, the outcome would probably be death. He only knew how to release mental power. As for the magical skills, these things were also robbed, such as Beller's angel wings, Tusang's lightning spirit, Holong's hands and finger and evolution spirit, and the Emperor's sword of the Emperor spirit. How is that possible? Hinata Hayashi could even swallow an elephant. He thought he was a genius to become the clan leader, but how long had it taken him to learn the 128 palms of Baguazhang? 20? 22. But the acting still had to be performed in full, so Li Yun continued speaking along with Sunade's words, but he kept mentioning some inspirational words in his speech. Being the crown prince is the most helpless thing. Lin Jingxing doesn't want his country to be trampled by people with ulterior motives, nor does he want to be a puppet emperor like the king, being restrained by the Lu family all his life and unable to move. God is really helping me. When he finishes his work and comes to find her, I don't know where she is hiding and having fun. What exactly is Nancheng? Gary Cao chose to expand into the market and even build connections there, but what about Li Jinger? She plans to leave Country C and head to Nancheng, too. What's she planning? Of course, he has the strength to pass through the dimensional cracks and dimensional seas and go to other worlds, but the entire world is under the cover of the Red Dragon, and he simply cannot get out through this way. Li Jinger sat in the passenger seat of the arrogant red Ferrari. The scenery in front of her gradually became blurred in her eyes. She was too sleepy. Just when Jing Shui reached the center, there was a sudden vibration from above and a muffled sound. In other words, unless you can break the rules of the box garden, forget about getting in-game benefits through informal channels. But who would be interested in these gifts if they have the ability to break the rules of the box garden? After saying so much, Mr. Huang, how do you plan to deal with me? Yi looked at Wang Junyu. This destroyed and revived demon dragon village has become a village that everyone looks up to. As long as Nai Qian is alive, this ordinary village will be the existence of heaven. Huang Jun said, I know, because it is impossible for you to believe it, so naturally these things will not happen in your eyes. The argument woke up everyone in the carriage. The flight attendant rushed over and called the train police to come over, but they didn't know what was going on for a while. She even felt as if the phantom had melted into the room, becoming transparent, his figure gradually fading. She rubbed her eyes carefully and looked over. The phantom was still sitting there in meditation with his eyes closed, his movements unchanged. She felt extremely discouraged. Chen Jifan secretly compared her with Jiang Ruyan in his mind, and found that even when they stood together, their ages didn't seem much different, and overall they looked like sisters. At this time, Wei Wuji Sorjing Dali, who he had left with the generals to keep an eye on, hurried over to pass the message. Chen Feng withdrew his palm, and Ao Zheng and the other man broke free. They still did not shout or run away, but instead clasped their fists respectfully, which was a sincere admiration for Chen Feng. He tried to flap his wings gently, and unexpectedly, with just a few flaps, his body easily left the ground. If the ceiling of this side hall wasn't too low, he would probably be able to fly higher. So the club got dozens of tickets and reserved them all for the members of the Chinese national team. After smoking 2 cigarettes in the parking lot, he did not drive away but chose to take the elevator back to the president's office. The South Korean team also launched several attacks and had 3 shots in the following time, but Ma Juanqiang performed bravely, blocking high and low shots, and killed the South Korean team's hope of saving face. Even so, the old man refused to surrender. He pulled a Taoist talisman from his pocket, attempting a final resistance. But Tong Yang wouldn't give him the chance. He lunged forward and kicked him squarely in the jaw. The old man screamed in agony and passed out instantly. He and Jiu Dezhong easily climbed over the city wall. There were indeed not many people left, estimated to be only about 1,000. It sounds quite mysterious, but the fat man who had seen the blind old man's magic believed it without a doubt. Moreover, after seeing some of his deeds, he also realized that the blind old man might be some kind of hidden senior who was guiding him because he felt that they had a connection. It's okay, this is enough for me. Lao Qin put almost everything in front of him except 2 bowls of instant noodles. Why was he still guarding the food? Chapter 26, Kicked out of the mall. But then I thought, that's the altar of Yin Yang Valley. Except for Yuan Shen, no one else can use any spiritual power. So I thought Tar Ying and Sister Li Luo must have some connection. As soon as I thought this, I completely lost control and walked towards Tar Ying. By the time he could see the outline of the ravine, he could already feel an invisible hand dragging him. Hand-painted posters for productions have always been a popular profession in the industry. With a hidden talent like Meng Fan, Qinju felt it was possible to expand his illustration business to include hand-painted posters. It wasn't that Meng Fan had to do the painting himself, but rather his guidance was needed. Hu Ju searched for its space station server, and the color of the corridor immediately changed from colorful to dark blue. The only difference is that she now has the freedom to make friends, but she has developed a psychological shadow on friendship. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room now exceeds 500,000. This is because Meng Fan's live broadcast is down to earth and his voice is charming throughout. Many people were not originally viewers of the live broadcast room, but were recommended by others. This includes many who come here specifically to listen to his voice while eating. The man's thin lips came down again, kissing her while concealing the dark color surging in his eyes. You know, when Nian Shi and the other 3 were discussing in this villa, what they were most worried about was that Feng Ziyi, the old stubborn man, would stand up to stop them, so they deliberately avoided him. Su Zai took the picture and started looking at it. Seeing her focused look, Yu Xiao looked at her deeply, his eyes deep and lingering. If she remembered correctly, this period of time should be the time when Song Yanran's lover was sick. In her previous life, Song Yanran relied on him as a big tree to enjoy the shade. After viewing the first floor, return to the center of the living room and take the stairs up to the second floor. The stairs are similar in style to the main entrance, with a curved shape. You can go up from both sides, like a pair of brackets. In the middle is the door to the back garden. The gate is currently under construction and is temporarily inaccessible. The key point is that there is more than one. Dai Lin looked solemn as he took out the body of another male inheritor from the storage ring. It was the same situation. There are only 7 world trees in one world. Destroying one today is like breaking off a leg of the machine emperor world. This is a more serious blow than killing the guardian. But please speak frankly, don't be polite, I am all ears. Wu Weiye was serious and had no intention of giving in. You can sell almost any illicit treasure, martial arts technique, or other item here with confidence. The Devil Pirates will not only keep the identities of both buyers and sellers confidential, but will also provide comprehensive protection before they leave Devil Island. Even if you stole an empire's imperial seal, you can find a buyer here. Xu Chen said that he came for the Taichu Daojing of the Qiandao sect, but if he directly made such a request, he would probably be expelled, let alone obtain the skills. At the same time, other powerful teams nearby also stopped advancing. The team leaders looked at the inheritors of purification spiritual arts in the team with strange expressions, and the latter pointed to the front, indicating that they saw a giant black tree. But man proposes, God disposes. Wu Qin learned about the shocking changes in the zoo from an ordinary passerby. With the help of Liu Yunhui, he arrived here 2 days early and, by chance, captured 2 of Quan Lan's men. When did it happen? She didn't expect that during the time they were apart, she actually had Jun Morshuan's child. She was immediately jealous, but she didn't show any expression on the surface. I nodded hurriedly. If I don't eat now, I'll starve to death. Ji Yuyan looked at me thoughtfully, shook her head without saying a word, and walked away. I hurriedly followed her, carrying my wallet and going downstairs. Well, we can't just go through the minefield and return the same way. I guess they have already set an ambush waiting for us. Lei said after thinking for a while. Just when Duanse was terrified, the communicator between him and his bodyguard suddenly rang. It turned out to be the people in charge of the Blue Moon variety show who had lost contact before. They were overjoyed. Although she felt sore all over and her limbs were weak, she still remembered everything that happened the night before bit by bit from the quilt that still exuded a charming scent. The old man fell heavily to the ground, a little blood slowly flowing through his eyes, his vision frozen on the ground, and for a moment, it became dim forever. When he looked up again, he felt a cool breeze. Mo Li had already used his lightness skills to leave and even his shadow could not be seen. Noticing that the wizard seemed to have some bad intentions, a Caesar pretended to move to Sanruo's side casually. Mo Wangchen glanced at her, said nothing more, picked up the beef noodles, stood up and changed seats again. What made me commit suicide and embark on the path of no return of setting up mysteries and hidden plots, focusing on supporting characters, and diluting the role of the protagonist? The reason why I called you together today to open the ancestral temple and set up the incense altar is to tell you one thing. In my Qingmen, there is still an ancestor who is like an immortal who has never appeared in the world. You should all be more careful and not offend the ancestor. Du Duyue said lightly. The Butu Yuhuan hanging on the wall flew into his hand, and he walked straight out of the room and out of the villa. Sumuchan no longer hesitated. Except for the two airships, all other things were teleported to their previous locations through space. When Qin Miaoyu and her studio staff were busy at the wedding venue, they naturally met the people they had met at the Xiong family banquet before. She understood the prices in this world. If she didn't consider cultivating immortality and just being an ordinary person, 1 spirit stone was about the same as $1 in the future world, and 2 spirit stones could buy a bun. Lu Qianan fell silent. The Qin family was obviously quite rich, but did Qin Miaoyu mean that she only used the money she earned? As if struck by an electric current, Jiang Yuan felt his whole body trembling, and his hands unconsciously grabbed his black coat with more and more force. The Lord of Yuluo Palace released his own aura, and under the influence of that aura, Yi Muyan was instantly forced to retreat a few steps. As a result, the sisters lived with Fang Liniang. Although they were free from the beatings, scolding and exploitation of the old Shen family, their lives were actually not good, and the weight of their lives was not much different from before. As soon as Lu Qianan arrived at the hotel, he received a message from his cousin saying that Qin Miaoyu seemed a little depressed at the last moment. He quickly called her via video, but did not intend to mention Liang Xishuan again. Below are the core members of Jingxiu Villa today. There are currently 57 of them. Each of them has at least reached the great perfection of the Great Emperor realm, and most of them are at the first level of the Red Dust Fairyland. Chapter 27 News from the Factory. Everything went on as usual the next day, except that Yu Yi made 6 lunch boxes and took the children to school. On the other hand, the person who presided over Wushuang City had probably considered all these things long ago since he had given an incense stick of time to prepare. Who knew that when she was struggling violently in her heart, fearing that the other party would utter words of denial? In this way, the production company, producer, director, and screenwriter are all present, and it naturally becomes the basic prototype of a premiere. Natal Beast, it is at the same level as the master, but can share life and magic power, so the natal beast must be a beast with the same magical attributes as the master. Can't I just take a little interest from them now? If they give me money again in the future, it won't be just this little bit. If it's less, they'll feel like they've lowered their own value. That's right. Zhen Quan didn't know where his confidence came from. He was always full of hope for himself. Even if the person in front of him was the strongest in the world, he still maintained his most original confidence. Turning her head to look at the sincere Zhang Yao, Yunmoryu suddenly felt very unfamiliar with him. Gradually, her eyes became a little blurry and her whole body became weak. His face seemed to be getting closer and closer. Sister, pinch me, am I dreaming? Luo Qianyi said blankly looking at the sky. Although the player was angry, he did not dare to lose his temper. Here, his life and death were decided by other people. Lu Jianting couldn't help but pull his collar. Cold sweat had already broken out on his back. He closed his eyes, took a few deep breaths, and left the office. Lin Haotsang pressed his fingers, signaling everyone to be quiet. To be honest, the general trend of the Hengxing Index was no longer under Lin Haotsang's control. At this time, Jiang Chengping and Ji Yu Shuiyu were still looking at Zhang Bei in confusion, their brain circuits had not yet reacted. If Yukoso Masaki is willing to cooperate with Zhuolafeng, she must also be honest, otherwise, Zhuolufeng's honesty will be unnecessary. You've put a poison on me. Chen Yun had never lived in the secular world and had always been practicing in the realm of cultivation. Therefore, he didn't know too many new things about this world and was particularly surprised. But no matter how harshly he cursed, it was useless, because Fu Xing had already arrived in Shen City with his team. You decide this matter yourself. After all, Shu Haishui is not wrong, said the commander-in-chief. 10 minutes later, when Wu Dongyu and the old man arrived at the gate of compound number 5, they saw a taxi stopped. Remember, if you want to serve His Highness, you must first learn to keep your curiosity in your stomach. Don't ask, just do it. Yun Rome said seriously. Although Lin Yuan was not allowed to speak, Lin Chaonan talked a lot. He talked about the work in the hospital and this year's vocational examination. He intentionally or unintentionally hinted to Li Lufei that he should study theoretical knowledge well and strive to get a place in the vocational examination, etc. Now that I think about it, the so-called killing of the gangster was probably just an excuse to cover up his nature as a murderer. What's going on with Shiru? Why is she so depressed? Did you say something later that irritated her? Yang Shizhong asked after getting in the car. Yang Ruoli was a little touched, tears welling up in her eyes, but she didn't want to show it, so she quietly picked up a bun and ate it. The warm breath hit her face, but the man didn't kiss her in the end. He just kept the same distance and agreed. Feng Junyang had long known that she was no longer his elder sister, but he had thought she was at least intelligent. He hadn't expected her to be so foolish as to resort to the same tactics she'd used to win favor in the harem. This time, he didn't even say a word. He simply gave Queen Mother Feng a mocking smile before turning and leaving the palace. Luo Xian suddenly realized and remembered that Qin Tong had mentioned his life experience to him when he was in the human world. He said that he was born in the thunder and lightning on the top of Mount Kunlun, as if he came from heaven. It turned out that he was worthy of the title. He was really a righteous god Zhao who came to the human world from the Kunran divine realm of the 107th heaven. Ao, how did the talk with Shimen go? Did she agree to a divorce? Shiru asked with a smile. Pianin, who was very good at observing people's words and expressions, how could he not notice that the moment he came in, the emperor's face showed a hint of worry and anxiety? Pianin understood this, but did not dare to let the emperor wait too long at this time. Lin Feng activated the thief's novice skill, Swift Step, increasing his speed by 5%, and rushed towards the pit. This was a level 1 skill that thieves were born with and could not upgrade. Although it was not as good as Wind Step, it was a rare advantage for a new thief. Jiang Ziyin woke up when I made breakfast. He looked at the time and said that he had made an appointment with the school and would take her to kindergarten today. I'll invite you to join the guild so that you don't have to go to the guild management again. Suran said. The guild president has the power to invite any player to join the guild, and the other party does not need to go to the guild management office in person to apply for membership. It is very convenient. Of course Jianxi was willing. He also wanted to see what Pingshe and the others were eating. At this time, the 5 of them went directly to the cafeteria. But thinking of that, Wu Xiaoming's face suddenly turned red, because she thought of the embarrassing scene with Lin Feng last time. It was so embarrassing that she lowered her head and was embarrassed to look at Lin Feng. The branches that had withered and turned dark brown began to grow slowly again, and a touch of green representing life quickly extended. After a while, the plants on the windowsill became full of vitality again. By then, the dark energy in the Ancient One will completely erupt, and neither Patch nor Aureliana will survive. When Xu Chenxi sent someone to find him, he saw someone pushing the door in, and a panic expression flashed across his face. I'm sorry, I'm just a homeless person passing by, I'll leave right away. He deliberately lowered his voice and pretended to be a little vicissitudes of life, not wanting everyone to know that he was the powerful official who came back from the dead. Crystal clear water flowed down from between her fingers, as if she was holding a handful of stars, falling into the water continuously from her hands, sparkling with clean and pure starlight. Hearing the soldiers' shouts, Apagast, like most soldiers, subconsciously thought that they were reinforcements from the Huns, and the last bit of blood on his face was replaced by a paleness of despair and helplessness. Chapter 28 Xiao Yudi's alertness. She walked over to Feng Chen, without a word, only using her charming, clear eyes to express her deep affection. With a splash of water, she lifted her sleeves and condensed the emerald green vitality into a healing force between her fingers, pouring it into his body without reservation. As long as you follow my plan, I will be the only one in conflict with the 7 guns, and you can go and plunder their supplies directly. Even if I fail, they can't blame you, and there will be no loss for you at all, right? Lu Buping tempted further. Yes, Yunfei didn't use much violence when he attacked before. At most, he just knocked the person away, but there was no effect of the human body exploding out of thin air. Unexpectedly, this action, which was intended to avoid disgusting Schwer, caused Schwer to misjudge. Har tilde, I won't tease you anymore. Of course I have a reason why I want to buy it. Seeing that the 2 girls were shocked, Li Yang laughed unscrupulously. The shattering of the earth came from the penetration of the power of the first machete and the horn of thunder judge when they clashed, as well as the impact force generated when the second machete directly destroyed the thunder shield. The 2 forces almost overlapped, and the destructive power was extremely terrifying. I will definitely visit you often, so you should be prepared. If there is anything I am not satisfied with, I will point it out to you bluntly. She also said it very bluntly. You are incomprehensible. Execute him. The cyborg's eyes glowed red again, aiming at Lu Buping. He was sure that this blow would burn the survivor in front of him to ashes. However, as soon as Zi Lingqian showed up, all around him, there were bright sword lights, dazzling knife lights, thunder striking the head, raging fire burning the sky, divine elephants roaring, and the great Ming King seal emitting tremendous power, all suppressing him and approaching Zi Lingqian's head in an instant. However, in this battle, the Xia army managed to block the full-scale attack of the Sui army with less than half of the Sui army. At this time, hundreds of thousands of Xia cavalry led by Han Zigao on the north bank of the Ruolu River also began to cross the Ruolu River and move south, which began to put great pressure on Yang Jun, who led the coalition forces of the Sui army and the Turkic cavalry. He had no self-awareness of being a prisoner, but he had already felt what it was like to be one. Haitian prison was definitely not just a simple cage. More importantly, the people imprisoned inside were treated as prisoners and were given great restrictions. After gathering, the soldiers of the paratrooper squad ran towards the white deep sea team, and they were on guard facing the paratroopers. Sushin had seen the giant bone demon soldiers and the thousands of golden lights attacking at the same time before. When the monster was forced into a corner by Sushin before, it also launched this kind of attack, with the giant bone demon soldiers as the main force and the thousands of golden lights as the auxiliary force. According to Asarlia's original plan, the 5th Earth, Amran, was the 35th planet, and the original 4th Earth was the Isklan continent. Because she was holding Canal, Morriser was afraid that the reaction force would be too great when landing, so she tried to adjust the speed of descent, and finally they landed in a light posture. The winged people flew into the sky one after another. Ao Xingfeng took out the blue sky sword and activated Michael's inheritance, and the angel wings grew out. These people completely disregarded their image and tried to get out from under Zheng Hao's hands. Zheng Hao just pushed them lightly, and these people fell down. Could it be that a master had descended upon them? Anyone who could easily neutralize his attack must be a true giant. Such a person possessed immense power, and it was entirely possible that they could appear silently without being detected. They were actually besieging a deity? No one dared to imagine what the consequences would be. I say, your leader just died from trying to scam people. Sushin shouted at the top of his lungs, as if he was afraid that they couldn't hear him. There was another loud bang, and the giant bone demon soldier crushed the void, swung down, and smashed the crystal tower. The giant bone demon soldier was murderous and evil, and the magic mist was rolling. It was very powerful. Although it was not a weapon made by this monster himself, it was inherited from the monster's bloodline. As soon as Tan Qian finished speaking, I heard a burst of uniform howling. All of a sudden, the entire corpse world seemed to be shaken. Amidst such howling, the moonlight in the sky emitted a strong silver-gray light. Now when I think about that night, that ghost outside the window, with that look on its face as if it was playing people with its hands, I feel so angry. Looking at the familiar face on the hospital bed, Xie Yang couldn't help but raise his hand and stroke his pale cheek. Bai Fei and Zhang Qing are still in his hands. Although Zhang Qing betrayed Xiao Fan before and defected to Wang Ergai was arrested and Zhang Qing went to Longjiang Villa. But if possible, I still hope that Zhang Qing can change her mind. I won't bother with her. However, Xiao Fan has been saying that there is no going back. Mu Chucheng finally let her go. Because she was pressed against the door panel by him just now, he pushed her away and prepared to open the door. I never thought that Ging Changxing's things would actually be favored by these people who want to gain immortality. What are you waiting for? The enemy is in the dark while he is in the light. All he can do is do nothing as before. After a few days of free time, I received a call from Chen Yuan, the general manager of the oil tanker fleet. In 2 days, the fleet would dock. Although his mother had not yet said the rest of the words, Mo Jian seemed to have guessed how miserable the following content would make him. Tan Qian opened his eyes and roared rudely. I smiled, looked at him, and then looked at UQ. I risked my life to help her just to make Sang Li remember my friendship with her and become a strong support for me and Long Er in the future. Concubine Rong's judgment of people is not wrong. The side courtyard was as quiet as ever. However, seeing the third madam's calm and peaceful expression, Su Ranhua knew that these days, while not a life of luxury, were peaceful and uneventful. She breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 29 Golden Dragon Gang. This burning sensation comes from within and outside, and no matter where you hide, you cannot escape it. The terrifying feeling strikes your soul directly. So Du Heng chased Zhu Yi away as soon as he returned to the room. This guy has been too clingy lately, like a shadow, and he can't be left anywhere. Xu Mei has recovered her appearance at this time, but compared to before, her skin is much whiter and her figure seems to be more slender, with tight and well-shaped legs and a slim waist with curves in all directions. The chaos seemed to be in tune with her thoughts, and immediately responded with a loud roar. At the same time, its body moved suddenly, and the waves suddenly surged. The sea water around it seemed to boil and scattered in all directions. But sooner or later, this matter could not be concealed, so she had no choice but to bite the bullet and follow her mother into her room. The remaining reporters looked at each other, and then, as if they had made an appointment in advance, they grabbed a random classmate and started interviewing him. Go or die. General T once again pressed the sword in his hand against the soldier's chest and increased the strength in his hand, as if this person dared to refute again, he would kill him directly. There was hardly a pause for a second. The moment the sound reached his ears, Xiao Wuhuan turned his leg and walked directly towards the corridor on the left, as if nothing had happened, as if he had not said anything just now. However, this kind of bad behavior is only a minority, and most fans are relatively rational and objective. I just want to know whether the ghost detection is rigorous, and by the way, ask Chen Yuner a few questions. Looking at Shang Sanguan's expression of no one would believe you, Du Heng picked up the tea in front of him, feeling insecure. After doing all this, Shirley did not forget to smile at Jiang Fan, put on an attitude of being a good person, and then began to bend down to put on her shoes. Girl, mine is an Audi, not a supercar. Theirs is a Ferrari sports car. Yu Wudao said with a helpless smile. I don't have any worries, but the classes are too boring, Xiao Fei said. Although he had gotten into trouble twice since arriving, these troubles were not enough to bother him. Chang Hui and Zhao Zhenner put their brains to work and made a plowshare modeled after the plowshares used in their hometown using local birch wood. Instead of an iron plowshare, they sharpened the birch wood into a pointed end. Shadow Dragon King, the people from the fairy world are our enemies. Although the way of heaven is at fault, it is understandable. Chen Feng said helplessly. Originally, she wanted to throw it to Xiao Fei and let him perform his show in advance. But then she thought it was not very realistic. He was so skilled in martial arts that he would definitely be able to catch up with her. Although he had a smile on his face, there was a hint of vigilance in the depths of his eyes. It seemed that he planned to continue observing before deciding whether to call the police. A man was grabbed by the cheater's claws and instantly fell to the ground with his face covered in blood, his life or death unknown. There is a difference between humans and dogs. You can't learn my tricks. You'd better wait to learn the training of riot dogs and guard dogs. Lin Fei said. The Japanese troops on the ridge suffered heavy casualties under the mortar attack, but they fought to the death. Before the general offensive of the entire army was launched, the death squads with superior firepower could do nothing to them. After the incident, there were many onlookers at the Zun family. Chu Xiong was only 7 or 8 years old at the time. He was frightened and cried when he saw the bloody scene. It became a permanent shadow in his childhood. Until now, he still often wakes up in the middle of the night with cold sweats. Emperor Xingzong of Liao led his large army to Shipping Prefecture. In the entire Lingzhou, only Shipping Prefecture could make a slight impression, but the rest was impossible. Zhou's face was black, but he was black, so it was hard to tell whether his face was black or not. I will report this matter to Lord Zhao and let him handle it. Dongfang Yuan said lightly. But what about this time? They were ambushed by Chinese planes in the sky, above the unrivaled skies of the Imperial Eagle. And not just once, but twice in a row. When Jing Sanxing entered the battlefield holding the Gui Yuan halberd, Tang Chen found that his brows couldn't help but frown. To be honest, at that moment, he felt that Jing Sanxing came just to kill him. When Lin Feng used the Earth Escape technique to reach the plane rift, he unexpectedly discovered that there were several bears dead there. Boris also knew that, but those tentacles did not grow out of the Elder's body, but were condensed from the surrounding dark power. Moreover, the ability to control so many fishmen and turn them into soulless bodies and become walking corpses was also a manifestation of dark power. After saying this, he put down the cup and left, as if he was afraid that the person he cared about would see something. All right. Long Yuer waved her hand impatiently. Old man Mo, stop chatting here and open the door quickly. Then, after playing so many strange positions with Bai Fan every day, various changes began to appear in his body. HMPH, if you don't cheat when you meet the famous old villain Chu, are you waiting to be fooled? Bai Huaper quickly retracted his palm and kicked out directly. The piranha seemed to have discovered some clues and immediately covered its wound and cried out, as if it had suddenly been enlightened. Now, Fatty Ning also understood everything. After hearing this, everyone came up with an idea, to use Siekaji as a cushion and ride on him to ensure that their butts would be safe. Then, without anyone shouting 1, 2, 3, everyone did it consciously. Chapter 30 turns out to be an old customer. Why? Mo Kuei's body was shaking unconsciously. She felt an inexplicable grievance. She had heard some information from Zhang Jiming's tone that she had never guessed. Therefore, they are most likely to be the murderers. Princess Mingyao has no evidence and it is impossible to arrest them. Moreover, they now have a large number of troops. Princess Mingyao finally feels an unprecedented crisis. Lin Mohan's face, hands and feet were all burned. The most serious injury was caused by the pillar that hit his back. Now it was difficult for him to get up. This kind of pain was far less than the trauma to his heart. Ji Yufan stopped, stepped on a tree trunk, looked up, and saw the sky was blue, cloudless, and clear. Under his feet was a vast white mist, which was wrapped around the giant tree in front of him. The closer he got to the giant tree, the thicker the mist became. Hiss, Zhan Xiu couldn't help but gasp in pain, and his movements were a little slow for a while. He endured the pain and jumped up and down, dodging left and right, and finally survived this round of attacks. Time waits for no one. The army of Black Ants has arranged its battle formation and is ready to go, but the enemy has no intention of fighting at all. The elephant tide surged, its sound shaking the earth. The Dongi soldiers had no desire to fight anymore, let alone pursue. They turned around and fled back the way they came. The first one to escape from the valley mouth was the pale-faced Xiao Fei and the soldiers of the Shi tribe led by him. As soon as he finished speaking, boundless murderous energy mixed with fist intentions and palm prints filled the entire space, as if it was going to burst the entire space. The evil spirit looked at the golden-winged butterfly and couldn't help but feel secretly happy. I am a spirit soul. My ability to move in an instant is beyond ordinary people. It's just a butterfly. Even if Sai Wu is once again a fairy and a demon, I will definitely have a chance of winning. The evil spirit nodded and looked at Sai Wu with a determined look. Xiao Jingtang paused, frowned slightly, and looked at her with a complicated expression. He still felt that she would speak up to help him get away with it. Whenever there was a slight offense towards her, Du Wenru would have people beat her. Just as Du Fuqiu herself said, they usually hit her in the face, making sure she couldn't face anyone the next day. In the photo, the two are walking side by side, and while waving their hands, it looks like they are holding hands. Do you think I will believe you if you say that? Lu Hanguo raised his eyebrows and asked. You are the only one who has the key to this presidential suite. We asked, and the spare key is not at the front desk, he replied. When Bai Lian entered, the servants who were originally guarding there came out, allowing the old couple to reminisce about the past. R. Yimo shuddered, but she didn't say anything. Luo Chufan's sudden lowering of his voice made her panic for no reason. Get in the car. The black mamba stopped beside her, the rear window slowly lowered, and Fan Suji said to her. Thank you for your hard work recently. Cooperate well with Chufan. Lu Zheng also smiled businesslike, with his lips slightly raised, trying to figure out whether to smile or not. In fact, something like transcendental sword intent is indeed too advanced, and there are very few people in the entire world of immortal cultivation who know about it. The martial arts training system. At the end of Qi training, a Yuan-Tai primordial fetus is formed within the body's sea of consciousness using all the body's energy, spirit, and vitality. The existence of the Yuan-Tai allows the warrior to store more power within the body. Given the extremely narrow-minded, selfish, and vengeful nature of the Ashneyuan Protoss, they will certainly exact vengeance upon any enemy who dares to offend them. Of course, they also have a tendency to bully the weak and fear the strong, and are shameless. If they perceive an opponent as overpowering, they will immediately flee. My dear boss, I think it's time for you to go to New York. Mark Slant smiled kindly, but still looked like he deserved a beating. Seeing her happily counting her fingers, Wang Yang smiled and thought a little boastfully, not all men are assholes. Uncle Kong, how about I play with you? A clear voice sounded, coming from the supreme seat. Chen Gui met Chen Deng, made his final arrangements, and finally breathed a sigh of relief before passing away. Therefore, the Dark Star is not to be feared, but if it can establish a relationship with the Yaling tribe and get some guidance, the Tianqing Force Academy may have a chance to move to a higher level. Despite the help of these two poisonous giant thorns, Akafi also felt that he was beginning to feel tired. For the first time, Zhu Cheng felt that the road ahead was not only a maddening avenue, but also contained potential dangers. Even so, Zhu Cheng had no doubts about his position as a person, to be himself, to be Zhu Cheng, and to be Chinese. After a while, all these magical powers were shattered into pieces by the five elements spiritual pressure that the young man bestowed on Liu Miao'er, and the army was completely defeated. Ling Chong was intelligent and clever, and he had cut off all his emotions and spiritual consciousness. He wanted to understand everything, but it was just difficult for him to accept it for a while. When chatting with Yang Nan, he gradually relaxed his mind and revealed the mind and knowledge of a true cultivator. Although Sashanawar had an urge to leave with Chu Yang, she finally restrained herself. It was not because she was uncomfortable living here, but because she felt safer with Chu Yang. Yulin looked at it and whispered, if the noise was too loud and the sub-dragons heard it, they would be scared. You know, sub-dragons are very afraid of real dragons. Chapter 31 Young people are more aggressive than each other. Go to your room. Isn't this conference room nice enough? Wei Fatsai was a little full and didn't want to move. I'll punch you, and you'll fall away. Pretend to let your brothers catch you, and we'll stop here. Mo Xiaoxing said in a deep voice. Everyone in the audience, except Brother Jie, looked at the two people on the stage with ease. This kind of friendship through martial arts happened frequently, but usually it ended with Yunxian, Yojun and Brother Hao. Today, Li Qianyi suddenly proposed to remove Du Hongyuan and Sun Baoxiang from their positions. Is this the prelude to the official start of Li Qianyi's personnel adjustments? If so, I'm afraid there will be a fierce battle between me and Li Qianyi in the future. As time passed, there was still no good news from Pandora Online, and more voices of dissent came from the outside world. What changes took place in the domestic situation during the approximately 3.5 months, or 110 days, and how could Yuan Shikai have the right to sign such a traitorous agreement? Let me think about what to make for the first batch of products, but I need you to help me register a company. Li Ji changed the subject and returned to the issue of starting a business. Wu Chazong never gets tired of doing this, and in order to imitate a policeman more realistically, he not only bought simulated handcuffs, but also got a pair of old police pants from Chief Zhang, making him look like an off-duty policeman. Li Qianyi directly handed a note he had written in advance to the driver. After reading it, the driver looked at Li Qianyi in surprise, and without saying much, he drove away quickly. A few years passed, and compared to her youthful appearance, she became more beautiful, and her appearance and figure had fully grown. After a long time, they kissed goodbye. Roger slowly wiped her pretty face again, and then slowly pushed Lu Ju away from his arms. Lin Yan's power was 4 times greater than theirs. More than 4 times, he was comparable to the powerful immortals. Liu Liu was a little confused by Zhou Hairen's sudden question. She felt that she could not keep up with Zhou Hairen's pace. Zhou Hairen's imagination was really too big, with a hammer here and a stick there, which caught people off guard. However, her graduation defense will be in early June next year, so there is still plenty of time and no need to rush. On the right side, a Shen Yuan Shuiyu, the slime Sihai who has turned into a human form, the Lik Hutu, the robot Ultron, the newly emerged leader of the demon army Hu Mei, the fallen angel Yenshan, the Zerg queen who has turned into a human form, the alien queen, and Dao Tai. Joharan seemed to be very familiar with this house. He led Liu through the twists and turns inside without any hesitation or feeling of getting lost. Liu followed behind and felt a little dizzy. There was no doubt that the opponent was a top-notch sniper. His precision, strength, and penetrating power, coupled with his superior intelligence, made Cracker a piece of cake. An unknown fire burned on his body. Looking at this scene, the 11 giants did not panic at all, but showed a look of control. Harry murmured to himself that if Percy hadn't been giving him constant advice, he wouldn't have lost so badly. The weather in Lanyu City has been relatively good recently, with clear skies and few clouds, plenty of sunshine, and abundant light. The flowers and plants in the city are happily absorbing the light and growing healthily. Xu Yuankuan has always been troubled by his only son. Although Xu King usually seems to be busy with his career, Xu Yuankuan knows that a large part of his son's business is done under his name and he has received many preferential treatments. The guard said, "Okay. Pay more attention to your safety." After that, the guard's attention was completely attracted by the wine. He had planned to wait until he had seized the family's heir rights and was able to control many things before telling Sister Hong. Of course, if Lu Hui hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known at all. I wonder what you think about what I said. The gangster went straight to the point. After all, it was for this matter that he contacted Lu Feng. After saying this, he glanced at Chu Feng viciously, then walked out with the other 2 police officers. This was both bait and a threat. If Yi Weiyang really rebelled, the emperor could use Xie Jinsi to threaten him, unless Yi Weiyang didn't care about Xie Jinsi's life. If he returned victorious and released Xie Jinsi, it wouldn't matter. After all, he knew about Du and Yunjin's matter, and Prince Mu's report alone wouldn't be enough to convict Xie Jinsi. What? Your mission last month was also about monsters. Why are monsters appearing so frequently recently? Fatty Sun looked confused. If she's not granted the title for a long time, it's naturally because of my obstruction. We can give Yinshuang more time to think clearly about whether it's worth it to stay here. Mu Lixiao didn't think this would lead to any results. Fei Yang and her rarely saw each other, let alone spoke. It was a pity that such a powerful cultivation was completely useless in this alien world. Lucifer could only display his might before these lowly insects and ants. But Lucifer was not depressed at this moment, because he had sensed the unknown world beyond. Kai Yao couldn't help but despise in her heart. How naughty Kai Yao must have been in the past. Even the most frivolous 7th senior brother said this about her. However, these are professional soldiers, well equipped and of high quality, so their combat effectiveness is still very strong. However, the court still feels some logistical pressure, and the money is a little insufficient, so it is time to find a solution. Taking a princess out of the country was no joke. Even within Luoxia County, there were tens of thousands of soldiers and horses. No matter how confident Xuedingdi was in his martial arts, he wouldn't be so arrogant as to think he could escape unscathed from the pursuit of thousands of soldiers and horses. Pei Zonghao entered first, and then everyone followed him into the main hall of the Heavenly Palace. Not yet. There are still some places in this world that need to be repaired. You used to be really powerful. There are many holes in this world burned by resentment that need to be repaired. Qian Miao said with a smile. Chapter 32 Li Ya is my elder brother. Qin Xiaoying blushed and then returned to normal. After escaping death, she was not afraid. Instead, she looked at Shi Donglai opposite her with hatred in her eyes, without any trace of the cowardice she had in the countryside before. Not many of them appeared directly in the pile of undead, but when they opened their eyes, the ferocious Shura pupils directly shattered dozens of undead in front of them. Wang Sudong simply washed up and found that it was already past 9 in the morning. He almost never got up so late. Of course, this was because of the effect of alcohol, but the effect of alcohol was more than just this. Today's meeting is mainly to listen to the work progress of your 2 departments. First of all, on the first department, which part of your work have you reached now? Wang Sudong asked Jiang Xiaodai. Why are you asking so many questions about a conversation between men? Ji Qinyu changed the subject, not wanting her to know, but in his heart he was still wondering what his secret was. Looking at the name of this master, Long Fei's mouth curled up slightly, and a smug smile appeared on his face. A large number of the gods that exist in the world, such as the river god, mountain god, land god, and city god, are ghosts and immortals who have been granted divine positions by the heavenly court and are able to practice Shintoism. However, the young monk had a look of longing in his eyes, and it was obvious that he felt the same way as the old frivolous man said. Accompanied by a flash of white light, their figures swept out, raising a large amount of wind and sand. "Everyone, I won't keep you company anymore." To their surprise, Chen Feng waved his hand and turned to walk out the door. Li Qinghe hid in the dark, while Shoiki Tsugami, who came on a motorcycle, stood in front of Scorpion Uncan. The big boss snorted and sneered, "This Ninglu Hall doesn't take me, Luo Kaoling, seriously at all. Since you are here, let's fight it out today." Then he looked up to the sky and sighed, "Manyan, today, your husband will avenge you." The security guard carried the child into the booth, and several people got on Yarn Guang's SUV. Suyin sat on Yuzisha's body like baby, and the car drove away. Although these things are a bit abstract to Duan Lang, he can still grasp the basic concepts. What a beautiful voice. Meng Yuchu sighed, smiled and said, "No need to be so polite, just go and do your work." Ping bowed to her again, then ran to fetch water with Panner. Hearing this news from Rog, Tang Zi couldn't help but frown. His battle with the professionals had just ended, the elite professional team was severely damaged by him, and the super professionals all died in his hands. How could Rog's camp still have the courage to provoke the monsters in the icy plain and the burial ground? Suyin was stunned for a moment, but after chewing carefully, she immediately realized what was going on. Her face flushed, and she stood up as if to leave, pulling the chair next to her. Wan Shuiying was still instinctively suspicious, but this did not affect his choice. He wanted to try whether he could defeat Bai Yuling. If he could, he would naturally defeat him directly. Ouyang Rui used the pitiful little energy in his body, gathered all his strength, and hit the pig demon's body with the mace. But that's true. The black and white impermanents are both ancient ghosts, and their thoughts may still be a bit old-fashioned. In their opinion, two men being together is already against common sense, not to mention the issue of status. Turning into gold. This spell should be pretty good. I'll ask her to teach me some other day. He. Saishi touched her chin and said with a roll of her eyes. For a moment, our situation was extremely serious. A saying suddenly came to my mind, when gods fight, mortals suffer. The ghosts have not been defeated yet, and the stones are falling down like cannonballs. What is that? I slowly turned off the flashlight, and even lowered the decibel of my voice by several levels. I even suspected that there might be the legendary tomb guarding beast underneath, but this was just a guess, and we didn't know what it was specifically. No, they didn't use technology, they also combined it with supernatural powers. Look at the center of the mechanical beast's eyebrows. Professor Long said softly, staring at the mechanical beast. Where is Heir imprisoned? Who issued the order? Shangguan Honglia's voice was full of anger again. Who actually dared to use the 10 fragrance soft bone powder on Heir? No matter who it was, he must be tired of living, right? The sonorous and powerful voice, coupled with the shocking scene on the scene, was like a heavy hammer, hitting the hearts of everyone present. Chapter 33, Increase the price by 100 million. Lan Yang bowed slightly and said, yes. Then she walked forward, supported concubine Jia, and leisurely left from a corner of the rockery. If the project is promising, the leadership is good, the salary is generous, the benefits are good, and everyone has room for advancement, will such a company still worry about not being able to retain talent? In 1924, the Shanghai Youth Association lobbied the government, obtained land here, and began to build these new houses. As for matters like this that involve the order and rules of the universe, how much can even a big figure like Venerable Qingyang understand and grasp, let alone him now? But this is not the end. Seeing everyone's shocked expressions, Zhao Zishuan had a confident and proud smile on his face. After Lin Jingyang returned to his room, Lan Yu finally couldn't suppress her excitement. She lay on the table in front of him, holding her head with a big smile on her face. Just as she had said on the phone before, since Xia Haoran had chosen to entrust all the company's affairs to Yushan, then he naturally had unconditional trust in her ability. Moreover, who was Xia Haoran? With his intelligence, could he do such an unreliable thing? I am too greedy. My life now is happy enough. If I had a child with his blood, there were still two strange blushes on Yu's face. Her delicate body leaned softly in Yuan Langjuan's arms, and her hands were a little weak as she tried to pull off the clothes that were messed up by Yuan Langjun. A protective light flashed around Yin Juanfeng's body. Immediately, Yin Junfeng began wielding the Xuanyu sword, repeatedly slashing at the god emperors before him. These god emperors were easy to eliminate, but every time one was slain, another would materialize, like flowing water, endless and endless. But she didn't have any powerful magic weapons. The dragon tiger Jade Rui and the For Symbols Tower were only top-grade spiritual treasures and were not as good as the Dinghai Shenju. At Donglai Inn, Li Yuanhao heard the noise, and she slipped into the room and first pressed Zhao Wanwan's acupoints. When Li Yuanhao saw that it was her, he was stunned for a long time. "Z, who are you? Is there a misunderstanding?" The middle-aged man felt increasingly cold in his heart. Chao Fan was so powerful. If this person reached the level of broken mirror, wouldn't even the third level of transformation be his opponent? They didn't have Shuqian in their Red Lotus sect. The leading burly man bowed and said, "Yes." Then he waved to the two thugs in the house and led them out of the door in an orderly manner to keep watch. Yelu Chongyuan was shocked when he heard this, knowing that Empress Dowager Xiao was planning a rebellion. Although he remained silent on the surface, his heart was filled with turmoil. Even Xiao Yinshan's strength could be wiped out by Yelu Zhongzhen, let alone the unremarkable Xiao Xiaoxian. After Mo Li finished speaking, Mo Yun felt relieved. She asked her to eat and said that she would handle the matter. The girl didn't have to worry so much. Mo Li then started eating with peace of mind. "Brother Lu." Sihun opened his lips slightly and buried his head in Lu Han's arms. The pain buried deep in Lu Han's heart was revealed bit by bit. He hugged Sihun tighter. Zhang Yixing glanced at the faint sadness in everyone's eyes, and a hint of indifference flashed in his eyes. Naturally, no one objected to Karl's decision. The sisters and the five guards were puzzled. They still had a skeptical expression and looked at the two crazy monks curiously, hoping to see anything special about them, but they found nothing. In the audience, those who had once served under Lu Changfeng shouted, "Yes, yes." But the others remained silent. Lu Changfeng, hearing the sparse voices, was certain that there were only a few Lu family soldiers left in the camp. Now, seeing this scene with her own eyes, she witnessed his ability, as if she had gotten to know him all over again. Chapter 34 Xiao Yudi's Hug. Everyone had to re-examine Fang Xing and no longer regard him as an ordinary alchemist. Jiangling knew that if he really fell, this girl would definitely hate him. She was very gentle, but her body was cold. He didn't know how to make her accept his help. He had to give it to Hu Zhibo. The cause was a classmate named Sanhua, who said in the forum that a freshman with extremely good looks had joined the acting department. He also exposed several photos of Song Rant's side face and back. Many classmates asked for contact information under the post, and because the post was too popular, it was pushed. Most of the people here are simple and honest, so they also consider the customers who buy vegetables, but Su Qian doesn't have to consider it. After all, she is not the only one eating. After all, if you take Wen Ren Yuan as your master, even if he is a loser, you can probably educate him into a talented person. Even if you don't have a very high level of cultivation in the end, you will still have a place in the world of cultivation. Who wouldn't he be tempted? Indeed, whether in his hometown, Spring City or Flower City, he had never encountered any hardship in life, and had rarely seen them. He never understood the valleys, let alone judged them. A purple river flows like a misty smoke ribbon, passing through a peaceful and tranquil mountain village and town. This is a stall selling martial arts in the market. On the surface, it only sells some low-grade human-level martial arts whose authenticity is unknown. Unexpectedly, as soon as he stood up, people in the yard rushed in. However, their angry looks disappeared instantly when they saw Xie Yuchen. In stark contrast to Pei Shichi's gentleness and meticulousness when treating the wound, Ji Qingli's actions were very rough. Liu Xi frowned and stared at the heavy wooden door. If her eyes had real killing power, she would definitely stare through the door. Then other countries will come back to support us, said Xi Meng. After all, the 5 major countries have united now and will definitely not stand idly by. Because it had not been nitrate, the dog hair coat not only had a strong smell, but also shed hair when pulled, which made Liu Xi very helpless. However, there was nothing she could do about it. It seemed that she had to change into new clothes every winter. Just as she was about to leave in disappointment, she saw the Mercedes-Benz start to move with a very rhythmic rhythm. Ningxia was slightly startled, and her face immediately flushed. Even if she had never eaten pork, she had seen pigs run. Ningxia already knew what the people in the car were doing. All the children of the aristocratic families who were unwilling to follow completely and were not very trusted were sent back to their hometowns by Zhonglei and Nangong. It was impossible for them to kill these people, so it was better to let them go back and guard the ancestral home. Ever since Qin Guangling told Jiu Juqi that she wanted Qin Bai, he has had a high fever since he returned home. The world of magicians is isolated and arrogant. In their eyes, excellent swordsmen are no different from ordinary civilians. Who will come to save Liu Ci? Lin Shi looked at the task of providing relief to the disaster victims on the task interface and was a little bit unbelieving. After reading the task details over and over again, he was sure that the task was indeed just to provide relief to the disaster victims, without having to fight any monsters or deal with any bosses. The stone-paved courtyard had no gate. God never prevented anyone from approaching him. But the crowds heading toward the city center church stopped on the street about 10 meters from the. Chu Shiji chuckled softly, lifted the quilt, stood up, changed her clothes, and then called the maid waiting outside to come in and help Xiao Shui wash up. He said this with an indifferent expression, as if the princes were just water flowing in the river and fish swimming in the water. He, the king of Qin, had been watching them indifferently as one came on stage after another, but in the end, everything was just passing clouds. Only he, the king of Qin, was the final winner. After telling Bai Ziyu about what happened to the unlucky guy today, Bai Ziyu frowned. The unlucky guy had been with him and protected him for a while, so he was grateful to him and paid more attention to this matter. However, this was the Qin family's family affair after all, and it was better for outsiders to interfere. For officials of the same level, there is a huge difference in their positions, but it does not mean that you can command those in worse positions just because you are in a better position. This was a demon who looked like an old man. As soon as he appeared, his eyes kept scanning back and forth between Lin Long and the Beichuan demon king. What's going on? Although Ziyang was confused, she saw that Hong Yu looked unhappy, so she followed him into their house. The other leg also turned into an ice sculpture, followed by the arm, then the torso, and finally the head also turned into ice. Chapter 35 Jinshu Company Share Transfer. Why? Because I'm just a deputy director. Yarn Yangping blurted out the words without thinking. The one lying on the ground wasn't Guq, who was pinning the tiger, but the tiger itself, which had calmed down. A pool of blood lay on the ground, slowly spreading all the way to Mui's feet, steam rising from it. I nodded. It was indeed true. If I could ride a mount in the big wild goose pagoda, it would be much easier to kill these two mags with the attack range bonus of the soaring tiger. When I have a mount, my long-range attack range reaches 60 meters. When it comes to long-range sniping, I am even more powerful than an archer. Zhu Dao rushed over and saw two guards with short arrows stuck in their necks. They were still struggling, but no sound came out. He couldn't help but give Gao Yuan a thumbs up. Xiao Yu, gnawing on a roasted leg of lamb, watched the scene silently and couldn't help but feel envious of Jones. Jones's brothers didn't show any pretense, their joy and reluctance to leave were completely genuine. Xiao Yu was also happy for Jones to have so many righteous brothers. Whoosh! A powerful arrow grazes his face, and the wind blade it creates leaves a shallow scar on his face, from which red liquid slowly seeps out. His dark gaze fixed on Alan as he slowly drifted in. Shadow Skull felt a mixture of relief, regret, a touch of anger, and a hint of apprehension. After all, Alan was no longer an ordinary person. Even Shadow Skull found it difficult to accurately estimate his power. You have been here for trials before, so you should be familiar with the terrain here. You lead the way and go find Manhu and the others, Zhu Dao said. But his young master was right. In order to seize the bloody castle, he could endure anything. After saying that, Wu Jie activated the Yi Jin Jing skill, pulled Nangong Shui and rushed forward, while waving the sword of the god of war in one hand to cut a path. It wasn't because they had been married, nor was it because she had given birth to a child for him. Of course, it might not have been for him. Once, they were so scared that they ran in, but were horrified to see that the light from the ceiling had broken into pieces, all on the owner's head. Upon hearing these three words, the others were startled and looked at the two with eyes full of amazement. What on earth were in their heads and how could they come up with such a thing? When he snorted and was about to speak when Lin Kang strode over with a condescending attitude and eyes full of disdain. Sometimes, she really doubted that this man had the ability to see into people's hearts. Otherwise, why could her emotions never escape his eyes? Bastard! Ji Qian was furious and slapped Yun Wan with a fan, causing her cheek to immediately feel a burning pain. By the time the 11th prince has successfully been vaccinated and recovered, I think concubine Mao should be almost well by then, and it won't be too late to bring her back to the palace then. Chen exclaimed in amazement. She really couldn't imagine what the scene would be like with all the gold and silver on the ground. But for water, these superheroes cannot make any profit for him, so naturally they have no value. There are also a few pieces of cotton cloth, and there is no big problem. It's just that after dyeing, the color is a little different from the sample. No matter how much supporting evidence is exposed later, it is not as good as the living cockroach Jade Foot himself speaking out. Seeing that everyone's eyes were focused on the two of them, Li Shenyu nodded and smiled at Lin Yuzhi. He is not in the mood to really maintain the security of America or save the American people. Let them continue to struggle in dire straits. At the same time, the people in front of him, from several peaks, wished he would die and refused to open the barrier. It was only 10 o'clock when he got home. The car stopped at the door. Hearing the sound, Chen Mingchuan came out of the house. It's not that he thinks it's dangerous here. No matter how dangerous it is, it can't hurt him. But he thinks that he should change the knowledge-based products he has selected at the beginning. After returning from the Spring Festival, she sublet her tea house, officially declaring her first entrepreneurial venture after graduation a failure. Then, on Meng Bai's recommendation, she enrolled in an acting training class at the Central Academy of Drama. Although the use of phase shift armor greatly increases the body's defense, it also greatly increases energy consumption, and the first generation has no new energy source. At this time, Ji Li, who had escaped to Baidao on the grassland, no longer had his former charm. The coat he wore was already tattered, and Ji Li himself was disheveled, but he could not stop, because if he stopped, he would be caught up by Li Ji. This old man is blackmailing me. He actually wants to extort 50,000 taels of silver from me. After Zhang Nan finished speaking, he pointed his finger at Kui Xiao's swollen face. After all the palace servants had left, Zhang Nan once again activated the time travel service in the system. The same thunderclap resounded, and then the familiar black hole appeared in the palace. If it weren't for the meeting, she would probably continue to scold Shan Ye. Shan Ye left the supervisor's office in shame as if she had been pardoned. Brother, do you want to use this thing for interrogation? What are you interrogating about? Cheng Huaimore obviously didn't expect what the use of Zhang Nan was for this aphrodisiac. What? Were you hit, silly? The captain angrily ran to the side to check the incoming ship. When he saw the empty deck, his tone was full of disbelief. Damn it, is it a ghost driving it? You guys, go and take a look. He shouted to the crew members behind him. Chapter 36 Red Roses and White Orchids. I heard that someone reported Yin Yuan's father before the new year, and the person was taken away for investigation. The young men who used to surround Yin Yuan disappeared without a trace. I'm afraid Yin Yuan didn't sleep well this new year. Su Yueshi said gloatingly on the phone. Chen Shen also changed from a gentle new mother to the bad-tempered mother she is now, because the naughty child is too naughty. Not everyone can suppress a naughty child, at least, that's what Chen Shen thinks. Moreover, even if there were enough resources, there were no pills of this level for sale on the market. Liu Suyan did not feel sorry for Lei Dong's death. Instead, she was concerned about Long Fei's safety. After all, Lei Dong was not an ordinary person. His murder by Long Fei this time would surely attract the attention of the entire Jinghai city. Now, not only was their house from the beginning of the month occupied by Fan, but all the hard work she had put in for so long had been wasted and returned to zero, and he could only shed tears and sigh in front of Dong Zhuo every day. In addition, the four former military ministers Guo Jia, Prince Dun Ganyun, Pei Zhu, and Jia Xu will also remain in the Privy Council to form a super luxurious decision-making team. Looking at her still desperate defense, and then looking at Shangguan Rong's fake smile that seemed like it was about to collapse at any time. Of course, it was only a slight one, and he was still full of competitive spirit towards Lin Xiao. When he first arrived, the villagers in the mountain village were still a little wary, but as time went by, they didn't feel any difference. Prince, be careful with your words. Taifu Liang had long seen through Murong Jie's pretending to be ignorant. He was a phoenix that would not land without treasure, and he had already planned to come to the wedding banquet today. Rural people often follow the old custom of naming their children based on the generational characters in their family tree. This is done for ease of memorization and also as a way of recognizing family tradition. When Hu Yao brought Yi Minute to the hospital for a checkup, the doctor mentioned that she was pregnant with twins, and he had mentioned this to his parents before. Jian Cheng was at the peak of the void realm. Even if he encountered a powerful immortal or demon, he could have fought off some of them. How could he have been crushed like this? What's the matter? Yi Li frowned and asked after hearing Xing's serious tone. Although he was not good at long weapons, Zhang Xiancheng was at least a grandmaster. Even though he could only exert 60% to 70% of his combat effectiveness with a horse lance, he was still far superior to these ordinary flying dragon guards and Anchi cavalry. Half of the more than 10 Tang soldiers in the row behind were killed by him. Li Guangbi and Li Xing were old acquaintances, having previously served alongside Wang Zhongxi, the governor of the Four Garrisons, in their campaigns against Tubo. They had a close relationship, and Li Guangbi had learned the full story from Li Xing's account. The captured Tuober Shuji was also present and offered no objection, confirming the truth of the matter. Qin Mu's strength was incomparably powerful, and fierce to an unimaginable degree. This illusionary world was extremely fierce and powerful, but it was still penetrated by Qin Mu's crazy attack, causing the barrier to completely shatter into pieces. When the war between gods and demons began, except for Chai Kuan, the master of Qingyan Palace, who died, the masters of the other 3 palaces in the 4 branches of the Western continent were all in Jingwang Palace. Yes. Although he didn't know what Elena was up to, he had to carry out Lord Michael's order. Great Prajna palm. Xu Yunlong's right hand slowly pushed towards Duanmu Qingyang. That palm seemed to carry endless power, as if breaking through the boundaries of space and reaching Duanmu Qingyang's chest. Duanmu Qingyang could only watch Xu Yunlong's 3 palms hitting his chest and was unable to resist. The title of brother-in-law instantly relaxed all of Yosai Shin's pores, but Jessica Zheng was not happy about it. Jiang Yushu raised her hand, signaling her family to be quiet, and comforted them. Forget it, at least everyone is okay. The damaged items can be replaced. Don't be sad, cheer up. Then, she briefly explained the origin of the strange guest in a few words. The group from Xiaoyao Palace settled down in the main courtyard. Long Xiu looked at the environment and found it simple and elegant, without any luxury. Feng Rong was stunned. What do you want Sanlang for? Her 3rd son's surname is Helian, and he inherited her grandfather's family business. Da Jun winked at the people behind him, and one of the strong men nodded, turned around, opened the door and walked out. Although editors and authors should normally have a superior subordinate relationship, she has a good relationship with Machida Wanzi, who is serious and responsible and has no editorial airs. Yin Feng's eyes were as sharp as torches, and the gazes of the Stone Clan members touched him deeply. Compared with cultivators, mortals who were unable to practice cultivation were really no different from ants. Perhaps cultivators should not appear in the world of ordinary people. Jessica Zheng smelled the scent of Yoshixin, who had just gotten out of the bath, mixed with the scent of a man, which made Jessica Zheng intoxicated. Watching Yoshixin's movements, Jessica Zheng slowly closed her eyes. Yoshixin, I won't live today either. Let's die together. Jessica Zheng pounced directly on Yoshixin, grabbing him with her hands, kicking him with her feet, and biting him with her mouth, using every possible means. Long Meng said excitedly, I give my life to you, great magician, I believe you can beat him, what do you say, brothers? All the mercenaries under Long Meng shouted in unison, we've made a bet. What a bunch of brave men. However, Liang Chen immediately thought of Lin Ju's face, which was smoother and more handsome than hers, and her brows immediately frowned. Hua Jinyu bit his lip. He knew it was Jiang Ji, but how could he watch his own brothers kill each other? She is polite and tolerant when no one offends her, but if she still insists on being righteous and moral when someone bullies her, she must be a fool. In the distance, Shui Yiren saw through the snow curtain 2 blurry figures in the dry field, bending over and peeling rapeseed skins on the ground. His eyes suddenly lost focus, and Mofenye could barely maintain the last bit of his sanity. All that was left in his body was wailing and struggling from the deepest part of his body, accompanied by a strong whine. Thinking of the strategy guide, Chan couldn't help but feel that she was probably the most useless one among the time travelers. It would have been fine if she wasn't the protagonist, but she couldn't even pass the level with the strategy guide. This feeling of failure was the same as when she thought she was invincible with the game's strategy guide, only to find out that she couldn't even understand it. This scene, instead of being aesthetically pleasing or joyful, is filled with sadness and sorrow, making one sympathize with the old man's plight. This tragic scene is like the humiliation and attacks of a condemned prisoner being paraded through the streets by ordinary citizens. Chapter 37 United Front. It should be said that he could best understand Liu Xie's feelings at this moment, because he had also experienced this feeling. It's okay. Tell Jing that you'll be out of the hospital for a few days. Otherwise, he'll be looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. Jian Mo silently deleted the word accompany you in his heart. Luffy turned around in surprise, and Yushichir stretched out his hand and shot it in his direction. It seemed that something hit Luffy directly, and he fell to the ground with a bang. Yang Yi, you lied to me before, was it because you were practicing singing? Lian Shinian's face was abnormally red. If Ding Zhan does not fight back, then in the future, if his identity is made public, then this scene will undoubtedly be a slap in Yin Kachun's face. Before leaving, Charn Yi kicked each of them, then happily left with her arm around Nan Zhaojun. But now, Hua Zhilang is not even half as good as Xing Xiao. How could Liu Xie possibly accept him? A favor will be remembered for 1,000 years. Even if Lu Xuanning had wronged him, he would always remember her kindness to him. Now it can be said that everyone in the world knows about their wedding, and Ding Zhan and his people will also be present. When Rongyun woke up, she felt weak all over and a tearing pain came from behind her shoulder. After listening to them, I asked Shao Jie to sit down first. But I stood up, looked down at Nolan, and our eyes met, and we both smiled. We found them. The Val's Empire's cavalry and the temple knights were in high spirits and quickly ran towards the signal source. Upon arrival, they saw Alan and his men had just eliminated a group of temple knights and were preparing to evacuate. When the fifth item was brought to the front stage, Yilintian did not introduce it directly, but instead removed the red gauze covering it in advance. Her realm has already advanced from the peak of cultivation to the initial stage of attainment. According to the admission standards of Lingxiao Academy, she has met the admission qualifications. Not long after, Wu Fan received a text message that more than 10 billion yuan had arrived, so he instructed Sang Biao and Scorpion to send someone to transport the 3 pieces of redwood to the location designated by Boss Li. Disciple, your third senior brother is only at the initial stage of humanity, yet he has to rely on you for rescue. This shows that you have extraordinary abilities. Xiao Jianxing nodded slightly and praised. Thousands of meters underground, a consciousness arose. I suddenly opened my eyes and looked carefully. I saw a human figure standing under the rock layer, sleeping deep in the ground. Zhang Gong stood up immediately. The phone suddenly rang. Zhang Gong picked up the phone and heard a burst of sobbing from the other end. Pumpkin, first find out if there is anyone around, and land where there is no one. It's best to be invisible. Su Shisuman ordered. Fourth Elder, I didn't say that I wanted to take the ice crystal jade for myself. Am I not doing this for the Yang family's happiness? Har har. Yang Cheng answered loudly. At the same time, a barely perceptible sneer flashed across the corner of his mouth. After hearing Yun Hao's words, Xin Yuan, who was lying on the blue stone, suddenly curved the corners of his mouth slightly, opened his beautiful autumn eyes, looked at Yun Hao with tears in his eyes, and smiled. It is precisely because Chu Yang is too arrogant, this inherent arrogance, that makes him never compromise when facing any enemy, let alone surrender. This is Chu Yang's advantage. Master, I have absolutely not colluded with Lin Feng. I volunteer to take the lead in dealing with Lin Feng in 2 days. The 8th Elder stood up suddenly as if he had made an important decision, like a soldier rushing to the execution ground. When his attack was about to hit, Lian was still considering whether to show mercy before hitting. The next moment, Lian knew that he was wrong. However, at this moment, he did not dare to force him too much, for fear that the other party would become excited and choose to self-destruct in an instant. This shirt was originally very thin, and because it was completely soaked, it became almost transparent, and the black style inside the clothes became faintly visible. Their idle people, who were watching the battle from afar, all stood far away, fearing that they would be implicated, and did not dare to get close. Indeed, the big guy in front of them was strong enough to make them despair, but it did not mean that the 2 of them had no hope of survival. Back then, 2,000 yuan was enough for my living expenses for an entire semester. And they bought 3 tickets each. That's crazy. The man instantly realized that he had inadvertently revealed that the operation would not be launched within 3 days, and he was shocked, nervous and embarrassed. Tang Rao quietly took a magical medicine, which repaired his tendons and veins, and he had the strength to talk to the other party again. Today, not only did everyone see Abao being defeated in one move, but they also heard these words from Abao's mouth. You should know that Abao is a very arrogant and stubborn person. Apart from Master Husan, he has never submitted to anyone. Now Xu Feihu was lying on the ground like a dead dog, completely without any dignity. He looked as pitiful as he could be. I was instantly stunned. To be honest, I had no idea if I could leave this formation. If I took just one ordinary person with me, I would probably be overwhelmed. There were at least 20 to 30 people here. Where did I get such a powerful ability? Everyone agreed with Wei Mingjiang's words. Wei Mingjiang directly compared the island country and the South Korean country to unreasonable barbarians, which was very satisfying. Perhaps we cannot say that his ability to promote people is very high, but every character he plays seems to have captured the hearts of the audience. Generally, they do odd jobs in the station, and then go out for internship and interviews. After 2 or 3 years of training, they will be allowed to try hosting some multi-person shows. After all, if there are any mistakes, there are other hosts to save the situation. Le Xin was crying so hard that she was out of breath. Qin Lang kept patting her back, fearing that she would become too emotional and faint from crying. In previous years, when the border counties were selected, there were also good family boys whose names were listed. However, because their fathers and brothers died in the war and they had younger brothers and sisters at home, the selectors felt pity for them and eventually crossed out their names and did not send them to Chang'an. Chapter 38 New Director of Luotian Group. He felt that something was wrong and asked some questions about Liang. Unexpectedly, he received a lot of praise. He increasingly felt that he was working on a serious project. He was responsible for both design and construction. Hooters was the client's representative, and many things required the final decision from him or Cross. Lingbei was shocked and confused. None of this information was important. He didn't understand why the other party asked these questions. Of course, he had nothing now, not much money, and there were only 3 of them. He even had no official identity and was considered dead on the surface. The long and narrow corridor was filled with corpses lying in all directions, each covered in a patient's gown. Yisu, what happened? Mai Cho Ren asked anxiously. He still felt guilty for not being able to stop Lu Chenhan. There are hundreds of live broadcast rooms still in existence at the scene had already uploaded the entire incident to the internet in its entirety. With this thought in mind, Chen Luo gradually distanced himself from the party, then withdrew from the banquet and escaped into the side door of the hall. Moreover, he didn't want to let outsiders into his prison easily and let them see what was happening in the prison. Boss Wang immediately ordered his servant to bring the embroidery frame and needle and thread, then walked to Liu Xiaoniang and glanced at her. The sword light cut out a long rainbow in the void like a silk thread, and cut off the tentacles that trapped Yin Tiancheng in a flash. After Xu Chu agreed, he began to breathe in big gulps of air into his chest. When he could no longer breathe into his lungs, he suddenly roared like a flood, like a thunderclap, which made the people at the city gate cover their ears in a hurry. This is why cooking requires attention to color, aroma and taste, among which color seems to be the least important. But in fact, a good dish must first have a relatively high appearance in order to attract diners. After confirming that there was no ambush around, Jiu Hongchen swiftly led 2-star Seoul cavalrymen up the stairs to the top rooftop. At this time, 15-star Seoul archers were on guard all around. He took a few steps forward and wanted to grab the space fragments floating here without hesitation. It should be someone from the Mo family. They had connections with a family in the ancient martial arts world before. Families like the Liu family and our Chen family don't have such power. Chen Fengqian analyzed. Hu Jia wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and silently recalled the 2-meter-tall man before System H was destroyed. Could this be the legendary macho man acting like a spoiled child? Further away, it was gray and foggy, making it impossible to see any trace of the horizon. Sun unfolded her clothes, which were a lake blue long skirt with gold thread embroidery. The embroidery was very delicate and looked very dignified and elegant. If the 2 brothers had some dandy traits in their hearts when they were in Qianhai, then these dandy traits have completely disappeared since they came to the Magic City. They are just like ordinary young people from the Magic City, wandering around the city in a mess. Moreover, Song Yi actually looked somewhat similar to Song Lianwan, and also somewhat like Song Lianwan's parents, which made him guess immediately. In other words, the big shot that En Yushang was holding onto this time, Gan Qianhu, the leader of thousands of magical beasts on a hilltop in Qingzhong Mountain, was completely the wrong person. As Zhu Yunbao spoke, the Supreme Demon Emperor's other massive paw suddenly landed on the ground, sending the entire earth trembling and groaning. The ground shook, sending Zhu Yunbao and the others stumbling and nearly falling to the ground. Her jade-like cheeks were tinged with a faint crimson, a color seemingly from anger. Her cold lips opened and closed, uttering the two words she had just heard. Over time, the villagers began to avoid the two girls like the plague. Chihiro's nature was good, but she couldn't bear to hear anyone say she wasn't her parents' biological daughter. Otherwise, she might do something outrageous. So, the next day, after having dinner at home and taking a herbal bath to get rid of bad luck, Song-yi returned to the villa. After the banquet began, Wang Huzi worked hard to create a lively atmosphere. Since Yu Yojia and Yin Rongyu were not good drinkers, Wang Huzi frequently offered tea to them, even dragging the taciturn Wen Han along with him. After 3 rounds of tea, Wang Huzi finally brought up the script preparations. Binglian felt something was wrong with Zijin's words just now. She and Jingyuan were of similar age, so how could he say a word like a long time? The academy was bustling with activity. The plaza, which would serve as the stage for the evening party, had been set up, and the curtains for the ceremony and the judges' tent were currently being erected. Students were bustling about, running in and out. Feng Lingxiao picked up the teacup and took a sip without comment. The stern look between his brows was somewhat relaxed by the mellow tea flavor, while a halo flashed in Ling Yueshue's eyes. If he wanted to lure him into a trap, he had to let him notice the difference little by little. She understood that Dong Hao was not a good person in everyone's eyes. If she knew someone like him, she would definitely be looked at as a monster and her character would be judged. Who is coming? Just as the posture was taken, a voice came from the species that had not yet had time to disperse. Chen Yuan looked at Gao Kaisen stupidly, then glanced at Dong Dabao, still not coming to her senses from the sudden change in the scene before her. There was a noisy sound in the house, as if people were disagreeing about something. They were very noisy, and one could vaguely hear Lan Qinxiang and Li Yinlu arguing loudly. Chapter 39 New Direction of Enterprise. In fact, the points system is not only set up in Hailing County, the situation is the same across the country. Players in the court camp can use points to demonstrate their achievements, but specific rewards can only be obtained in this county. But he was in the room on the spaceship just a moment ago, so no matter how you think about it, it's impossible for him to be here now. But it doesn't matter. As long as you help me get rid of Gao Huan, I will help you become the student union president, and you will definitely be able to successfully enter the 3rd year of high school next year. Gao Huan walked in front of the burly man, his tone full of temptation. Sandra answered like this: lend $10 to Uncle XX and ask him to promise to pay me back more money during the Chinese New Year next year. The white-haired young man had already unbuttoned the buttons on his uniform on his chest. When Zhang Liang was struggling to move the heavy body of an adult, he naturally saw the huge scar in the middle of his exposed chest at the open collar. These supreme elders had all seen Subai's Chilean magic medicine, and after a brief surprise, they all discovered the difference between the two. Subai's mind raced, and he pretended to be intoxicated, getting closer and closer. At this moment, Subai displayed his extreme speed, lifted the veil, and instantly opened his mouth to block it. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely be killed and sent back to level 0, but this person didn't dare to do so because he was an official of the government and was responsible for accompanying him. Looking at Hei's current posture, there is no doubt that if no one stops this young Master Hei, he will definitely rush directly to Hanmu. To this end, Wu Hao called up Axing's auxiliary function and pulled the air valve to the maximum, and finally he got through the process without any danger. Chen Changan was stunned for a moment. If he had not seen the strong appearance of this old man, he would have been fooled by his miserable and pitiful appearance. Who's prettier, me or senior sister Liu Yu? Tang Xueruor blinked her eyes wide open. Cole was not planning to leave the city of Goes, so he stayed in the city with the eldest prince. Fortunately, his great-grandfather gave him a necklace and arranged for him to be assisted by an artificial intelligence computer that looked very advanced. The Jin dynasty had a strong army, but in many cases, simply mobilizing the army would not only fail to properly solve the problem, but would also incur huge costs and prices. The Big Brother Empire saw this and immediately pounced on them like a hungry wolf. This was just putting the actions off the stage in the open. Lu Xingyan and the others walked with Han Shaofang to the foot of Yunlian Peak and said goodbye. Lu Xingyan and the others climbed Yunlian Peak, while Han Shaofang continued on his way back to Kuaiji County. In the grey sky, you can occasionally see some transparent insects with flat mouths and sharp teeth, revealing their bodies. They are the so-called time immortal insects, and they look very disgusting and scary. The ambiguous atmosphere in the room reached a certain level. At this moment, Zhang Li's phone rang, and the caller ID showed Ling Baogua. However, at this time, the army of San people was shrouded in the glory of the dragon formation. Even the impact of the collapse of the projection of the kingdom of Dao could not affect them. Despite this, Lin Wan was still nervous all the way, always feeling that everything would not go so smoothly, and she felt very uneasy. Then they saw the main gate of the bronze tower. A huge hole appeared here. They didn't know what kind of great power could destroy this ancient bronze temple. It was obviously the tower at the core position. This must be the hardest place in the entire ancient bronze temple, but it was broken. The huge villa has no servants except for someone who comes to clean at regular times. To put it nicely, it is a world for the two of them. To put it bluntly, Jian Mo is a shameful secret married woman. This wasn't the first time Chen Chu had seen Jiyu Beichen like this. 5 years ago, when he decided to replace Jiyu Moyuan, he had done the same thing once. The smile on his face was faint, yet it revealed a chilling pressure. "Go away, you scoundrel." Pei Xian glared at Cheng Yiben fiercely, feeling that this guy was really shameless. He could say such disgusting words without even blinking. Maybe it was because she told Tang Luoyang at the end that she would always meet a man who would buy her milk tea whenever she wanted it. So, every time Lin Xiangnan ordered a cup of milk tea for her, her heart was already quietly moved. The next day, Pang Tong set out westward, passing through Shilin and Xinling counties to reach Baidi County. Huang Zhong was stationed at Baidi City with 100,000 troops to guard against an attack from Zhou. But at this moment, under the infusion of infinite history and information, his Dao heart seemed to have undergone some kind of transformation, breaking the last shackles. At this moment, he generated the power to interfere with reality, and this power was so powerful that it was terrifying, even surpassing Bai Fengzhou's current forbidden path. Moreover, when calculating Bai Fengzhou's position, the ancestors of the Turtleback clan were attacked by Tianji, which shows that someone is protecting Bai Fengzhou. This is already alarming the enemy. If a great master of the Dharmakaya level is dispatched, it will immediately attract sniping by the human race's strong men. He didn't believe that the characters before him couldn't force him, and he didn't believe that even a fierce figure like the burly Luo Sen couldn't force him. Of course, no matter how much Lin Hao recognized Luo Sen's strength, he knew that the ultimate winner would definitely be Dao Yi. This was both his trust in Ji Ming and his keen sixth sense. But the three-eyed monster was certain that Lu Qianyu must have met Xiahou Dun, otherwise he would not have been able to activate the purple cloud banner. Another 9th grade magic weapon. When had Ji War ever seen so many 9th grade magic weapons? He now had one in his left hand and a pair in his right. He was truly excited. Nonsense. If it's a training session, why don't you go yourself? Why do you have to trick me into going? Catherine said as she swung her sword again. As Lao Xie dodged, Catherine couldn't stop herself and cut through a flowering tree. Chapter 40 The Chairman's Gap. With a thunderous roar, the evil god finally revealed its full appearance. A huge humanoid creature made of stone and connected by magma slowly stood up. Its body was red and flesh was not visible. Its facial features were clear, but it looked like a crater, with magma rolling inside and ready to erupt at any time. Is it okay for them to be like this? Mrs. Chang listened to the shrill sounds on the training ground and came behind Chang Fei with some concern and asked. Xu Shuanglu raised his bald head covered in blood, and his cheeks that were swollen and red from being beaten by Bai Qi, and looked at Wu Zijian in front of him with tearful eyes. Wu Zijian looked at him with a look of concern, and suddenly he burst into tears and burst into tears. There were too many wolves and too little meat, and one wild boar was not enough to share. There was even an internal conflict, and a Tyrannosaurus Rex stepped on a velociraptor. Mayor Sun couldn't help but be stunned when he saw this scene. If it weren't for old Xie saying that Lin Xiu had real skills, he would have really regarded him as a charlatan. It's not easy for others to say anything about the middle-aged people's decisions. Although they all have their own ideas, it's better not to express them at this time. What if they really listen to their own opinions and make the wrong choice later? Who can bear such responsibility? But the owner of this childish face, although he relied on the punishment from heaven, he actually forced a powerful Jindan into a desperate situation. He is different from ordinary people and should not be taken lightly. Rotate the lineup in the second quarter, Manu will lead the team, and the others will rest. Popovich gave this order, then folded his arms, closed his eyes and began to rest. Feeling the spiritual oppressive force emanating from the blade, Sun Cheng knew that this move was not simple. He immediately wielded the demon-slaying sword in his hand and used the third move of the Great Sun Sword technique, 3 yangs bring good luck. Li Xiaoran stood aside silently. He strongly disagreed with his father and uncle's opinions, but he didn't want to speak now because that would only make the situation more out of control. In fact, it was precisely because they were both highly accomplished monks that they were unwilling to do as Yi Sanshue suggested. They valued face-to-face, open and honest combat more. Having a strong teacher brings countless benefits to the disciples. The stronger the teacher, the more benefits there are. Similarly, the conditions for becoming a disciple of a strong teacher are also extremely difficult. Fortunately, his firepower was strong enough to make the opponent panic. If there was a person with strong psychological quality, Gui Yi would be dead by now. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and thought to himself, I have to burn some incense when I get back. It was pure luck that he didn't die. Meng Bing wanted to drive Gui Yi back home in his impressive Jiling, but Gui Yi didn't dare let him know where he lived, so he found an excuse to decline. The Red Eyebrows cavalry was relatively easy to deal with after all. They were Qin Chuan's ace corps, their combat prowess and skills the Qin Chuan soldiers looked up to. However, the 20,000 cavalry transferred from Li Wucheng were much inferior, especially during the formation shifts. The neighing and shouting of horses was a cacophony of panic. Yi Ji returned to their hall. According to his own thinking, if Yi Feng and the others were in this map, they would definitely choose a passage to go in and explore their birth point, like him. After saying that, Gui Yi went into his room and closed the door. At this time, his clothes had already dried, but he still felt a little uncomfortable. He took off his clothes, took a shower, and changed into his pajamas. He usually didn't have the habit of wearing pajamas, but when he went out, he still wore them to feel at ease. Just as Yi Ji was walking down the stairs, a blood-red eye suddenly appeared from the crack in the door. It looked in the direction Yi Ji had left, then disappeared back into the crack. Pinger then realized that the young mistress had returned, and she quickly collected herself and bowed to Jin Yang. Jin Yang glanced at her sideways, and Pinger felt a little uncomfortable and blushed. She stepped aside but did not leave, her eyes still looking at Ling Huating from time to time. Xueqi had been worshipped by the Qing family for decades. On the way, everyone was immersed in the joy of victory, and many people were discussing whether to have some beer and barbecue to celebrate. After living for 29 years, he finally understood why everyone had been silent and asked the heavens for thousands of years what is love. Then use the strategy of sowing discord. Divide them into 2 groups, and then defeat them one by one. Liu Yizhen narrowed his eyes and kept gesturing with his hands. Chapter 41, Raising the Price. Ding, with a crisp sound of metal clashing, the sword in Yu Jing's hand suddenly stopped under the pressure of it. On their way, Han Yang and the others met Cao Hong, who had given his horse to Cao Cao. Seeing Cao Hong limping towards him, Cao Cao dismounted, gave Cao Hong a hug, and helped him onto his own mount. He then asked his men to bring him another horse. Is she stupid? The fisherman glanced at Zhu Nianhan behind him and made a killing gesture to the woodcutter. The other Wuji held Mo Tong in one hand, and a huge golden ring was floating beside him, with 4 colorful spheres orbiting on the ring. When fighting for power and profit, any means are acceptable, but using them on children is absolutely unacceptable. Emperor Qianqi was his student after all. Although he had not taught the emperor for many days, he still had the title of master. Even if he looked down on the emperor, he could not scold him too much. I didn't want to kill you with my own hands. I wanted to capture you alive and make you Zhucheng submit to me and lick my ass on his knees. But now, I just want to tear you to pieces. Feng Wan's eyes turned fierce, and she grabbed down fiercely with one hand. At the same time, large amounts of spiritual energy from heaven and earth gathered towards the ring. The pale purple spiritual energy burned quietly, and the auspicious fire continued to refine the ancient jade that stored the spirit. Once a gene mutation occurs, a person changes from the inside out. Some changes may take several generations to show any effect, and they are not hereditary. However, some changes can be inherited. For example, many children are intelligent if their parents are smart, or if their parents are gifted in a certain area, their children also have it. In addition to being influenced by their upbringing, this can also be due to genetic inheritance. I won't allow you to hurt my son. Ji Yunkai wiped the tears from his face, with a cold light in his eyes. Everyone looked at Wang He, wondering what he was going to do. Was he going to admit that he didn't write the letter, that it was a prank, or was he going to apologize to Jin Luo? Where? Li Jiming exclaimed in shock, his hand involuntarily moving back, closer to the gun handle. Duanxing parked his car at the door. Li Jiming came in and prepared to find a seat, order some drinks, and then wait for Duanxing. Before he even found a seat, he found a wife. Anyone would be confused. HMPH. Yunchen Yu, it is indeed beyond my expectation that you can possess a mid-grade celestial weapon, but with your strength, you can use a mid-grade celestial weapon to attack several times. Chu Hong snorted coldly and said deliberately. So that's how it is? If I can go to the southernmost tip of the world and then go further south, will I reach the northernmost tip of the world? Hua Qingcheng murmured. Sister, you heard that Mei Xia's marriage was settled, and the man she had chosen was the eldest son of the third son of the Yi family in Xiushui village. The process is very slow because the moonlight at night is not very bright and the materials and tools are too simple, so it is not easy to make it strong. After turning around the street for a while, he finally came to a small house and stopped. After a while, Duan Yi roasted the clay pot over the fire, and after the moisture inside and outside was dried, he put in the tea Egwenian picked from outside. Sanwei walked slowly up along the jade floor that was specially left in the middle of the hall. Without the playful smile of the past, he raised his childish face and looked directly at the ugly faces sitting at the upper seat. Now he no longer has the capital to fight him. Even if he is unwilling, he can't change anything. He has never been a person who would make unnecessary sacrifices because of a momentary impulse. While playing, they made bursts of sounds from time to time. The sounds were so pleasant to the ears, like the most beautiful music in the world. They made people feel real and moved, and they couldn't help but want to go forward and listen to their conversations and voices. As a familiar voice sounded behind her, Leia felt a warm and large palm covering her head. 2 hours later, he had almost fully comprehended Tai Chi Xian Qing Dao. After practicing for so long, he could understand the essence of this immortal cultivation method with just a little thought. Xu Xian looked at the elegant and beautiful Bai Suzhen in front of him, and for some reason, he felt a sense of nostalgia in his heart. However, what Bai Suzhen said was also the truth, so he could only nod slightly. The emperor stood by the windowsill and sprinkled the rice grains in his hand into the lake, attracting countless fish to scramble for the food. Apart from anything else, the strategy Zhang Yu proposed to him of cleaning up the remaining poison of the treacherous minister and his son has now been a great success. Chapter 42. Another sister-in-law. Over there, the TL members were gathering in the practice room to practice during the day, and they would immediately prepare for the KBS evening celebration tonight until the afternoon. Anyway, no matter how we fight, the first priority is the safety of the people and the principle of not implicating the people. Obviously, this Nyan clan was also like taking over another body, but the Nyan clan member attacked by Yuan Yuan just now was unable to break free of that body on its own, so this burly man had to blow it up, thus allowing its original body to escape. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Anyway, you brought those horses as gifts for us. My men will arrive soon. Now, let's rush out and meet your brother in Shinsang, and then go straight to Chang'an. Wei Yang was going to get down to business. However, he did not dare to take action. It was okay to think about it, but he did not believe that Nailan Ruruo had no ability to counterattack him. Although they had the order issued personally by the old devil Torochi Hisaikai, Lei Zhan could not guarantee whether they could really reach the Dafingshan base safely. The person who spoke was Yi Qing. After all, he was in charge of Qingxuanju, but he didn't know about this matter. However, when he thought of Ji Yuin's identity, he knew that there was nothing strange about it. Moyo, you're killing people before you're even born. Do you really want to be killed? The old man fishing was floating in the air at this time, staring at Tianxian Mountain with angry eyes, and old Chen also appeared beside him. Yang Fei in Panchang and Yang Hu in Dongji Town sent the detailed false information that had been agreed upon long ago to Colonel Nakamura in LV Cheng. All three Hummers had stepped on the accelerator to the fullest, and the roar of the engines whizzed past on the road like the roar of a wild beast. It's either clothes transformed from defensive armor, or ordinary clothes. Hu Qinba was surprised when he saw this, and there was also some humiliation in his surprise. The other party was too arrogant. Although I lived with Mo Li every day in the past, there had never been such an atmosphere when they ate together. Leave? Where to? Shell raised his eyes blankly and looked at Yi Si. He no longer had the arrogance he had just had. What was left was just a walking corpse. Shuyue, your formation skills are still only at the Grandmaster level? It's indeed quite low. I'm a little bit better than you, with my formation skills at the Grandmaster level, said the Demon Lord. Team Qian, I support them, Ling Hong said. Having reached this point, having more people in the same position as them would be much more balanced psychologically. The person who spoke was the masked guy who had just retreated. His words were full of greed, and in front of him were four masked men in the same attire. The scorching sun in the void finally parted, and a green dragon only 100 feet long and a red bird fell from above, smashing a deep pit in the ground. Zhu Xinyu nodded and heard Mo Li's furious voice coming from Mo Li's office. Wanxing felt scared just thinking about it, but from his tone it seemed completely true, and he was a doctor, so he must be right. The green long sword was like a phantom. It smashed directly onto the blade of the long sword that was as dazzling as the sun. Bang! The intermediate level venerable long sword actually exploded directly. The speed of the super venerable sword did not decrease, and continued to smash onto the head of the god's wrathful heavenly monument. After Zhang Jiazi finished writing this phase, he glanced at the wall clock and suddenly realized that it was almost time to meet Hua Xingcan. He hurried out the door. Yu didn't pay any attention to her appearance. He just prostrated himself in front of her for a long time, tears streaming down his face. Zijia was already exhausted dealing with Prince Xian, so how could he spare the troops to help him restore his kingdom? Although he had an army of 10,000, he couldn't even decide his own marriage. How could he overthrow Prince Xian in such a short time? Yin Shiqing had a gloomy face. Rong Sai knew that the only one who could help the Rong family and Rong Jing now was Yin Shiqing. Hi. When Zhang Jiazi called Hua Xingcan, he was a little at a loss. He wanted to pretend to be strong, but also wanted to reveal the softest part of his heart. He clenched his fists and climbed up again. Because of his endurance, beads of sweat quickly appeared on his forehead. He was a cold-blooded person, so this kind of sweating phenomenon rarely occurred to him. Why is that? Zhang Fei asked Zhao Yi, his eyes wide. From his righteous release of Yang Yang, it was clear that Zhang Fei had some cunning, but no strategy. He couldn't guess what Zhao Yi was planning. A young man in coarse cloth was chopping wood in the courtyard. The young man had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes and an extraordinary appearance, but he was still a long way from being the victorious general who dominated the three kingdoms. Chief, the Yuju government troops invaded our tribe at night, and our troops suffered heavy casualties. An injured soldier ran in a panic and told Mubai about the current situation. The people of Feng were open-minded, and the affairs of the princes were no secret among the common people. Perhaps some of those present had already heard that Prince Chen was in love with Qin Yingyu. Now that Lu Cixi was present, it proved that the rumors were true. Then he untied the hemp rope, revealing the stone lion inside. Huang Dequan looked at the stone sculpture and immediately understood what the gift Zhang Zhonghai had given him was for. The atmosphere in Qianwu Academy became increasingly solemn. Walking in the academy, every student was in a hurry, which made Lin Yumen confused. Logically, the secret realm of the Sea of Sand had been opened, so there shouldn't be any major events now. Why did these people have such ugly expressions? Chen Zhuyan's heart trembled when he heard this. When he was extremely annoyed by Chen Zhufeng in the morning, he actually asked his senior brother for help. The world is so big, there is always a place for you. In this world, there is no real waste, it's just that we haven't found a way to use it. He quickly covered the sharp blade, cleaned off the weeds and dust on his body, and walked home in a daze. Those who were ill felt their bodies lighten, and their illnesses were miraculously cured. This move instantly convinced everyone, and they began to worship crazily again. The power of faith in Lin Yumen's body became more and more, and the blue light emitted from Lin Yumen's hands also became more and more. This is a different time now. Now think about it, why did I go to so much trouble to kidnap you here? Qinger asked. What? Li Qianqi was shocked. I didn't see them along the way. Could it be that they already knew about the border blockade and took a detour to another place? If there was any leftover food, they would put it in a bucket and keep it for the next meal. At that time, Zhang Donghai's family didn't have a refrigerator. Among the dozen or so men Sister Wu has dated, 90% of them like to have sex with her hard while wearing a bank staff uniform. Chapter 43 Liu Chanqing of the Liu family. With a bang, the bullet pierced Jiu Qiancheng's temple. Of course, Dukeshi didn't see how he died, nor did he want to. Too many people had died, and it was time for this to end. Miss Dawn's face was filled with shame and indignation. Her face was as red as the clouds in the sky, and her eyes were full of stubbornness. Li Tsuewei, this headdress will be of great use to me. Why are you fighting with me? I am determined to get it today. Then she added another 5 taels of silver. This story kept playing out in her mind. When she opened her eyes again, she was no longer herself, but the 9-tailed fox. He remembered his feelings for Hu Yang, and the love and hate that had been churning in his blood during his 1,000-year coma. The next group to appear was naturally yellow. There were still more than 30 student numbers, and the captain was randomly selected. The noise from the audience was already very loud, but even louder ones were yet to come. He was originally a ruffian in Nanjun. He opened a gambling house in the city. Because he secretly colluded with the government, he often acted tyrannically and cheated the people. Yuiji kept reminding herself that she must rush in the moment the door opened. She also believed that Juxia, who still had a smile on his face, would definitely help her open the door. Du Guxing's expression changed when he heard this. He clenched his hands tightly, and a dark fire flashed in his eyes. Why can you do it, but I can't? Mai Rushua scolded angrily, and suddenly raised her lips and said, he only likes his 16th wife, and you have a similar character to her, so he favors you so much. It's not surprising that Zhang Shintong didn't know about Rita's disappearance. The incident happened so suddenly, and she was busy dealing with many things at the scene, so she might not have thought of Rita. Furthermore, she had previously been less cooperative with police questioning, so it's understandable that she didn't think of Rita. Even Dao Hua looked at her young master with disapproval. Helping others is a good deed, so how could the young master take advantage of others in distress? She also didn't think she needed to thank Mu Ci for saving her, because she had sacrificed her entire life for it. The emperor specially appointed Luo Cheng as Tiger Tooth General and granted him the seal of the Vanguard General in the expedition to Liao. He ordered Luo Cheng to lead his troops across the Liao River on the first day of the Lunar New Year in the 8th year of day, enter Liao as the vanguard and forward of the million-strong army to spy on the enemy situation. Another snorted, so what? We were only ordered to watch over this family and not allow them to send the person away or switch people, but we were not ordered to protect her. Didn't you eat? Feng Ji was a little dissatisfied when he saw that Erlang Zhenjuan didn't answer, and the faint smile on his face almost disappeared. I didn't intend to look for you, this evil beast. It would be fine if you just bumped into me, but you're causing trouble. Who else should I hit if not you? She has always been tough. Yang Taoshi curled her lips, remembering Qian Jiao's arrogant and tough look in her previous life. Lu Qingyuan was only stabbed in the abdomen, which was not that serious. He just needed time to recover and could not exert force for the time being to prevent the wound from bursting. Director Quan, which class is this student from? How can you accept a student with such quality? Xu Dongle questioned Director Quan angrily, and his spitting momentum completely changed Director Quan. At that time, Qingji thought that they could live in Dali for decades, and in order not to arouse suspicion from the mortals around them, they might need to move constantly. However, it is not that easy to run away. The baggage soldiers in the rear are mainly composed of Nikan Ahar. To put it nicely, these people are garrison soldiers, and to put it bluntly, they are mainly slaves. They can also take up swords and go into battle, but they are mainly responsible for cleaning up the battlefield and making feints to the east and attacking in the west. They are not good at charging into battle. The cunning old man in yellow clothes feels the most comfortable at this moment. The feeling of endless vitality gained from the rejuvenation through the magical powers is so wonderful. And then nothing happened. Originally, many people were waiting to see the fierce battle between Jiang Yun and Feng Xiong, but Feng Xiong kept a low profile. She did not apologize to Jiang Yun, nor did she say that she would let Jiang Yun go, but she did not go to Lingcheng to interfere. All I saw was the 10,000 souls flag hanging high up at this time, and the souls of those heavenly soldiers were all absorbed into the flag soul. The number of heavenly soldiers killed was at least 100,000. The souls of these heavenly soldiers were enough to allow the remaining flag souls in the 10,000 souls flag to grow to the peak of Tai Golden Immortal. However, considering that it would be of no benefit to him if the news of killing his fellow disciples spread, and it might even offend some people, he thought about it and just destroyed his dantian. The snow made a crunching sound as Li Chui stepped on it, 1 foot deep and 1 shallow. He looked up at the white distance with a look of fatigue on his face. I glanced at Xu Jingqian's body in surprise. How could this old man's body withstand such a cold thing? Logically speaking, at his age, he couldn't stand the cold wind and icy things. Even so, none of them dared to be complacent. The most critical issue was consumption. Arbu, it's time to get going. You've worked too hard for a long time. Come and take a nap in the gourd. Jiang Yun ordered. As soon as Ma Ning's figure disappeared, Liu Yuan's expression changed. His smiling face turned into a hardened piece of iron, and his nonchalant look turned into an extremely serious and nervous expression. He straightened up, grabbed the long knife, looked left and right, and walked alone to the other side of the city wall. As he walked forward, he grabbed Cheng Weinian's hand with one hand, and at the same time secretly used thunder energy to ensure the warmth that this beauty needed in her body. The big red lips kissed Fu Qian's face, and Fu Qian seemed to be stunned for a moment. He looked at his father aggrievedly, but his father covered his face and didn't look at him. Chapter 44, Gambling. At this time, the person in front of him turned around and smiled gently. Perhaps it was because the light was too gentle, so gentle that he suddenly felt a sense of eternity in his heart. After hanging up the phone, Xie Ziyu pondered in his heart. He didn't think that Xie Jiqing had any leverage over the restaurant. He wondered if Xie Jiqing wanted to eat there but couldn't book a table, so she called him. Wang Dong had only said one sentence when his ears were filled with Chushin's continuous words. He was indeed the future great detective, as he could guess whether Wang Dong was sick just by his tone of voice. This beast is okay after being stabbed by hundreds of swords. Everyone from the 5 sects suddenly changed color, and some even cried out in shock. This snail was still struggling hard, making a strange sound in its throat. Luo Li felt that the sound was like a pot of boiling soup bubbling. The sound was low and made people feel uncomfortable. I know what you are thinking. Don't worry, Giant Rock City did not protect that guy because they belonged to different factions. There is a serious struggle between the different factions of that mysterious force. This Giant Rock City should be directly under the jurisdiction of Wide Kachin. Liu Fen chuckled. This news did not cause much sensation in the medical community, because new drugs are often launched in the medical community, and this is not for any difficult and complicated diseases. In the night sky, thousands of long swords suddenly shook, the sword light became brighter, and thousands of sword beams condensed and slashed down from the air. Oh, you agreed before I even told you what the job is. Aren't you afraid that I'll sell you out? Chen Feng said with a smile. Did she have good taste? Wang Dong wanted to say that Xie Jiqing's taste was comparable to that of people in the 1970s, but when he saw his mother smile, he shut his mouth tactfully. He wanted to see what Xie Jiqing could do today. The rules of the fruit exhibition are that Zhang Jun just needs to hand the fruit to the staff member and fill in his information on the form. Li Chu asked with a smile, his eyelids drooping over his 2 pairs of dark circles, and he was yawning. Obviously he hadn't slept all night in the past few days. The symbolic bird flew high into the sky, bathed in the energy of the flames, and then absorbed all the emanating flames. The main attacks of this viper are speed and venom. Its pair of fangs are so sharp that it makes people feel cold in their hearts when they see them. The foreshadowless steps were activated, and with one move, flash like lightning, Arhai came in front of Bei in a blink of an eye. With his left hand, he made a move, turbulent waves, which was as powerful as thousands of horses galloping. With his right hand, he made a move, rising waves without wind, which was as ordinary as usual and did not look powerful. Jiqiang is from Henan and also went to Elevenan with his parents. Yueru showed Luo and me the chat records between Jiqiang and her. We didn't have a very good impression of Jiqiang. Tonight, Yangzhou City is destined to become turbulent and bloody because of Ling Yi's fire. Qixio trembled with excitement and kowtowed repeatedly. Even though the blood on his forehead dripped onto the stone slab, he continued to kowtow hard without saying a word. At first, everything was fine. The two ignored each other and coexisted peacefully. But after just a quarter of an hour, Mu Zun felt an itch and a slight sting on his right arm. He didn't pay much attention to it, scratched it, and continued to observe the surrounding activities intently. The most important thing was that Zhao Qing found that his butt was cold when he sat on the stool, and he was not wearing any cloth at all. Fortunately, there were not many people here, otherwise others would definitely think he was a pervert. Obviously, they didn't know that this was the power of the soul. After all, their clan could not cultivate the soul. Is this reliable? Mu Wangqian glanced at Duan Jiang Mingyao and frowned. Was it right or wrong to recruit such a person into the gang? Yi Qiu had already told her that she was married and that she had barged into his life regardless of the consequences. It was her own fault and she couldn't blame anyone else. Okay, master, I just want to bring honor to you as soon as possible. Zhang San smiled flatteringly, then massaged Tang Laoxie's shoulders and legs, and finally took a break. He meant that if Dark City chips were used for transactions, a lot of handling fees would be required to exchange them for cash at the entrance. Not to mention Old Xiao from the Shixiang sect. All the people from the Minute Tian sect that I met are extremely powerful. However, when Han Banxian on the opposite side saw the infant spirit appearing around Huamai's body, he just snorted and gently stretched out his palm, and the palm was suddenly surrounded by a yellow mist of qi. I thought this guy must have collected everything needed for divination. The more holographic reverse deduction and things the person asking the divination needs, the more accurate the divination will be. Wang Bo suddenly opened her eyes, which obviously scared the ghost. She was very happy that the people below could give her such a good devouring spirit, but she did not expect that this spirit could actually open its eyes. The door opened and an old man invited everyone to come in. He was the Uncle Li that Li Dabing mentioned. As long as someone dares to break into the formation without permission, the tampered formation will leave a trace of murderous aura on the intruder to track him. Regret, self-blame, guilt, countless emotions intertwined together and eventually condensed into drops of tears. If Wu Chuang could think of some way, he could escape from here, but he definitely couldn't run away with his father whose leg was injured. He closed his eyes in pain. Are he and his father going to die here? Brother Haonan, Brother Haonan. Li Haonan's thoughts are really hard to guess. Until now, Wu Chuang doesn't know whether Li Haonan still loves Ji Xiaobei. Chapter 45 Liu Jun expresses his loyalty. Okay? R. Yimo put his hand down. She didn't notice the flash of displeasure in his eyes. Even before Long Kuei came back from eating a bowl of noodles, Tong Tong had already returned to her room. As he said this, he lowered his eyes and continued to apply nail polish on his nails, as if he had completely ignored Yin Mingli's words. No matter what, she has lost her mind anyway. What she wants to choose is food. For Yin Mingli now, nothing can divert her attention better than food. Old Mrs. Li had nothing to do after dinner. Besides, she had her future daughter-in-law Chia Muwen to accompany her, so she asked the family driver to prepare the car. After Chia Muwen finished dinner, she went to the Ting family with her future daughter-in-law. Thank you, big sister, Jiu Yuanmu took the box. The box was indeed quite heavy, but what was heavier than the boxes was not the things inside, but the affection and trust between family members. Why did you tell Momo all that? Also, how did you know about my acquisition of Yin's? Luo Chifeng picked up the photo, and his fingers gently stroked Yichuan's smiling face. At this moment, Ting Xiaoyang took the initiative to tell her that he had something to say to her. She could guess that it was related to Li Qishan's sudden discomfort this time. Yin Mingli was afraid that Su Manning would discover her, so she lowered her head and slowly moved her chair, turning her back to Su Manning, hoping that she would not discover her. Jiu Yuanmia poured himself a bowl of fish soup and sat there without moving. As for whether the person was awake or not, couldn't he check it himself? However, throughout history, it is still relatively rare to kill more than 10 enemies in one battle. Even Cheng Yaojin and his own group of veterans around Li'er, including those veterans of the founding of the country, found it difficult to kill more than 10 enemies in one battle. Of course, whether it is a benefit or a disaster depends on Luo Bei's own grasp. The opportunity is already there. He went to the battlefield without knowing what was going on, had to fight the Turks to save his life, and also made military achievements without knowing what was going on. Now it was impossible for him to escape even if he wanted to. No one wants to spend 3 years in jail. Although Mao Ju is cruel and ruthless, he is still filled with fear when he thinks of those 3 years in prison. It is as if he has seen the end of the world. There is darkness before his eyes, even darker than the darkness of the night. Huang Di cursed in his mouth, but he knew very well what he was doing. His body flashed, his wings folded, and he shot diagonally to the rear, and the fire spirit in his palm had already been fired. Zhang Fan had amazing hearing and heard it immediately. Without waiting for Nalan Ruobing to respond, he turned around and looked towards the cave again. If Ghost Banxian knew about this, he would be shocked. How could the blood-melting heavenly art become like this? Although he had never practiced this technique, theoretically speaking, this was not possible. After taking a few breaths, I adjusted my breathing and began to look around the place I was captured in. It looked like a basement, with several light sticks high up on both sides of the wall emitting a dim light. It was obvious that they had not been turned on for a long time. Further down, there is a deep sea pit. It is pitch black inside. Even the power of the soul cannot penetrate into it. It is a huge obstacle. It seems he has already boarded a plane and left. We haven't seen his true face, the man in black said truthfully. Har har, see, we're going to the river to catch water monkeys, he said as he shook the branch on his shoulder. Nothing happened that night. At 3 o'clock the next morning, Zhang Qianyu got up early. When he walked downstairs, he gently knocked on Mr. Sun's door. Is that Qianyu? Mr. Sun shouted from inside the room. The sword of absoluteness was running rapidly in Ao Chen's body, injecting strands of vitality into him, helping him repair his severely injured body. That's right, I am the great demon lord, His Majesty Demogan. This is the voice of the rational head. Sixth brother, is there something that Deacon Murong wants you to do? Lu Sen asked hurriedly when he saw Ling Feng coming out. Amidst the ruins, they searched helplessly and laboriously for any intersection. Even if it wasn't an intersection, just a fault or a crack, they remained fearless. She had been kind to this guy before, but couldn't find him when she needed him. She could only shout, but still got no answer. 5 masters surrounded him, but Wei Yarn laughed loudly. The warlike blood in his body kept boiling and constantly impacted every part of his body. He wanted to slaughter the saint-level strongmen today. 2 meters in front of the middle-aged man's statue, there was a chair carved out of ice crystal. Sitting on the chair was a young man wearing a silver mask. The young man's eyes were purple and white, and he exuded a strange smell. Liang Chen and Yi Zipu were slightly surprised. They hadn't expected Huang Yuelong's reaction to be so intense. Liang Chen thought they'd just play dumb and let it go. After all, he was Huang Yuelong's friend, so there was no need to put him in a difficult position. Suddenly, the killing power of the purple bottle swept over, knocking Yi Yu away, and his body was covered in blood as he fell to the ground. Just what? Dongfang Yi heard Luo Yixuan's hesitation. He was rarely nervous when facing business negotiations worth hundreds of millions, but this time he suddenly became nervous. The other short sword emitted a blazing white light and rushed towards the sword light that covered the sky and the earth. It was like an arrow shooting into the rolling black clouds and disappeared. However, a moment later, the whole sky was filled with deafening thunder. Miu Miu used his hands to cross the 3,000 soldiers and destroyed the column that should be the most difficult to win the prize, and the name card on it also had Bai Lang's name on it. That's awful. Get lost. A cold voice rang out in the empty and luxurious room. It sounded sharp and prominent. The whole class was stunned, for a second or two. Then someone chuckled twice, and then there was a burst of laughter. And the class flower XXX blushed so red that blood could drip out. After Lu Qingyu finished speaking, he turned around and left the tent. Mu Yizi, Hu Dai and Shi Yan followed closely behind him. After watering, the seeds took root and sprouted right before Maido's eyes. A moment later, a strange object emerged. Amidst a cluster of green vines sat a large, melon-like ball. A closer look revealed a dark green pattern on the ball that resembled a human face. Don't be anxious, eat slowly, there's plenty here. The old man smiled kindly and kept looking at Helianuo. He even forgot to eat the grilled fish in his hand. After a long time, Helianuo finished all the grilled fish on the campfire and finally burped in satisfaction, lying on the ground with his legs spread out. Chapter 46 Kneeling Down. She thought unconsciously, no wonder most people would mistake it for a cloud-stepping tiger. Look at her appearance, with white fur, black cloud patterns, and a pair of golden eyes, she does look quite similar. The Duke of Richmond had an idea in his subconscious that he hoped his wife would die while giving birth. Once his wife died after giving birth, he would not have to deal with many troubles. Qin Sharzi turned and walked towards Qin Feng. After he finished speaking, an ordinary wild beast crashed into a tree not far away. It was already dead. Inside the inn in Yangzhou City, Prince Morchu was so angry at the couple in front of him that he almost vomited blood, but he managed to hold it back. Qin Yan saw himself rushing out, raised his whip and whipped the horse a few more times, and their horse ran even faster. Ruoxue nodded gently. Although she looked frivolous, one could tell from the caution in her aqua blue eyes that she was still very serious. Bai Yi looked at Mu Jinxian, anxious and gloomy. He seemed to have never seen this expression on Mu Jinxuan's face before. Elder Hu was shocked. Not only had she not thought of this, but even sect leader Gua and several other sect leaders, including the official commander, had not thought of it. Sure enough, Liu's expression became even uglier. She no longer had the friendly expression she had before when facing her. Instead, she looked at her with some contempt and disgust. However, facing the son of fortune who had only swallowed one weapon spirit, "Don't you want me to apologize, you bitch? This time I will apologize to you sincerely." Concubine Do's anger was completely aroused, and her charming face was now distorted and ugly. After all, Nangong Yi's status is different from before. The room that Nangong Shu prepared for her is naturally the best in the Nangong mansion. Nangong Yi thought that this showed that the work was done well. This also made Ao Qianqi feel conflicted. In the early years, he did not want Shangguan Shuai to enter Prince Xian's mansion because he was afraid that those with ulterior motives would take advantage of his weakness and hurt the person he loved. In this case, it would be safer for Shangguan Shuai to stay in the right Prime Minister's mansion. 5 motorcycles rushed out one after another. No, it should be 4. Zhang Hu just rode it a little crookedly, and in the blink of an eye he was left a long distance behind by the 4 motorcycles in front. After this year's training, Feng Xiaojie has not only become stronger, but also has more refined knife skills. Fang Yi was too lazy to bother with this liar any further. If this really came from the medical world, how could the skills of nourishing qi and nourishing the heart be so poor? How could he be so furious in the blink of an eye? With a slash of the sword, the crescent moon of the underworld suddenly appeared, and a dark black hole-shaped space appeared above the dance floor in the middle of the bar. In an instant, those strange creatures called fairies that were shaking their heads were all sucked away by the underworld, leaving no one behind, and the durability of the bar instantly dropped by more than 3,000. This was the blind date Yu Yulan had arranged for Ling Jingqian. The daughter of the Jin group, whose father was the president of a multinational corporation and whose mother came from a prominent family, and who had studied abroad, perfectly matched Yu Yulan's criteria for a daughter-in-law. Nangong Yi naturally didn't know that she was put on Ao Qianqi's blacklist the first time she met him. Nangong Yi listened to Ao Qianqi's footsteps as he left and immediately prepared to get out of bed. Fortunately, Jun Yichuan's medicine was very effective, and his foot injury had mostly healed. After a quick wash, he headed towards the first-class inn. She was half asleep when she heard Song Chaoyang say, "We're here." She opened her eyes and saw that they were indeed downstairs of the apartment building. Lin Zhuzhe thanked him and walked inside with unsteady steps. Chapter 47 Liu Changqing's Request. The mountain god once witnessed with his own eyes that the white light attracted by the newly formed yarn god lasted for a full cup of tea. After that, this yarn god completed the promotion from the heavenly immortal realm to the Tai true immortal realm in less than 3,000 years, which made the yarn god who had been stuck at the peak of the heavenly immortal realm for tens of thousands of years extremely envious. He actually has such a secret weapon. Niu felt that his role today was to have his words slapped in the face again and again. He just said that Fujimine was going to be finished, but he ended up scoring another point. As long as Zhu Ziying's identity is not exposed, it doesn't matter. Fang Xiaoyuan will have to work with him sooner or later in the future, so it's okay to have a casual relationship now. I don't know where Meng Hanyang is, and I have no idea where Shenlong Cave is. I'm too lazy to figure out what secrets are between Meng Hanyang and Shenlong Cave. Yang Cai Jinren and the others believe I know everything, so let them be. Cold sweat instantly covered her whole body. She didn't dare to move, and even didn't dare to breathe too hard. The dark gravity wave fist, a sure kill attack, would be completely ineffective against Noah, who was on the light side. However, facing Whip, Zargi had a 7th level confidence. Without a heart core, his power was naturally not as strong as it was at its peak. Xinlianqing sighed and hid under the bed again. But she was also very anxious about how to escape from this founding county mansion. Fang Xiaoyuan was stunned and slowed down his movements. At this time, the pain on the yin god's face had disappeared, replaced by a hint of calmness. What a powerful force! Looking at the large blue stone exploding on the ground, my mind tightened, and without hesitation, I immediately drew the dagger from my waist. But in the end, I still had to use pliers to catch the mouse and throw it into a sack, and then sweep away all the insects that were smoked or poisoned to death. Li Qing looked around and didn't see Lu Lingfeng or any other players, so he simply sat down in front of the summoning stone and took out the stove and pot to cook. The darkness was so gloomy and deep, as if this giant eye was composed of the darkest energy in everyone's heart. The shopkeeper is a rude person by nature. People call him Mr. Husanya. He is usually cruel and ruthless and doesn't care about his relatives. Media tried her best to cover up Ge Mu's words with her hands. Lying in Ge Mu's arms, the dying media was not sad at all, but instead showed a satisfied smile. It's just that Mary's personality is a bit gentle, and she can't use her full strength against the enemy, which also results in Mary's fighting ability not being able to be demonstrated. Being an ordinary apprentice was understandable, but being an apprentice to a coroner? Everyone knew what a coroner's job was. Not only did it require courage, but in the eyes of the world, it was even synonymous with lowliness and bad luck. It turned out that the Kui family, father and son, had lived an exceptionally wonderful life over the past 5 years. Except for the first year after arriving in the Northwest, when everyone was too busy to care about anything else, their romantic luck had been as fierce as a moth, desperately trying to find their way through the Kui family's door. Everyone like Ling Bui and Master Lu already understood Xiao Shang's intention, but there were also people like Wan Chichi who were completely confused, and the rest seemed to understand but not quite. The ugly man named Kyle seemed a little reluctant, but still presented it with a sullen face and the hilt of the lightsaber in both hands. But think about it, in that era when there were no symbols of status, an awe-inspiring face was indeed a good symbol of dominance. Another force is to purchase coal, food, and construction materials from nearby countries for the construction of island bases. According to current technology, ocean communication relay ships are indispensable. There will be no technological advancement for at least several decades, so relay ships must exist. Ling Long felt unbelievable. In her mind, Wucheng was a very well-behaved and obedient person. How could he bully Li Chunfeng? Of course, she didn't believe what Li Dongxing said. Wucheng could bully Li Chunfeng to tears, but he also forced Li Chunfeng to call Chan Yue. The situation must be very serious. Xiao Yang, how did your king Wan Yi do it? Yang Xing said in surprise when he saw Xiao Yang walking back. Seeing this scene, the most relaxed old alligator snapping turtle at the scene couldn't help but curse inwardly. How can these 5 stupid people be so stupid? Even after the old man hung up the phone, Wu Yi kept his mouth open and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. The military situation is urgent now. The army is ready to go. We should ask the emperor to get up. Zhang Jijie said with a smile. Sun Ying was originally in the company, holding a meeting with her subordinates to deploy the company's development direction for the next quarter. The reason they hadn't set out yet was because Emperor Zhender was still asleep. After Zhang Jijie heard his subordinates report and knew that the central army was ready, he came to the central army tent. Lulia looked a little nervous. She believed in Xingqiang's strength, but the other party was a quasi-9th level monster after all, only 1 step away from the 9th level. It was easy for accidents to happen, so she couldn't help but feel a little worried. Doflamingo didn't want to live like this anymore. As per his father's request, he shot his father in front of Arathorn and came to Marajoa with his father's head. However, the celestial dragons in Marajoa regarded them as traitors to their clan and would never accept their return. In an instant, Ash shot out more than a dozen ice arrows, instantly killing all the rebels. Although she had the help of the ice bow, it has to be said that Ash's archery skills were amazing. The central forest is vast, home to hundreds of millions of magical beasts and wild animals, thriving and thriving. Human adventurers, seeking valuable materials from the magical beasts and medicinal herbs from the forest, have established numerous camps here. However, none of these hundreds of camps can penetrate deep into the heart of the forest. Chapter 48 Zhang Feihu's Pursuit. Although the number is small, it can take into account both leveling and life skills. After the raw materials are collected, they will be refreshed every 10 minutes, which is a good frequency. After 2 or 3 rounds of monsters spawning in the same place, they can be collected once. Aside from being smaller than Dawn Imperial City, the city's prosperity was comparable to that of Dawn Imperial City. Wei Qingyun's appearance had indeed attracted considerable attention. While there were disciples of the Wildfire sect, most of their weapons weren't as impressive as the long sword Wei Qingyun carried. It has to be said that Director Lin's attitude made the leaders of various countries feel better. After all, Director Lin represented the giant Galaxy Consortium. His plea was equivalent to the Galaxy Consortium's plea to various countries. No. Dudu shook her head and refused to say anything. If it were in the past, she would have thrown herself into Bailey Yanqing's arms, but now Dudu stared at Bailey Yanqing's belly, pursed her lips and said nothing. The old demon was slightly stunned. Could it be that this guy had fainted from fear in real life? Otherwise, why would he be forced offline for protection? Among all living things in the world, only humans have the awareness to think about death, and only humans understand that every living thing is bound to die, and death is inevitable. The prince didn't care about Princess Longja's anger at this time. What he was worried about was Zhang Hupan's look before he left. That look was like the eyes of a poisonous snake, lingering in his mind and could not be shaken off. Everyone is curious about how strong Yunjin is. These monsters need to be killed twice. Just after the Sword King sent them to the underworld and resurrected them, the long sword cut through the air and blood splattered all over the sky. Arjun, I think you must take a look at this series of reports and content now. Tang Jing's application was very serious and solemn. He walked in from the outside with a stack of materials, placed them directly in front of Tang Jing, and spoke in a deep voice. So, the wicked are wicked after all, and the good people will hurt them after all. The difference of one word is not without reason. Such a reason is a little devastating, a little crazy, or even unimaginable, because they will eventually make people realize their sins. In front of Ruthxia, Yushin Yuan didn't care about etiquette. He grabbed the snacks with his hands and started to gobble them up. Lin Hai also noticed something strange, and immediately jumped up from the ground, leaping more than 2 meters. Then he stretched out his arm and left a mark on his finger. Bastard! Facing Qin Yu's personal attack, Taihun said without showing any weakness. If orcs are not bastards, what are they? In the dim light, any faint sound would be amplified many times over, and the psychological impact of vision loss was also very significant. The only thing Nan Liumor and the others could see was the flame, which they were still unsure whether it was the North Sea fire. Perhaps it was because he was too nervous for a long time and was in a state of tension, and he had not had a good rest or relaxation, so Shuiyan slept very soundly and slept in a daze for the whole day. Niu Zhenxing imagined that great men were everywhere. In his sleepwalking state, he came to Master Ji Xianlin and asked who could be considered a master. Ji Xianlin said, Qigong said it well, when a person dies, his body and reputation are infamous. I heard them say there was some auspicious sign, so we all rushed to check it out. When we got there, we found that there had miraculously appeared an abyss. In the abyss appeared those precious lights, but we couldn't see anything clearly above them. Kang Yuan looked at the black fog that kept appearing around him. Each ball looked like a struggling soul, but in just a moment, it turned into evil ghosts with green faces and fangs, pouncing towards Kang Yuan. However, it can also be found that after the cave left behind by the master of the Absolute God realm was truly opened, not all the people who came in were in this square. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Auspicious clouds passed by, and Kong Xian's robes fluttered. In front of him was a clear sky with fresh air. The distant mountains were like emerald green. The scenery of all things was leisurely and peaceful. The great masters of supernatural powers could not help but feel their hearts gnaw like ants, scratching their heads and ears, feeling extremely anxious. They all knelt down and begged the Taoist master to open his mouth and teach him the supreme way. Its behavior directly confirmed Luo Qinyan's guess. It had a deep communication with Lin Fuxian. Even though it had become a bloody corpse, the mother-son relationship still existed. Meggie was also terrified. She seemed to be powerless against the giant python. When she saw it suddenly appear beside her, she also dodged to the other side. Wanyan Jia was just the opposite. Sometime after nightfall, when a group of archaeological experts were still studying data in the room, he walked out of the room and stood quietly in the corridor for a while. He listened carefully but could not hear any movement in Luo Qianyang and the others' room, and then quietly returned to his room. That space was gently fluctuating, and ripples like flowing water slowly spread out, and from it, emanating one after another, as if the will was lost. The head of the Oder family was furious about this incident and sent a lot of people to investigate the driver who caused the accident. The 11 ancient witches prayed repeatedly, begging the goddess Pingshan to return to their witch clan. However, when Pingshan reincarnated, she had already sworn a solemn oath, severing all ties with the witch clan. The entire witch clan mourned, reflecting the goddess's compassion, unable to bear to see her former kin extinguished. Chapter 49 The Man Behind the Tiger Gang. After packing up the spoils, Zhang Yuanhao thought for a moment and walked towards the only exit of the entire cave. Yi Chen was carefully sensing her physique, without any other thoughts. Different star fields appeared in his two eyes. This was due to the 10,000 stars' heavenly art. Bai Sen was cleaning the dust off his body while cursing. Today was naturally the daily supply search day. After all, although they had a lot of supplies, the more supplies the better when Bai Sen was in an uncertain situation of day and day. The Golden Crow Demon King originally had thick black hair and a majestic figure. Although he was 1,000 years old, he still looked like a middle-aged man. Thinking of Han Wei's naked upper body, Sun Shangxiang blushed. But she immediately dismissed her embarrassment, because this time she was about to reveal her private parts. At this moment, Li Mao suddenly ran over from the side. She pulled out the whip and lashed at the sword in Xin Lin's hand, knocking the sword in Xin Lin's hand directly to the ground. Han Liang was already at a loss in the face of Cao Zhang's attack. Jian Wei, who was watching the battle nearby, almost took Cao Zhang's life with his flying spear. Fortunately, Han Liang escaped danger. At this time, Wang Ming and Zhu Tong walked in. Zhu Tong had a few more scratches on his body. Jiang De shook his head slightly. Needless to say, the two old men couldn't help but try their hand at using the new weapons. Therefore, he was very happy about Zhu Yuanzhang's order. Although, at this moment, he still looked ruffian and nonchalant. Xian Chang, it was a hot summer day, but Liang Qian's palms were cold. Should she investigate Wang Yu's background? He turned his face slightly, with unspeakable pain in his eyes, but it was far less than 1/10,000th of the pain hidden in his heart. The incense of the 5 precepts condensed into a canopy, covering Chen Yu's body. Chen Yu, with a solemn appearance, narrated the contents of the Diamond Sutra from shallow to deep, word by word. Chen Yu was under siege, which was a marginal influence, while the Ji family where Ji Boying was located was the core storm. Now that the house has finally been sold and the new landlord has agreed to leave a room for him, Jiang Mo can naturally feel relieved. After realizing that her efforts were in vain, Sister Sha took a deep breath, then took out her cell phone and prepared to explore the place thoroughly with the faint light. But the strange thing is that every time an attack comes, Su Lin only needs to turn the bird head in his hand, and the crow attacking in the air will fall into the air, making him scream in anger. Back then, the old man of the Lin family was a top-notch doctor in the entire Celestial Empire. Now, 30 years have passed. As the only descendant of the old man of the Lin family, even if Lin's father's medical skills cannot reach the old man's level, they should be not much different. Qin Mu, stop making excuses. I'm asking about you, Zhu Shen. Why are you talking about all this? Su Mai snorted coldly. That's not the case. Our highest viewership rating just exceeded 4, and the purchase price of the film is calculated based on the average viewership. Xu Chang'er explained. Let's go in. We won't go home until we're drunk tonight. Dushan put his arm around Yang Zhiyong and Xu Chang'er's shoulders and said with a big laugh. Zhang Jichu's face was extremely ferocious at this moment. His eyeballs were almost bulging out and were full of bloodshot. It was because of the poor blood circulation. He looked extremely scary. On the way, Long Qianyu was very anxious when he heard that the spiritual power in Yu's body was sealed. He stopped and used his spiritual power to explore Yu's body, but found nothing. He was also powerless to do anything about the blood poison sex pill. At this time, the two demigods came to their senses, thinking that there might be another demigod level being here, and they looked a little regretful. Seeing that she ignored her, Lin Fenghua's face turned red with anger, but because of the guests around her, she forced herself to endure it. From time to time, pairs of patrolling ghosts would appear, floating in the air, hazy and unreal, adding a bit of horror to the atmosphere. The same was true at this moment. In the entire huge hall, apart from Li and an old woman who served her, there was only Ulanara and the two palace maids who came with her. Xian's heart softened at first, while the other half became harder. Reason finally prevailed. Unable to figure it out for a long time, Lu Ming finally summoned the Star Escape artifact and leaped into the air to overlook the huge square. Brother! The second in command looked at his eldest brother in grief, and looked at Wu Feng and others with resentment. I'm renting a floor in the Anyang building across from my company. You can move in when you're free. Yang got off work on time, which was rare. She saw Yang Wan hopping on one foot and bringing the dishes to the table one by one. Hearing this, she almost fell to the ground. Chapter 50. The Tiger is Caught. Regardless of whether she witnessed the previous scene or not, Xing Yuan could tell that Lu Qi deliberately pretended to lose the second time. After all, when it comes to the several universes in Marvel, it is not special that there are beings that can travel through the multiverse. A car disappeared at high speed on a 10-mile uninhabited road. If there were a traffic police measuring speed on the roadside, the wind generated by the car's speed would probably have blown the person away. Before Jiang Sanjia, Feng Kai and Jiu Yanqing had time to catch their breath, they felt a strong sense of sleepiness coming over them and then completely lost consciousness. Tang Yingying and Mo Chen sat inside, talking and laughing, kissing each other from time to time. The sweet atmosphere made it impossible to get close to them, and even the servants stayed far away. This bite made Qingguang lose his composure. He shook his wrist violently and even the pistol slipped from his hand and fell to the ground without knowing it. You know, before this, Ding Li had made a deal with the Third World, including Ling Shi testing the medicine on her in exchange for the news that Qishu was still alive. It was for this reason that Chen Huan agreed to let Ling Shi return to the Ling clan. In addition, the professions in the equipment department are also closer to scientific research and design. After all, there are complete atomic level 3D printing devices, and handmade equipment is difficult to compare with them. However, the equipment department is also designed with an independent fire control forge, so players can also manually forge equipment if they want. He would first let Aaron collect Dick's remaining DNA, and then invite laboratory personnel from water branches around the world to jointly study Dick's genes. Of course, in order to ensure that the number of samples was sufficient, someone would be needed to help collect them in the future. As for how to collect them, he was not allowed to write too detailedly. She didn't know what had happened between Yu Jinxian and Ling Erming in the past, but it sounded like Yu Jinxian felt guilty towards Ling Erming. Therefore, if he had the chance to go out, he would definitely seize it, especially to this ancient place that had existed for many years. He couldn't wait to go and explore it. Don't worry. We have developed a more effective formation. We won't be outdone by you this time. Pax smiled proudly. You're still hiding it for her. Look at your feet, they are badly injured. Peng Hao hated her for not fighting back, but he felt more distressed. After changing his tattered robe, Kui Feng swallowed a bone-repairing pill, a qi-replenishing pill, and a refining pill. He sat down cross-legged on the spot and began to slowly recover his spiritual power and repair his injuries. But no matter what, Chen Yi was in a good mood at this time. He finally had his own sect, which could be regarded as a home in the abyss. If he could manage the Yili sect well, he would be able to attack or defend, and he would not be afraid of offending anyone by being alone. This is what my prince got after he wiped out Xianqian Dao. He gave it to me temporarily for the purpose of wiping out your Longcheng. I didn't realize that you have lived in Longcheng for a long time, but you know a lot about the outside world. Since you know the power of Xianqian Taiyin Wheel, why don't you surrender soon? The man in black laughed and said loudly. I court you, Hatilder. Kur smiled and reached for something in the air, only to find nothing. Hate it. I just don't believe I can't catch you, Tilder. Kur got even more excited, vowing to catch the shadow hawk. Ka. The assembly puppet let out a violent mechanical noise, its strength having reached the early stages of the golden core stage. A golden light shone from the assembly puppet, and a wheel of golden gears appeared. Something seemed to be emerging, but it still couldn't gather enough power. Commander-in-Chief, how should we deal with those foreign warships on the Yangtze River that are interfering with the revolution? Asked Chen Tingjia. Boom! With a loud bang, Wang Xuanlong's punch also missed. The hard asphalt road surface was shattered into pieces by this punch, and the wind snake had retreated several meters away, glaring at him hatefully under its hat. Wang Ermeizi was originally from the peasant army under Jiao Yingxiang. In the 9th year of Chongzhen, Jiao Yingxiang went south to Huaiyang and was repeatedly defeated by the government troops. Being smart, he no longer had high hopes for Jiao Yingxiang, so he fled to Puyang with the stolen money and food. However, with this current approach, the overall strength of the resistance army has not improved significantly, and the focus will still be on the Mutuo industry for a long time to come. Xiang Keshi and Ging Zhongming were stunned. Although Xu Erxian had said that Li Xingji might have ulterior motives, they had not expected that they would become rebels against the Ming court again after just defecting to the Ming court. And if nothing unexpected happens, judging from the story on the cover of Enel, that place should also be the hometown of the Sky Island people, and the ruined city on the moon is also called Burka. Wang Zhong bowed and saluted, thinking in his heart that if the Prince of Fu refused to listen to his soft words, he would build a house and rob the Prince of Fu's mansion in 2 days, get the silver first, and then make a decision. In front of Dorgan's strict army formation, Except for a few frightened people who still fled forward, most of the two collapsed yellow flags fled along the two wings of Dorgan's army formation under the command of their respective Nyolu. Although the space-time particles were slightly harmful, he also wanted to understand the deepest desire in his heart. If he really did possess the so-called synesthesia, it wouldn't be a bad thing. Abe accepted the order and quickly took the map from Goshahar beside him, and couldn't wait to open it and check it out. As for the powerful crossbow, as long as there are blueprints, an ordinary carpenter can make it. Of course, there is another reason for equipping the powerful crossbow, which is that it is easy to operate and can be used once learned. It is much easier than training archers, and its accuracy at close range is much higher than that of muskets and bird guns, at least before the emergence of rifles. As the situation changed, a strong wind suddenly blew up around them. Princess Blue Star, who was reading a comic, screamed and quickly held down the hem of her yukata to prevent exposure. Even though Arsenal were trailing, they kept up their attacking momentum, constantly attacking Manchester United's defence. Adebayor won the duel with Piqué and passed the ball to Van Persie. Chen Huan knew that he was valuable, but he didn't expect it to be so valuable. He was surprised and happy, but he also felt that his situation was worrying. He had become a hot commodity that was fought over by others. Although his life was guaranteed, his life would not be easy. Lotter suddenly took out an energy tank, and the moment he put his claws on it, his body changed. After being wrapped in blue and white light, he began to grow rapidly. Chapter 51: The Female CEO's Boudoir. Seeing that Yunnan ignored him and was still busy with his own business, the blonde man felt that Yunnan was not only courageous, but also fearless. Jiwei, do you want to step aside? Considering Kui Jiwei's reputation, Kui Jili asked. Lao Mu frowned and retorted that Tangan was not killed by him. Then he played a video translated by an intelligent robot to Li Quan through a remote video call. The person who spoke this time was an older manager. Based on Jun Morching's many years of experience in judging people, this person was either an old accountant who was invited here after retirement, or an old shareholder of Shinyafi. Bai Yu, who was hiding in the dark, thought further. The test of the demon would not end so easily. He could not move the sky fire lava in the underground river, so he could only ask the demon to leave. The silk spun by those 8th-level ghost-faced spiders was white with a hint of grass green, so pale that you had to pile all the silk together to see this very light green. When the fans in the live broadcast room saw this scene, their eyes widened instantly, their mouths opened involuntarily, and some people couldn't help but exclaim on the spot. The door was locked again. Yiling covered her bleeding arm and walked around the room, but couldn't find any other exit. Fortunately, Yi's mother knew she was here and would definitely come to find her since she hadn't been home for a long time, but time passed too slowly. Li Quan did not seem to be willing to let his son become a cultivator, and kept saying things that were inconsistent with the man's original intention. On their way back to the base this time, they met Yang Jingrui and Lu Shidong, who were on their way to the research institute. They decisively followed them and also participated in tonight's mission. After sniffing, Murong Yinju went out and saw 2 corpses lying not far away. This was why she smelled the scent of death here as soon as she woke up. The golden and silver silkworm Jiyu had been resting in her arms. Her breath penetrated into its bones, and naturally, Wei Rusi became its master. You are a team now and should help each other. Let me take a look at your abilities and then assign positions. So a 2-2 basketball game began. Chen Xia's opponent happened to be Foam Ling. Chen Xia shot and Foam Ling blocked. Young Master Shangguan treats Hye so well, how can Hye refuse? If there is anything I have done wrong, you can tell me. Hye was humble and replied softly. Her breathing became more and more rapid, and later on, the temperature in the hole gradually rose, and her face was flushed as if she had drunk the most intoxicating wine. Yuling said that this is what you should say when you see Bai Yuliushi. I think that's what this sentence means. Are you talking about the people from the Murong family or the Qianfeng kingdom? King Qinchuan didn't know where he was and seemed to be walking. Maybe we really need time to become strong, even if it is painful, but only in this way can we regain courage and eternity. She has to live with a mask on most of the time. Fortunately, she is blind and can't see anything, so she can pretend not to see anything. Looking at the figure walking forward, he felt suffocated. How willful. He must have a good look at what kind of heavenly figure the lord of the city was. He glared at the white figure fiercely and followed. Local TV stations rarely let celebrities compete for the Spring Festival Gala. Most of the time, they are invited by TV stations or recommended by some entertainment companies. Many league players would think, why isn't Riven a player in their zone? However, they overlooked one problem, which is that there are many talented players in their zone, but they are all overshadowed by the brilliance of Riven's master, junior high school Sen Lingling. You mean, you went there and didn't see anything? Badizi frowned. If that was the case, then things would become really difficult. At that time, Zhu Jianwo worked very hard to come up with this way of walking, so he was able to defeat Liu Bowen with ease this time. Magneto agreed, and the next moment, he flew directly into the sky, like a peerless god of war, fearless. By eating this kind of dish for a long time to regulate the body, Heijing plans to use his contribution points in the organization to exchange for some medicinal materials that can help break through the boundary breaker. In this way, his master Guduo will most likely break through to the boundary breaker and increase his lifespan by 50 years. This is also the most meaningful thing Heijing can do for his master. What's going on? You're laughing again. Lin Lin was also infected by Gao Yoshi's natural smile and was in a good mood. Long Yun and the sailors rushed to the edge of the container, raised their guns and fired wildly into it. When the M4A1 ran out of bullets, Long Yun took out his pistol and emptied all the bullets. Gao Yoshi was now immersed in a work-like state, with their future elements, that Lin Lin had just mentioned firmly grasped in his mind. What if every time EZ's level was upgraded, there was a sound effect from their future, or every time he learned a skill, there was a special effect of their future elements? Let Chen Huo express his objection. If what the other party said is not serious, Dong Ronghuo will naturally teach this student a lesson and let him know the consequences of wasting everyone's time. Then I saw a huge shadow in the vast sky breaking through the atmosphere and reaching the stratosphere, covering most of the night sky. Because they didn't want the ancient fairyland to be destroyed by fighting, they chose to fight in the depths of chaos. The demon wolf seemed to sense that Mo Fan was not someone to be trifled with, and it hesitated and wandered outside the valley for a long time, but the green light in its eyes became increasingly intense. In Kenji Doihara's office, he and 7 or 8 senior officials gathered around a sand table, formulating tactics based on new intelligence. She had no idea what future this voice pointed to. She also didn't know why Setsuner had grown to this point. But children have their own secrets and aspirations, and she had no desire to delve into them. She only knew that Setsuner was her child, and she had to support him, so that he would know he was not alone in his struggles. I know I'm not good at speaking, can you please give me a chance to speak? Li Huanfei begged. This is Chunan's proposition. Whether it is absorbing population or recruiting talents, powerful magicians must be excluded. It is for this reason that although the political system of Hogwarts has undergone tremendous changes, there is no change in the combat power structure. Feng Kai changed into civilian clothes and followed the crowd of onlookers, watching the excitement at the carriage and horse square from afar. Chapter 52. The dark air becomes thick. Could it be that it's just a trick, and that gentleman doesn't have a flush at all? Monitor number 1 couldn't help but speak. Yunwan's fair face flushed crimson upon hearing this. She wanted to retort, but Yunsu's temper had become increasingly erratic and unpredictable lately. Looking at him now, he seemed even more terrifying, so she swallowed her words back. Seeing Jiqian like this, Ziwu suddenly didn't want to ask why she left without saying goodbye. Even though he had nearly searched the entire Heavenly Palace during her absence, and Siju and Yuashia had panicked, Ziwu couldn't bear to blame her. As long as she was okay and still by his side, there was no need to pursue any of this. This girl, it's really a waste of love for her. He was so worried about her that he rushed to the hospital after finishing his business. The current monarch of Langxing Kingdom has some friendship with Qianzhou dynasty. Bai Fengjie remembered that there was a war between Qianzhou dynasty and Langxing Kingdom. Shangguan Yunling not only made great contributions in this war, but also helped the current monarch to take the throne. What you mean is that if I'm not number 1, you won't want to support me anymore? Chu Luoyi accused again. She had never come into contact with other living beings, so at this moment, she did not feel any emotional fluctuations about the destruction of the world. Huchulifengsheng Zarafan is a princess after all, and if she is not careful, some problems may arise. Jiangju wasn't too far from the capital. If the capital was considered an urban area, then Jiangju could be considered a suburban area. Calculating the distance, we should arrive by tonight at the latest. Auntie, stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. Ouch. The man rolled on the ground begging for mercy, without any trace of his arrogance just now. Zhang Fei is ready to use the light of revival now to restore all personnel to their best condition, and then go to rescue Chen Chongyuan. After all, in terms of high-end combat power, Zhang Fei's side is stronger. If combined with Chen Chongyuan's side, there is still some chance of defeating the demonic creatures. Although 10 years have passed, Chang Shixiang still remembers that Ajiao's sister, Akai, wielded the Yu-blade. Could this black masked figure be Akai? Why did she wear the mask? And where could Ajiao's wife be? Now facing this first assessment battle, each team member only needs to fight against one robot, so the time spent on each round will be much shorter than usual. Jiao Huanren has been sitting at his desk for a while. This is his normal biological clock. Everyone knows that he is working diligently for the safety of the gathering place and the survival of the survivors. Shameless. But it seemed that since she knew him, she had never seen any expression on his face except a smile. It turned out that the black wings were an extremely rare magic weapon given to Li Fuguei by his father, called Sky-Breaking Flash. You're dead. Cai Shuayin sneered in her heart. The destruction of the zombie's body didn't seem to have much impact at the moment. As long as the brain was not damaged, she would not die. What's more, she was loaded with self-healing crystals. These injuries could be easily recovered as long as there was enough food. Upon hearing this, Yu Wook grabbed Men Chiu's neck with his backhand, his face full of viciousness. Let's see how you can be happy now that the mandarin ducks are flying apart. Yang Yun looked over and saw that although the zombie was not strong, it did not seem to be short of food. The scars on its body were enough to prove that it had rich combat experience. To put it bluntly, they all have bad tempers and are so stubborn that they are simply hated by all gods and ghosts. Even though this world is only a few hundred miles in radius, if you fail to comprehend the power of space, you will never find its boundaries even if you swim until you die. However, Xiaofang felt that he made her feel at ease today. Even though his shoulders were not broad enough, they were enough for her to lean on. Liu Heibo, Jin Xiaocheng, and a dozen other energetic young people came in to welcome the bride amid the lively and festive sound of firecrackers. The shadow clone looked around to see if there were any ghost stones or soul baby flowers, and helped Fang Hao to detect the location of the ghost. With cold air in his hands, Meng Dao tore the Bilin Jujua flower apart from bottom to top from behind. The opponent's body was very strong, but with the blessing of ice power, the opponent's body would become brittle. Watching the Totoro leave, for Fang Hao, this was a good thing, as it would make the treasure-hunting mouse and the purple electric marten feel more comfortable. Just looking at the box itself was enough to shock him. He could no longer imagine what kind of treasure was sealed in the box. Boss Xiao was defeated. He was defeated by the blue-silver grass boy who was 6 years old and 11th level like him. What a terrifying talent. At this moment, large numbers of enemies surrounded them, and 6 titled Doluo warriors flew down from the sky on the backs of eagles. Li Hao fell silent after hearing this. Indeed, if he had not captured Fan Lihuo and threatened to marry her in front of the battlefield, Ashina Helu would not have been able to accuse Fan Lihuo of treason. Boom! The Qinquan patriarch self-destructed, a peak quasi-sage. The force was unimaginable, shaking the entire prehistoric world. A vast, bottomless abyss formed in the western lands. Although Zhuanti was very close to the battlefield before, he was still thousands of miles away. In addition, the aura of the leader's sword had not been released at all, so he could not detect what kind of magical treasure the sword was. Now Zhuanti is sure that this long sword he has never seen before must be an innate treasure. If he collides with it, unless it is also an innate treasure, he will suffer a great loss. Chapter 53 Black Snake Jiu. Prime Minister Liu was puzzled. Not even bleeding. How could that be possible? He hadn't left the delivery room for a moment when Liu Yi was born. The blood that was delivered in basins after basins had frightened him so much that he couldn't even stand up straight. He truly thought his wife wouldn't make it. Forget it. I, Lu Qingyun, was born out of revenge. I must not have any emotions, let alone implicate others. Thinking of this, his mind suddenly became clear, and he sat on the ground to meditate, adjusting his state to the best. Qiubin could tell she was just trying to get by with him, and he couldn't help but worry about her mental state. Every weekend, he would go to Xiaofei's house. Getting back to the topic, Qiubin took out a form with pictures and words from his bag and placed it in front of Xiaofei. 7-month premature babies can survive, but their child is only half a month away. She revealed to Shefei that their company was moving to a new location, and the boss, who trusted her, had asked her to contact the new store's renovations and asked if Shefei was capable of taking on their design work. For Du Shefei, this was an unprecedented opportunity. Although she felt a little uneasy, she felt that she couldn't pass up and agreed. At this point, the minister's admiration for Di Gong was as endless as the surging river. He felt the pressure, and in his current state, no amount of dozong could make him feel this. Joining the abandoned island is only the starting point of Four's plan. Seizing the certificate of dominance and building a bridge for free travel at both ends of the Tongtian Ocean current is the key to the first step of the entire plan. After lunch, Yi Baiwei wanted to be alone with her father. But just as she helped her father take his medicine, she received a call. While Arya was still somewhat unconscious, Ian lowered his head and kissed Arya's lips with an expression of, "I'm just taking advantage of her misfortune," until her pale cheeks and lips turned rosy. Then Ian stretched out his arms and pulled the unusually weak person into his arms. At this stage, especially after consuming their perfect pillar male bloodline, Zhang Wang's immortality gene has been further evolved. HMPH, if you two get together, there will be no chance for me to come forward. I am here to announce the Emperor's decree, not to pass on the message to you. Liang Shicheng had already made up his mind and ignored Yang Jian's words. Whatever he said when he got back was up to him. Anyway, since the two of them were not talking, there was no way to verify the facts. Looking around, all the fields were planted with Panax noto ginseng. The Panax noto ginseng here was so famous. Maybe it was right for him to plant Panax noto ginseng again. With mature planting techniques and good sales channels, it would be a sure profit for him. So she suppressed the idea that had just popped up in her mind. Looking at Carlyle, who was sighing, Robin quickly moved to the side, a little further away from him. Fanny and the other two also had a look of contempt on their faces. No wonder a boy confessed to him. With his gentleness that can easily attract people's favor, she would believe it even if a fly confessed to him. After Ming Yuan finished speaking, he acted as if Shen Ruosi was not there, and he no longer glanced at her. Shen Ruosi felt very unhappy about being ridiculed in this way, and she would be even more unhappy if she left now. Finally, she gritted her teeth and sat down next to the man. At this moment, the ministers who had just wanted to stand up and speak all lowered their heads and dared not say a word. An elf elder who was watching nearby was also nervous, and some passing dark elf warriors were a little confused. Although this research had obtained the permission of the dark elf upper elves, most of the warriors did not know what Robin was doing specifically. Yunjin, as usual, was driving the carriage. In addition to Yuan Li driving with the For Funny guys, Yang Jiufeng and his apprentice rode on the same horse and followed slowly behind the carriage. After passing Yangguan, there was yellow soil stirred up by the carriage. It can be said that they suffered a lot, but Tian'er was talking and laughing with Yang Jiufeng on the horseback. She is in so much pain that she can no longer bear it, so I used medicine to make her sleep temporarily. Once I develop the antidote, she will be able to fully recover. Dou Xuanzhe answered Mo Li without any concealment, his hand constantly stroking a string of emerald green and transparent flower beads. You don't have to do anything. I want to meet him in person. Kawamoto Ichiro raised his right hand and said confidently. Wang Zixuan blushed, lowered her head slightly, and shyly tried to pull Sichu Xian's big hand away, but she couldn't pull it out no matter how hard she tried. So when Nana came back, she took a public car from the Singapore Immigration Department and was personally accompanied home by an important officer from the Immigration Department. Gong Sun Miao smiled. If I had known you would ask this question, this might be the last divination for our clan. I have already read it for you. The two young masters will come together. After saying that, he still looked at the lake. That rebellious cultivator claimed to be the master of the demon sealing tower and refused to let go, but let the human race fight the black demon to the death. This battle was unfair, but the immortals had no choice but to do it if they wanted to return to heaven alive. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. The guests and friends had already guessed that Wang Yongshan had drugged the newcomer. With things getting to this point, the young man was most likely doomed. People fled to the sides, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire. But besides being happy, he still felt a little regretful. In fact, he had long regarded Chu Wanqing as his daughter-in-law, but something happened later and all his plans were disrupted. Chapter 54 Shu Ruoyan's Request. Gradually, thoughts of suicide began to grow in my heart, as if only death could, yes. Only death could stop this invisible yet powerful fear. Yunjin, the police station is over there. Mu Fenye saw the police station standing in the center of the town from afar. Phew, that was close. Xia Mingbing quickly dodged to the side and escaped the disaster. Suddenly, another fireball came at him. He quickly blocked it. At this moment, Xia Mingxian had already run in front of him. When Xia Mingbing was about to cast a spell, an ice cone came at his back. As he got closer, Zhao Ming discovered that a huge word, Xian, was hanging high above the pure jade disc. It was like a bright lamp, hanging high above, emitting endless divine light, with an indescribable charm. The word, Xian, was shining brightly, extremely holy, and emitting a bright light, as if a great road was flowing on it, which was really hard to imagine. The sea breeze blew on Tang Li's cheek with a faint fishy smell, and slapped Yang Jian's face with a hint of freshness. "We're here." Ji Yunsong finally stopped. Yang Jian didn't know how long they had been walking, but he had the impression that it was a very long time. Because he didn't dare to disturb Ji Yunsong, Yang Jian didn't say a word during this time. Due to the religious beliefs of Nanzhao, the contents of their sculptures and paintings are basically Buddhist themes, including Tathagata Buddha, Guanyin, heavenly kings, Hercules, etc., or some secular themes, such as the king of Nanzhao, simping officials, monks, etc. Forget it, just use your invisibility skills and follow me quietly. After saying that, Wang Zhu quickly changed his clothes and put away his original clothes. When he was more than 10 meters away, he could see clearly that something was actually cooking on the campfire. The carriage stopped, and Long Hao realized it was intact. Recalling Lei Dong's final strike, it was strikingly similar to the Hu-Tu sword technique from the clan's two-character formula. It was indeed a fine sword technique. With just a few slashes, Ao Long had carved a hole in the roof of the sword, large enough for one person to pass through. Bright light streamed through the hole, forming a beam of light. "Okay, go," Long Ting said as the sword in his hand vibrated. The surface of the sword was instantly covered with a layer of aura. Long Ting immediately performed the sword control technique. Holding the sword in hand, he rushed towards the iron-tailed wolf in front. Chu Zhongjin held the wooden sign and pointed it at himself a few times, but found that his clothes were too torn to hold the sign. Mo Kia couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Her monitoring system was already the most advanced in the world, and the security system had a very high level of protection, but she didn't expect something to go wrong. I saw that the spiritual energy that was like fairy air under his feet when he first arrived began to be slowly absorbed into Diu's body and used for his own purposes. After reading it, Li Hao directly clicked the reward button and selected the golden super rocket on the far left. This super rocket is 4 times more expensive than a regular rocket. One super rocket costs 2,000 shark fins, which is 2,000 yuan. When this person talked about the benefits, a look of pride and excitement appeared on his face, and his body was twitching slightly with excitement. Shumosen's body stiffened slightly. From that moment on, the feeling she gave people was really different. Second brother. Di, who wanted to keep him, but found that Diu glanced at him, muttered something, lowered his head, and stopped talking. From the sound coming out of his throat, one could feel that he must be in great pain at this moment. As soon as the jailer finished speaking, everyone in the room laughed sinisterly. The scene was extremely obscene. Mu Yuncheng was visibly stunned. Mo Yue truly knew him too well, and he knew about his meeting with Lu Xiao, so it was normal for him to guess that. After all, while he had dragon blood, he wasn't a god, and even among gods, not everyone could read people's minds. The afternoon sun was dazzling, and against the warm hedgerows, red plain flowers and purple clematis were in full bloom. A few stray cats crouched beneath a patch of camphor grass planted by an unknown planter, their eyes dazed, lost in the scenery. The occasional stranger passed by, but they remained unmoved. If things go as expected, once Qin Ming takes out these 100,000 red-veined grasses, he will probably win the first place in the Falling Star Mountain Autumn Hunt. Seeing Mu Yuncheng slaughtering the Grass Clan soldiers with his 5 swords, he knew that it was Mo Yue who was secretly behind this. But even though he was furious at this moment, he didn't dare to do anything to him. In addition, he thought he was no match for Mu Yuncheng, so he simply gave up Kurong Mountain and avoided his attack for the time being before making any plans. The police handcuffed Cheng Liping, called their colleagues to take Dopeng away, and then got into the police car. "Then let's go. It doesn't matter if they don't bother us. If they want to die, I don't mind." Su Ruoshi said after hearing this. Feng Morshua smiled awkwardly. She simply didn't have the mood to do this right now, so how could she have the mood to think about these things? At least they have already investigated to the point that he is Su Chen's bodyguard, but this so-called Mr. Cow is still looking up old facts. Stand still like a mountain and move forward. Even Ji Yufan has no way to deal with Tantai Ruosie's formation. Zhu Yafu looked for a long time before sighing, and the hope in his eyes dimmed a little. This is probably not a good idea. How can Yun Chao become an enemy of my brother and compete for the position of the village chief? Xu Yun Chao was flattered and spoke incoherently. Ji Yuyi suddenly received another call from the hospital. They said there was an emergency patient who needed emergency treatment. They wanted Ji Yuyi to go back immediately. If he was late, he might be too late. Zhang Qingyi held Mo Qin's hands tightly, hoping that he could relax. Mo Qin, who would have been very excited in this situation, had cold hands. Wei Xuanyu stared at their clasped hands and deliberately turned his head to the side. When he turned his head, he saw that the Yaksha king was staring at him with a scrutinizing look. He couldn't help but move closer to the two of them in confusion, only to see them half lying there with panicked expressions, their eyes wide open, and no breath in their noses. Misunderstanding. Was everything that happened yesterday a misunderstanding? Guard 211 came out from behind the sandbags. In a flash, he saw the Type 56 light machine gun under the sandbags. He leaned over, picked it up, loaded the gun and aimed at Liu Jinming. The combination of martial arts and magic has brought about a new era, and the supreme power that people pursue has reached a new height. This statement caused another uproar. The five officers were initially confused, looking at each other with furrowed brows. When did such a young captain become such a ruthless bandit? The foreign military attachés and provincial representatives were even more confused, chattering among themselves and discussing the matter non-stop. Chapter 55 Willow Leaf Restaurant. When Devil May Cry heard Luo Qian's shout, he looked around Zhongtan, somewhat puzzled as to why he said such a thing. If it's not an earthquake, then the only possibility is a monster. Yi Yuan became a little nervous. I only have these two bloodlines left. One bloodline is completely useless in the current battlefield. It's better to add both bloodlines together. In this way, maybe I can survive. Wang Hu also stared at Pang Yanli and said. Qiu Yang was also dumbfounded when he saw this scene. He had never thought that Ji Han would be Zhang Xiaoting's boyfriend, and judging from the situation, Li Hao probably knew about their relationship. The spiritual martial body. Ancient legends say that a person is naturally gifted at combat. Even without studying the fundamentals of martial arts, this physique can still reach the pinnacle of martial arts. The next moment, a flame suddenly rose from Li Feng's body, and Li Feng's whole body was covered with flames. As Taoist Tumai nodded in affirmation, the surroundings became chaotic again, with questions rising one after another. The accumulation of these rewards and props reached an incredible level. It took a whole day to use all these rewards and props for my own benefit. Enveloped by this terrifying energy, Zhao Ming felt as if the wind around him had stopped, the logs had stopped, and the whole world seemed to be still. He only felt the terrifying energy in front of him whistling in his ears with the sound of strong wind. Inanimate beings are different from sentient beings. Sentient beings in the three realms are born with souls, and therefore possess spirit breath. However, these spirits are originally soulless. They gradually develop spirituality over centuries, but they cannot yet be said to possess a soul. You can think of it as a special creature, similar to the demon that signed a devil's contract with the demon warlock of the Dark Church. Chen Jing tilted her head and explained softly. If he had known this earlier, he should have sent people to wipe out the wild monsters in the Blood Lake hundreds of years ago, so that he would not have raised a tiger to cause trouble today. But it is too late now. At the beginning of this episode, Kirei reported to Tokishi that his father had been murdered, and Tokishi was extremely sad. How could it be such a coincidence? Although the villa area is not big, the winding Nuo River is more than 3,000 meters long here. If you can meet Dong Shuqian just by walking along the river, then it really is the legendary fate at work. What is the strength second only to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors? It can be said that even the fire god Zhurong may not have the strength to defeat the Wanxiang elder. Perhaps the flying magic weapon stolen from the fat old man on Lonely and Proud Peak could allow him to escape, but he would inevitably run into a swarm of demonic locusts. Of course, the billion-year-old medicinal herbs wanted to, and when they saw the human bodies transformed by several medicinal spirits, they were so envious at first. She looked clean and refreshed, as if the battle had just been a pastime for her. In comparison, the great elf's condition was much worse. Most of his armor had been shattered, and the exposed skin bore numerous burn marks. Siri Alice. Rentaro Satomi couldn't help but mutter, but found that he was very unfamiliar with this name. First, he had learned from the madman that this man had no true chi, but his brute strength and skills were extremely astonishing. He deliberately moved the sofa back to sit on it because he knew that no one could use the momentum to jump so high without completely destroying the sofa's structure, at least not among young people. For some reason, Bai Juyu was affected by these two black air currents and was forcibly brought into a memory. The middle-aged man next to him motioned for him to go in, so Jiang Yangliu went in naturally. The middle-aged man closed the secret room and returned to his post. Xie Xuanfeng ordered everyone to pour all the materials they brought into the pit. I believe that he was watching the battlefield situation in his office in the last second, and suddenly found himself jump to the surface of a star in the next second. His expression must be very interesting. He had even seen Xu Luo directly order that Master Shu's braised beef noodles be donated to the disaster area. With the intentional or unintentional publicity of the Huaxia TV media, Master Shu's braised beef noodles became an instant hit, which not only further increased the rush to buy, but also received support from the official large-scale purchase orders. The same materials, but the techniques and details are worlds apart, and this kind of thing represents the miracle that money can create. Although this time was not as simple as the last time, it was also much easier, because they were beasts after all, and all the human-faced eagles began to flee in one direction. The existence of these props made him feel a little relieved, as he at least had some ability to protect himself when encountering danger. Such speed made the axe-wielding thugs in suits around them gasp. They couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. On their first day in the palace, during lunch, the emperor went to the imperial concubine's palace and had lunch with them. After returning home, Chenxing sent a message to his tutor that night, telling him that he wanted to open an animal breeding farm at home. Chapter 56 Liu Miaoyin of the Liu family. But before long Ruoshi could see the other party take out their divine weapon, a dark purple light suddenly descended and took her away from here in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, there was a rumbling sound in the sky, as if thousands of monks were chanting together. The golden light of Buddhism descended from the sky, shining on the ghosts and burning their bodies. The two brothers were ready to accept the devilish training from their father, but what they didn't expect was that in addition to the basic survival training in the wild, Anlang also specially customized a theoretical course for them. The people behind him are already trying hard to adapt, and now they are completely different. Finally someone comes to suppress him. God must have heard their voices. This Maederbei was really a warlike man. From the moment he set foot in the Central Plains, although he was still very young and his kung fu was not very advanced, he had never submitted to any Central Plains person. Even monks and Taoists were not taken seriously by him. It should be said that the only person he feared was Ling Jiang. No, my sweetheart doesn't like nutritional capsules, so I have to take her back to eat. Besides, Butlerin has prepared food for us when we get back. And Song waved his hand and refused. Maybe it was because they were not used to living with one leg at the beginning. Uncle and nephew Liu Hulu were once trapped on a big tree by 3 tigers for nearly 3 days. In the end, they were rescued by people from Yunjin who happened to arrive. They just blew a whistle and the tigers fled. So the Emperor of Tang and the Crown Prince could only stand in the East Palace, watching the sun set and the night rise, and leave without any conversation. However, the first generation of creatures did not express gratitude to Mother Earth. Instead, they used the powerful force bestowed upon them by Mother Earth and always dreamed of conquering her. Brother Ichiao, the judging is imminent, so I won't keep you company any longer. See you next time. After everyone had left, Du Wei finally bowed to Liu Ichiao and left with his servants. But she also knew that there was nothing she could do. After all, there was also a crown prince accompanying them, so safety was their top priority. Hey! Have you had enough? If you order any more, this meal would be enough for others to buy a BMW. Are there any people like you? Ouyang Qing couldn't help but slap the table. War is always cruel. Once the war starts, the situation becomes as turbulent and unpredictable as a chessboard, making it difficult to understand. This is how an army Koreki feels at the moment when he is in the middle of the war. Zhao Zui's aura suddenly changed and she became very aggressive. It seemed that if she was not told the truth now, she would definitely get to the bottom of it. So seeing that it was almost evening, he took Feng Shuangyao and several other senior designers from Shanghai out to dinner. He had just scared these people in Shanghai, so he had to comfort them. He also brought his 5 beloved disciples, including Xiao Ying and Lu Yuan. It had been a long time since he had had disciples, so of course he treated them like his treasures. The Earth Bear is an Earth-attributed power-type monster with high destructive power and high defense. It is good at Earth escape and other Earth-attributed skills. As he spoke, he began to recount the story of how 3 years ago, Gui Taibai had gone alone to Qingshui village, slaughtered hundreds of villains in one night, chiseled a sword into the mountain, left a poem, and then fled. There were many other legends, too numerous to mention. Linga, why are you here? Didn't I tell you not to run around? Lin Yu patted the snow off Ran Linga's body and picked her up. If I do that, the story I'm trying to create will be too convoluted. But, could it be that my previous attempts to create a story were too straightforward? Perhaps a story with twists and turns, or something outlandish, would be more appealing to a less intelligent detective. Qinglian, if you have nothing to do, get out. Yi Xuman was really angry. Was this man here to make fun of her? What the hell? She could even accept a hidden quest using, hey, here's a quest. She's brain capacity was running out again. While the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. When concubine Zheng and concubine Nieder started to quarrel, concubine Mai's life became much better. Time passed minute by minute, and when the whole city fell into silence, only the lights of the SWAT team were still shining. What a sister who won't die unless she seeks death. Her hatred value instantly reached the maximum. She complained in his heart. Afterwards, Captain Peng was reprimanded and made a self-criticism on the stage in front of the entire regiment, but he had no regrets. The 5 evil men curled their lips and let out a chilling laugh. Their already ugly faces looked even more terrifying, like a bloodthirsty devil. Originally, Wang Jishan was not a greedy person, but who would bite the hand of too much silver? After a year of making a lot of money easily, he was a little uncomfortable when he returned to their hard work and unprofitable life. Where is she? His eyes sparkled as she shook off her previous lethargy, but then she became nervous. Who reported the news? How did you know just by going out? Did she come to our house? Yes, did she go to the deceased prince's wife? His series of words made Mother Qin almost unable to hear clearly. Ling Shui on the other end seemed to be silent for a moment. Her beautiful eyes moved, and it seemed that she already knew the reason why Ling Wucheng wanted to kill Zhang Xingyue. Her ears were filled with the earnest teachings of her mother Su Minute ever since she was old enough to understand. Su Minute had been teaching her step by step, guiding her towards becoming a lady from a noble family. She was almost familiar with the principles of the saints. Su just glanced outside, then immediately looked away and took a deep breath. Chapter 57, Unable to See Through. Bang! It was as if a wall appeared out of thin air underneath the ground. Ning Yiqian's running figure hit the wall and made a dull sound. Boom, boom. Ning Yiqian saw that there were still 100 genetic warriors who had not come out, and immediately began to bombard them. There were tens of thousands of high-explosive grenades stored in his storage ring, which were most suitable for this kind of harassment. The remaining 5 lightning bolts came down almost at once with a loud bang. He only had time to catch a glimpse of a pink dress in the golden light, and a vague smile. When he looked up again, the place was already a mess. The soul and spirit were destroyed, and not even a corpse was left. Ever since I found the old man that day, he told me everything and even sent me to my previous life. Looking at all the disputes, how can I bear to let you go? Since you are here to repay your debt, it is destined that we must be entangled in this life, and no one can destroy it. You must remember the oath you made. As expected, using this body seed as a medium, one could accomplish something truly heaven-defying in this forbidden place. Truly, could one say that there are always exceptions to everything? Among these soldiers, most of them knew Yin Yi, and many of them were once his subordinates and soldiers led by him. They thought he had been executed long ago, but they did not expect him to appear here. Is this God's will? Is this God's instruction to them? The moment Lin Xiaoxi heard these words, tears began to flow uncontrollably. Lin Xiaoxi had thought to herself that she was strong, that she would endure it and not cry. But when she heard Tang Qianhao say these words, tears began to flow without warning. Pull out the arrow, it's okay, you do it. Blood was dripping down Fan Yun's shoulder, but his voice remained calm. Jielan felt flattered, but she didn't object and sat next to the city assistant as he had arranged. After she and the city assistant were seated, the other officials took their seats. After hearing this, Tang Ruoya felt a warm feeling in her heart, and she also felt ashamed for her misunderstanding of him just now. What's your name? You were able to dodge my attack. It's better for you to be my subordinate. No matter if it was a coincidence or something else, you dodged it anyway. In this case, you saved your life. After saying that, Xiaomuyan's eyes suddenly flashed red, and he glanced at the middle-aged man. Seeing that Dr. Lin couldn't tell the reason, Zhang Lingyu sighed. Staying here was not a solution. Besides, Su Yang's health was not good and he didn't want to cause her trouble. He told Su Rui that he was leaving first and she might feel better after she went home and had a good sleep. Hua Yun felt a headache whenever she thought of this man. He was the only son of her father's best friend and also her childhood playmate. The two had a childhood sweetheart relationship, and Jin Cheng's pursuit of her had long been public within the group. Zhu Lejie, the second general of the Lanier army, led 1,000 captured cavalry to garrison Dakeochi Fort in the east of Yanyan. Sun Weidong's pupils suddenly dilated, and he seemed to want to say something, but before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Xie Yina. The masked boy had a blank expression on his face, but the camera captured a flash of determination in his eyes. Okay, Darju, you send someone to notify them to come to the headquarters for a meeting according to this list. Gao Chong handed Quan Darju a list of senior commanders. This bentonite and montmorillonite are mainly used as the main binder for foundry sand, additives for papier-making and paint, and using them in sizing weaving can save food and prevent linting. They spoke so lightly, but the more they spoke, the more Zhang Lingyu felt that they were eager to get away, and he couldn't let them go. Okay, I got it. Let's go now and go to the hospital. I'll feel at ease after a checkup. Hyans has been thinking about this matter in his heart. He also knew that Lin Wan had been secretly watching him, her intense gaze nearly burning one side of his face red. But after learning the secret of the hero power, he became even more hesitant to accept Lin Wan. Looking inside through the hole in the window, I saw that the house was completely bare. There was a straw mat on the bed, a table and a chair, an oil lamp, and a large vat in the corner. That was all the family's belongings. I thought I could go to the royal city to talk with Chen Ying about what happened at that time, but now it seems that I really can't go. Su Shangxue couldn't help but think to herself. Usually, seniors in the spirit transformation realm would go into seclusion to seek an opportunity to ascend to immortality, and magic weapons like the magic mirror were not easy to refine, so Lady Yinhuai was not worried that these casual cultivators would be able to discover her true identity. Yang Ying didn't ask such stupid questions as why the warriors from Xiang Mansion would outnumber others and fight against the minority. Su Hongshan lowered his head, as if he had given up struggling. He then saw 6 hands grabbing his legs, some grabbing his waist, some grabbing his hands, and he was carried back under the amused gaze of the villagers. Xiao Yan, who had already lost the initiative, could only passively block and seek other ways to break the situation. It seems that people who practice the magic way are different from humans who were born and raised in the void heaven. They have practical ideas. King Yan figured it out. If he cherishes his job and is a dedicated person, he will definitely rack his brains to find ways to make up for the losses or even look for opportunities to fight back. Yu Lingren's lips twitched slightly, but she said nothing. Even if she hadn't taken Yu Lingren's body, Yu Lingran himself would probably not be living a good life. Chapter 58 The Royal Jade Ceremony. Luer finally came to her senses from her confusion. She kept admitting her mistakes, closed the door, and quickly lay on the ground to pick up the silver. Intelligence results showed that the man was Chi Yu, an elder of the Explorers Guild, who was 342 years old. His special ability was mental detection. No person or animal's mental power could escape his detection. He had extremely high sensitivity and was known as a master of mental power. A disdainful smile appeared at the corner of Li Lingqian's mouth. Li Lingqian was right. This illusion was useful to others. Although Prime Minister Yang was powerful, he was originally a commoner. Although his sons and nephews also held high-ranking officials, their status was still far inferior to Yi Lun's. Lord Shu spoke with a powerful tone, carrying a certain authority. Having witnessed life and death in the past, he naturally had a resoluteness to stick to his word. The second master and shopkeeper Qi were convinced, and nodded in agreement. The next step is naturally to pick peaches. Today, Beihai only plans to pick the ones that he can reach, and leave the rest for tomorrow. No one could tell exactly how many cultivators there were in the four wildernesses, but it was common knowledge that the blood demon Lin Ji had killed thousands of them. Yang Shu was also curious. It was the first time he saw Holan with such an incredible expression. At this age, Bei Yuanming, who was still riding on a tree branch, said happily to his son, "When we got here, we found that this bunch of red fruits was the best, so we stopped to pick a few. Who knew that we would be trapped here after eating a few?" As he spoke, he reached out and picked a bunch of fruits and threw it to Bei Hai's car. Fang Zhongxi said, "I need the help of Brother Ying. With the help of these two giant turtles, when they rush into fight with the Buddha, the people guarding outside will have an easier time." As he spoke, the sky began to turn golden. Then, everyone saw 9 horses with golden bodies shining all over. They were so majestic, with strong muscles, bright golden scales on their bodies, and 5 claws on their limbs instead of hooves. Coming to the computer, after Zhao Qingran had finished everything, Jiangsu Ying's face appeared on the screen. A strong wind blew in his face, waking Lin Chuan up. He suddenly realized that he had thought too much. It would be impossible for even a half-step immortal king to escape from the immortal king. If he had not died, the immortal king would have completely razed the starry sky demon realm to the ground. Unexpectedly, just as the fox demon jumped onto the windowsill and stepped on the talisman on the windowsill with its left foot, it heard a puff sound and felt a pain under its foot, as if it was on fire. It screamed and looked down. It saw that its left foot was smoking and the smell of burnt hair rushed into its nostrils. There are many rumors surrounding Yin Langer throughout EC City. Some say that he started from scratch, while others say that he acquired such a huge fortune by killing his brother and relatives. Her body had become as soft as a ball of cotton. She had no strength in her body and her legs were draped weakly around Ji Weiyin's waist. "You men are all more useless than the other." Ziling snorted coldly, brandishing a spear with great vigor. She looked even more majestic in her armor. There was a heroic look between her brows, and her beautiful appearance reflected the strength of a 9th-level god. From time to time, patients with trauma were sent in. Although many of them only needed simple disinfection and bandaging, there were always some patients who would have a series of complaints, especially when they saw the intern's work ID hanging on Wen Yang's chest. They would rely on their wealth and power and clamor that they must be bandaged by a formal staff. Gong Hechio knew it of course, but he knew very well who his wife had under his command. Anyone who could break into the courtyard and play tricks should have strong martial arts skills. How could his wife have such a master under her command? That's why it couldn't be her. "Hey, no wonder master doesn't like to recruit disciples," Lin Chuan sighed. "Not only is it laborious, but it also delays cultivation." Boom! The ion cannon hit the side deck of the knight, and their violent vibration caused Jiang Wuming to fall from the captain's seat. Manjilatu turned around with a slight displeasure and waved his hand behind him. The curtain of the carriage in front was lifted, revealing several wooden boxes. When He Lang heard this, his heart went cold. He had never expected that so many unimaginable things would happen in just 4 years after his death. He felt as if he were there himself, feeling the fragility and helplessness of fellow human beings. There was no sign of anyone on the vast coast, so Sun Yong no longer worried about Sun Quan's safety and just followed the order. The soldier, who had been prepared, quickly retreated, slashing with his sword. Meanwhile, the dozen or so soldiers nearby gritted their teeth and rushed forward, swords and knives raised, instantly knocking the Ma family general to the ground. "You call me dad? Do you really recognize me as your dad?" King Peng was very happy, and a rare smile appeared on his usually cold face. Although most people cannot tell that Iru is much different from Yodian in terms of their figure and gait, in Daijin's heart, they are two completely different people. A man like this, even just looking at him directly, can make one's heart flutter for hours, so how can one manipulate him like a chess piece? Brick yelled, "You fucking enjoyed beating me, but I haven't even touched me." "Yeah," I waved my hand and asked Yi Zhan to let him go. Brick knew when to strike and he definitely couldn't beat him to death. The situation Zhao Lei was worried about came true. Another group of cavalry came from afar. Zhao Lei saw it and turned to look at the city wall. No reinforcements had appeared yet, so he had no choice but to grit his teeth and make a desperate move. Chapter 59 Li Ya, who doesn't understand stone. Xu Hong's face was filled with pain. He wanted to resist, but he was powerless. The poison had already attacked his heart. In order to end the battle quickly, he had used up almost all of his internal strength, which was now gradually weakening. In a moment, Xu Hong was injured in many places and his hands and feet were weak. Obviously, without thinking, it was because Long Ting led the new recruits of the vanguard battalion to burn the food and grass, which made the king of Jinan look at them with admiration. Because while running, the images projected on the slides in the restaurant were also changing at the same time. Yun Moyu pouted, trying to touch her nose to avoid his intense gaze, but the man was incredibly skilled and grabbed her hands. Unconvinced, Yun Moyu fought back with her powerful hands, but the man was unpredictable and, in less than 2 seconds, had both of her hands firmly pinned in his palm. "I'll let you go, but you'd better not think about running away, otherwise you'll bear the consequences." As Liu Yi retracted his foot, the man in black robe immediately stood up and raised his hand to hit Liu Yi, but he finally stopped. After just a short fight, he knew that he was no match for Liu Yi and stood aside helplessly. "Go away, we'll meet again if we're lucky." The god of fire smiled, revealing his white teeth. With a wave of his fiery red robe, Liu Yi was directly swept up by a gust of hot wind and flew to the crater. Both men looked at Xia Rong, especially Lin Jing's playful expression, which seemed to say that you have offended someone greatly. Xia Rong was a little unsure, and she snorted and went upstairs. "We want to know about the 10 divine swords." Yinmo told the truth because she seemed to have noticed something wrong. The two of them joined hands and bowed to each other. At that moment, she seemed to see through the red veil and saw Mai Qingli's smiling but gentle face, as if he would tolerate everything for her. "I originally thought that on the first day of school, no matter how busy the parents of these children were, they would come to pick up their children on time." After finally finishing the dinner, Chen Ji felt like he was finally dead. But there was nothing he could do. He had so much to hide, and he didn't want his grandparents to worry about him. "The conversation I just had with him was exactly what we had when we first met in the Qingju Imperial Palace. That was our first meeting, and we didn't get along, so I asked him to work with me." The red ball of light had been waiting for this moment. When Sith asked it for help, it was its time to show off. At this time, in the live broadcast room of Station B, Luo Chen was slightly stunned as he saw the number of online users increase from several million to more than 20 million in a short period of time, and was still increasing. She was amazed at the sight of mountains, at the sight of bridges, and at everything she saw. It was as if her past years were buried in the dust. On the third day after Mo Yu lost contact, the confidant around the Queen Mother came to the Su mansion to demand Mo Yu. The Khan did not stop Hezer, nor did he scold him for his impoliteness in front of the palace. Instead, he took the beads from his wrist, twisted them one by one, and looked skeptical about what he said to me. After taking a shower, Misaka Makoto walked out of the bathroom, opened the door, and saw that Asakura Yi had already put together the eavesdropping device and tracker, so she walked forward to observe. In the home team's locker room, Schaff did not blame his players because Werder Bremen played like crazy. She didn't feel angry because Asakura Yi was deliberately trying to please her, but instead felt a little excited and expectant. She was excited because her guilt towards him was no longer so heavy because of his few words, and she was looking forward to what Asakura Yi was asking her to do. Then Xiaohu Yurue raised his slender fingers lightly, knocked on the wall of the cave, and pulled the corners of his mouth into a seductive smile. Murakami couldn't be the kind of person who was willing to be inferior to others. If the Hyakumeki clan really used this to threaten him, Murakami might die together with the Hyakumeki clan, but the difficulty was that Murakami couldn't joke about the rise and fall of the entire Ofnok clan. TSK, your body smells so good. With you by my bedside every day, I will definitely live 100 years. Andrew Ing is indeed an experienced old pervert. Mizuki glanced at Yamato, thought about it, and nodded in confirmation, and said that from the brief battle with this enemy, he had indeed witnessed the 5 attributes with his own eyes. What is he going to do? Park Minghui was a little puzzled. According to his logic, the Chinese should stabilize their situation at this time, then establish a zombie tribe, and then go to war with himself or others. Of course the secret exists, but some of the benefits have already come to me. Xu Yang shrugged and smiled. But at this moment, Xu Yang's voice entered the formation and clearly reached the minds of every god. As the legendary lucky guy, Wang Dowei naturally received an invitation again. The difference was that this time he was accompanied by a girl. Yes, it was one of the girls he met at the last press conference. The Wei soldiers had no time to form a defensive formation. What was particularly fatal was that they had just experienced a desperate battle and were exhausted. Chapter 60. A cart of scrap. Zhu Qian, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, said lightly, and then, under Zhu Chufeng's horrified gaze, he stretched out his right hand and slapped him heavily on the chest, and Zhu Chufeng fell off the ring like a kite with a broken string. There is a crystal clear ice lantern lit in my mother's ice room all year round. Why did it appear at this time? I'm just saying this casually. After the failure in slaying the dragon, I also feel that we are not strong enough. I won't say anything else. If there is nothing else, let's set off now. Optimus Prime scratched his head and proposed to everyone very firmly. Zhu Qian, you are not going to compete with the number one genius in your family, are you? Zhang Han suddenly asked. Without a moment's hesitation, Wan Ying took the scissors and undid her bun with a single cut. Before Argue and Lao Zhang could intervene, strands of her hair had already scattered all over the floor. Indeed, he probably didn't realize he was about to kill himself. Otherwise, he would have won an Oscar for his acting. Yue thinks he might attack the capital for the second time. There are many rumors about the Lord of the Underworld Palace, but very little information. For more than 10 years, he seems to have never appeared in the eyes of people outside the Underworld Palace. The Qianji Gate also paid attention to the Underworld Palace in the past. After seeing the mystery of the Underworld Palace, he founded the Qingming 13 departments. Even though Wan Ying was unconscious, she heard these words clearly. There was no time for her to think about it. Seeing several thugs approaching, Wan Ying instinctively grabbed her clothes and pants tightly, resisting and begging for mercy. Master Chen, please listen to my explanation. Argui was also being tortured at this time, desperately pulling at his clothes and pants. There was no peace and quiet for the whole day. After entering the palace and being deeply influenced by Yan Kanglin's cold and stern aura, the ministers resigned themselves to dealing with the numerous court affairs. Let's hide first. There's still time to make a decision after seeing the situation. Brothers, the wind is strong, let's retreat. Qisha put his two-handed giant blade behind his back again. After saying that, he stood up and ran towards the mound where the cave was just located. This made Xiaoran very angry and seriously hurt her self-esteem. She argued that she had passed the exams herself and that the principal had sent a teacher to supervise her personally. Originally, Qin Qian wanted to fish in troubled waters, but he didn't expect that the management of the wolf tribe was still strict, and he had no chance of getting to the city gate tower and approaching the Wolf King. He looked up at the 10 moons in the sky and sighed. In fact, there was no distinction between day and night on the spiritual road. There was always a moon in the sky, but the light it emitted was different. Fortunately, once Shen Qiansan's flesh is bitten open, the dragon blood will naturally appear, and the flying bull will naturally close its mouth. My leg injury was not treated in time, and my legs are useless. Yi Feidao said with a haggard face. In any case, 2 days later, Wang Chen, who had completely calmed down physically and mentally, boarded a helicopter again and headed for the Jiangyi base. If nothing unexpected happened, he would stay there for 2 days and take the next transport plane back to the peninsular base. In his mind, Dao Ji was just a reckless man who made his fortune by fighting underground boxing. The next second, a slight explosion sounded, and a very fine and even cloud of smoke spread out from the columnar object. The air was instantly filled with the fishy smell of metal and the pungent yet slightly sweet smell of chemicals. On the way, we learned from some inquiries that the people in this mountain village were surnamed by a relatively rare surname. The boss then raised his head and noticed Yarn Zedi's presence. His face lit up with joy. There hadn't been a single customer all morning, and he had been depressed for a long time. Long Quan was greatly surprised. He had thought that a fierce battle was inevitable, but he did not expect Lan Kai to let him in directly. Didn't Princess Mingyao give him an order not to let the Long family army enter the pass? I don't have one on me, but I heard teacher Ren Yuan mention it at Qianxian College. There is one in the college, Long Ming recalled. Hu Shuntang shook his head and glanced at the Yaksha King next to him. The Yaksha King just stared at the note without saying a word. Passive, invisible wings. You can enter the invisible state at any time at your will, and you will gain 10 magic points after the invisibility is released. He bullies others, but why does he behave so well in front of Ji Yi? There must be something wrong. Jafar had no choice but to complain in his heart. It was ridiculous that a bunch of guys who were hungry and naked were still following the rules. He had never seen monkeys following the rules before. Han Yu also noticed that Su Jin was not right, and then realized that he had said something wrong and quickly covered his mouth. Han Yu saw that Sujin was in a low mood and wanted to say something to comfort Sujin, but when the words came to his lips, he didn't know how to speak. The three of them were silent, and no one spoke. Shinsini returned to the company and went straight to her office. She put her things down and went to the director's office. She walked in and checked out of her leave and went to work. Yao Shun, why? The disciple who was infused with the soul of the Snake King walked towards Yao Shun, his face full of pain and unwillingness. The most prominent one was Bai Chen. Close behind were the new recruits like Bai Yu. Lastly, there were the soldiers Ji Yue had previously led. Knowing Ji Yue was getting married, some skipped shifts, some asked for leave, and some were forced to. In short, anyone who could make it was there. Especially when Buchi, who leaned his back against the huge and ferocious head of the dark red barbarian Raw, sat on its shoulder with his legs crossed, squinted his eyes and drank the blood honey crystal water sip by sip, with an expression of enjoying his old age on his face, which made people want to chop him twice. Chapter 61 Stone King Li Fengshan. We are now in a fighting system, which means we will fight the opponent whenever we have time and completely disrupt their operating rhythm. When Xianyuan felt his head buzzing. 1 or 200 million, obviously in US dollars. His own company, Grey Consortium, probably didn't have that much cash flow. Xiamo breathed in the fresh air and was about to tell Lao Qi and Lao Ba that she was fine and would be fine after a short sleep, but Lao Ba started to stagger. Originally, the rule of this mansion was that servants without many years of service experience were not allowed to go to the place before the ancestral display room, but since Liu Gongqian's death, this rule was abolished. In such a situation, someone actually dared to take advantage of his cousin's absence and try to steal his girlfriend. Just by looking at Hishagan's expression, Lu Jinan was worried about the girl named Ari Li. You are really something. Why did you think of matchmaking for your 10th sister? Master Kang also felt that Ce Ling had chosen a good person, with a decent family background. Although he was only a mid-level military officer, he had military merits and would definitely be much better than those playboys in the future. This old man is really extraordinary. Just a few words from him have shaken me. He looked at the old man solemnly, as if a fox-like smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. At least, he had signed contracts for 8 films, although the first one was only a meager 500,000 yuan. I saw you. His face was burning with anxiety, and at the same time, he couldn't stop getting goosebumps. After thinking about it, Jiu Qingju gave up. The things in the ancient ruins were completely tailor-made for Shijing and were of no use to him. By the time the charity sale was over, it was already dusk. The fiery clouds in the sky were reflected on the long ancient road, and the people who came to participate in the charity sale left one after another. Lin Qini, who had been drawing, turned around. He felt inexplicably uncomfortable in his heart, so he drew Wu Mian in the painting as well, and then poked nails on Wu Mian's face. In previous years, there were only about 10 people at most, but this year, Shen Yunchu took a quick look and found that the sparse crowd in the side hall totaled about 20 people. He knew very well that if he just made them bankrupt, the prisoners would definitely not obey him and would not be able to use them for his own purposes. Then Chen Xiaorong opened his mobile phone interface and pressed the equal sign, and a set of numbers appeared on it, which were exactly the numbers on the card. Xu Cheng, who was sitting in the audience, made eye contact with her and felt inexplicably uneasy. He picked up the AD calcium milk on the table and took a sip, recalling their conversation that afternoon. Wang Xing guessed that what he felt was his own will, a talent gained through the adventure space. After Wang Xing retreated, the murderous intent in his heart had almost dissipated. He went from being angry and wanting to attack to now feeling something was wrong. He then figured out the problem and immediately began to prepare to run away. These guys are used to a life of luxury, and perhaps they have never envied something that they usually throw aside without even a glance at. Tang Feng looked at Zhuang Xiao's slightly trembling shoulders, and a silent sigh passed through his heart. He shook his head, flicked away the cigarette butt in his hand, and began to think about the scene when he walked into the room 10 minutes later. Do you think Manling was possessed by an evil spirit, and that evil spirit took her life? Cheng Jiankai guessed. Jiankan had sharp bones, and his straight nose complemented his facial features perfectly. Yin Shishan, on the other hand, had a softer face, and a nose of the same height would have looked very awkward on her face. After hanging up the phone, Xing Xiaozhi apologized to Jiang Guyu again. Jiang Guyu waved his hands and comforted her, saying it was not her fault. Seeing that she was eloquent again, Hui knew that the anger in her heart had passed, so she smiled and said, "That's right. Well, without saying anything else, I'd better tell you what Nanny said just now, otherwise you won't be able to sit still like this." After saying that, she chuckled twice. He was quite familiar with the terrain and barrier of Konoha village, and if he really wanted to leave, even blocking the door would not stop him. This seemingly simple and natural attack actually contained an unparalleled murderous intent. It was a fierce attack from a saint. In the holy city, many monks were trembling. Facing the divine phoenix that was as huge as the holy city, they felt a terrifying oppression like mountains and seas. I named the next volume Pianran Asks the Jianghu. I think you can guess the literal meaning from it. She hadn't told old Lady Jin before because she was afraid she would get sick from anger, but she didn't expect that she would get beaten up for it. You will no longer be sick, you will no longer have to go to the bathroom, your stamina will increase dramatically, and you may even be able to stay young forever. At this moment, a sense of crisis made Schiller feel alert. He hurriedly pushed away Bai Yang's powerless body and tried to dodge, but he didn't expect that the latter would hold his arm tightly. The attacking golden warriors obviously had different personalities and purposes. Some had cold faces, some looked sincere, and some had red eyes and a sad look on their faces as they fought with Tang Cheng, always wanting to get out of the battle circle. Xu Qingyan looked at the unharmed Huyan Ba in astonishment and announced the result reluctantly. "Who says you are an old married couple? You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want." Li Mai glared at Liu Chiho and said. "Also, I don't know what Ren Chao is doing recently. He goes out during the day and stays up all night, and he doesn't spend time with his mother." Bu Fan poured his internal energy into this palm strike, and the Bei Ming true energy had already melted into the tea. It would be difficult for an ordinary martial artist to hold the teacup, which was also a test for Shui Yibing. At the dinner table, Jiu Ruchu didn't say much. Sometimes she buried her head in the rice in the bowl, and sometimes she stared at the two men who were drinking alone. She felt a little heavy-hearted. At this moment, Jiu Ruchu felt that she was really despicable. Shouldn't she have come here to meddle in other people's business? Last time, I hurriedly went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the certificate under his threat, and this time I have to rush to get the certificate again. Chapter 62 Betting. Their hatred in Lu Linchen's heart continued to grow and magnify, and he could hardly suppress the urge to kill Su Yini to avenge his elder brother. Although Bu Junming felt that Li Laobar's words would easily anger the other party, this was the only way now. Everyone cried and begged for mercy, banging their heads on the ground frantically, fearing that they would be slower than others. Seeing Yu Li's behavior, Li Cheng didn't say much and cooperated with Li Cheng's behavior. Jiang Yang frowned and immediately did as Zhao Zai said, looking up the man's complaints on W-Blog and started reading them. A familiar warm current flowed slowly along his limbs and bones. Gradually, Mu Xinyan, who had been sleeping with pain for many years, felt a feeling he had never experienced before, similar to feeling so comfortable that he wanted to sleep. At that time, he already knew that Su Yini was pregnant with his child, and he even wanted to break off the engagement with his fiancée and marry Su Yini. Unfortunately, the stall owner passed away the day before yesterday. According to investigation, we only know that he had a Hun accent, and there is no more information. Captain Xiong, report to the bureau. Luo Rongxin felt that this was enough and there was no need for further discussion. Senior. Yu got up from the ground, condensed a fireball and threw it at the man in the black cloak. Even if he makes 100 correct moves, he is still on my chessboard. Let him jump around for a few days. Zhu Rong looked into the distance, clenched his hands into fists, and looked confident that everything was under control. Shenlong Xuan's 2 months of fighting with monsters were not in vain. He experienced life and death many times. It was precisely because of such experience that his combat awareness was extremely strong. Choose to return. After reading the part about player permissions, Lin Feng closed the system panel. Why? I started it too, so I have to eat too. Xiao Yixia was dissatisfied and pointed at the dumplings in front of Xia Lianchar to refute. The next morning, Yingyi took out the mink scarf her mother had made for her before she went out, and then made a tassel with dozens of East China sea pearls strung together with gold thread. She personally gave it to Hu Fani, and also gave Hu Mingxiang a string of beads made of fine Heqian jade. Arrogant smashed things and shouted angrily, "It's all your fault. I forgot what I was talking about. I have a perfect plan." Suddenly his face changed, and his expression changed like the weather, which suddenly cleared up from a heavy rain. Zhang Yu watched the plot unfold silently, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought at Uncle Ju's effortless approach to the situation. Was this still the boy who was once ridiculed by the entire Lin Yuan city? Was this still the useless person who was rumored to have only awakened a yellow-level first-grade waste soul? At 7 o'clock in the evening, Liang appeared on time at the bottom of Jia Qingji's large flat, but without Jia Qingji's confirmation, he had no way to enter the building. How could this happen? Dao Tai hasn't left yet, and the devil is here again. Glenn was a little overwhelmed. What was going on? Xie Yang nodded thoughtfully, walked to the soup pot, opened the lid, and saw steam rising from the pot, with a fragrant aroma. It was still hot, so he filled another bowl and walked to the door of Yi Beihan's bedroom. This box contains medicinal herbs that are extremely rare in the entire Zhongzhou. This box contains a complete set of silver instruments brought back from the western regions that can be used to test poison. The last box contains a set of gold wire soft armor that is light and thin to wear, but is invulnerable to swords and guns. Oh, Officer Zhang, we are friends now, do we still have to make such a fuss? Zhuo Lingfeng said shamelessly. He hugged Zhang Yulin as if he was hugging a man, without any taboos at all. I didn't find the demon wolf, and the last straw of my life flew away. I found Da He and the others again and told them to stay here. I followed the map on the note and went to the Red Leaf Forest. Xie Yang looked at him, his fingertips holding the knife trembling constantly, and he rolled off the sofa in embarrassment. Nan Ruo paused, and understanding the meaning in his eyes, he had to retreat reluctantly. Qiu Ying paused because of a slap from Ji Rufeng on the back. Zhuo Lingfeng seized the opportunity and slapped her on the back of the neck, trying to knock her out. I quickly took out the Ice Soul sword from the space ring and threw it to the Ice Fairy. I took out the Dragon Slaying sword and killed these Japanese ninjas. This kind of battle is definitely not something we can participate in. In other words, we can't bear the aftermath of the battle. I will always keep revenge in mind and wait for the opportunity. Just like when I faced Zhao Qianyu, I waited for more than half a year before taking revenge. There was nothing in the entire yard. It was like a large square with a side length of 200 or 300 meters, paved with 1 meter square green stone slabs that were quite flat. However, what Luo Yu didn't know was that even for the Qinhe sword sect, it had been many years since this generation of true disciples had experienced such a prosperous era, and thus so many talented disciples appeared. It was also at this moment that even Wu Qian's eyebrows were twisted into a knot, and he found that he could not sense the true location of the young man in green at this moment. Although Chu Yang was shocked by the opponent's dodging ability, his eyes were full of disdain, because Jiang Hao's attack had been resolved by him and had no effect at all. It was impossible to break his defense. They had agreed that if they got separated, they would use special markings to point the way and reunite. In just half an hour, he found them in front of a lake. This time, his body was burning, and every inch of his flesh and blood was glowing. This was the ultimate manifestation of sublimation, and he was about to make the final kill. She was more sensitive to the changes in the rules of heaven and earth than others, and pointed out the essence of this place. Faced with the 4 aggressive men, Lian Longzi and Nyosan remained indifferent and both gave a mocking smile. Chapter 63 Li Fengshan's handwriting. The devourer who was fighting with him seemed to be pulling, but he did not defend at all, allowing Chrono's attacks to hit him, and then his fat trembled, and the offensive was eliminated into nothingness. On the contrary, his attacks were also powerful and heavy, and each blow was full of power. Just as Ji Yulingzer was about to speak, a flood of memories flooded into his mind, causing him to frown. Yes, I still have to go to work, so I'll leave first. After hearing Lan Chiche's words, Jiang Bokai glanced at the watch on his wrist and hurried out to the company. Besides, with Chen Xiu's brain and IQ at that time, even if Sun Chanping really told her directly, it would be hard to say whether she believed it or not. The two of them are still in the training stage as new recruits. They usually help change bed sheets, clean the ward, or distribute medicines, and watch patients take their medicines. Drawing blood or giving injections are not their jobs that require any technical skills, so it is not a big deal for them to slip away early. I want to deliberately appear in front of Zhu Jiyuan and find a way to enter the Zhu family again. Only by contacting the people of the Zhu family can I know who is the mastermind behind the scenes half a year ago. Lan Xingxing clenched her fists. The car accident that caused her almost took her life. If it weren't for Pei Gaoang, she would have been buried in the sea. Apart from these few who acted arrogantly and caused trouble in the team every day, the others were neither so idle nor so courageous. But just as He Yao pointed, a silk ribbon was blown up by the wind, and the word Lin was faintly revealed. Work! Don't you know you're fired? Fan Jingyun suddenly exclaimed, looking at Lan Xingxing as if he was watching a show. Everyone focused their attention on Qin Chuhan. The four countries' joint attack on Chen Yuan was almost entirely facilitated by the Prince of Chen Han Kingdom. It was absolutely impossible to ask them to wait here, because they didn't know when Li Yuqing would come back, and they also had to go back to report. So Eunuch Wang thought about it and said to Li Yusin, since she is not here, it doesn't matter. You are her sister, so you can receive the decree on behalf of Li Yuqing. It makes the same thing anyway. Chen Shu is now covered in feces, and Zhang Qinci really doesn't dare to chase him. If they fight again, he will inevitably be stuck with these filth. How about you try to speak? Your third brother said that as long as you can move, you can speak. Murong Chong stared at Qin Jiao's face nervously. No one knows how the soapberry trees on the mountain are growing, and no one knows what they are yet, so Li Yuqing thought that if possible, he would pick all the soapberries on the trees first, and then transport them back in batches. The wooden house she lived in was actually very simple. Apart from the basic amenities of a bed, a table, a few benches, and a cabinet, there were also some potted flowers and plants. Do you need any proof? Even the voice became a little deeper, as if a living Buddha had appeared in the world. Let me check it out. Zhang Qinci held Jin Siyu's hand, and his thoughts spread around along the irregular cracks in the ice. There was a roar in the air, and a golden light appeared in Sun Dinuror's eyes. Sun Dinuror was startled and instinctively gathered all his strength to slap out. Tell me, what are you doing out here? Chen Yun certainly did not mean to ask the superficial meaning, but to ask why you appeared in this world. The forest was pitch black due to the dark clouds overhead, but the torches flickered brightly like stars in the night sky. The scarlet eyes reflecting the flames illuminated Vodreker's vision completely. It was getting closer and closer. Seeing the dense tents less than 10 feet ahead, Lu Jin felt as if his breathing was about to stop. If it weren't for Diliarfei's special status, not to mention Omar, the border guarding general, even the two princes of the Moreau kingdom would not be qualified to own Diliarfei. As the core player, there is no need to say much about the performance on the court. There is no point in saying too much. Instead, it is more beneficial to the team to praise teammates more at this time. It is a bit like companies in later generations. They are keen to sponsor or title some activities, even if some of them are cross-border or irrelevant. The purpose of doing so is not only promotion, but also to enhance their own brand image. As they gazed out from the top of Mingyang Peak, they saw only swirling dark clouds and demons running rampant. The once pleasant mountains, rivers, and villages were now filled with scenes of apocalypse. At this moment, Diana rushed forward first, the sword of the god of fire in her hand ignited with orange-red flames, and she slashed at Haler on the head. Then do you have any way to let us see it too? Although she still couldn't believe it, Nami still excitedly held Aaron's shoulders and looked at Aaron with hope in her eyes. In other words, there is nothing to change. Durant plays one-on-one, then Westbrook plays one-on-one. This is the tactic. When it's substitute time, James Harden plays one-on-one. This is a loss-making approach. Count Castle can already foresee that after the Roland family is exterminated, the remaining 3 families will definitely join forces to resist the Castle family. Although Jiang Qing does not have any military power, the terrifying power of Brainstorm is deeply recognized by everyone in Jianghuai City. Anbang and Ostolov got on the extended Lincoln, and the rest of the people got on the business car at the back. Several cars started heading towards Girona. Chapter 64, Opening the Stone Personally. Unfortunately, his father Dongshan met the wise Emperor Xianzong, and his family was almost exterminated. Fortunately, there were some important officials in the Ming court who were full of benevolence and morality, so they escaped the disaster. Blame God. Never mind, he's going to die anyway, whatever happens. If he doesn't believe it, then it doesn't matter. If nothing unexpected happens, they will never come back to Cheshire town. The capital city will be their final destination. After this separation, they don't know when they will meet again. It's okay. What else can happen now that Sakumo Koen is here? Ucher Takumitsu laughed and walked back with Ucher Shiina arm in arm. He openly slandered concubine Mar, and this news was almost simultaneously passed on to concubine Mar. Li Qingming walked step by step towards the guarding place, but the people around him did not notice anything unusual. Although Qin Hong was rich, he had just spent all his family savings to buy Chen Rong's shares, so how could he have more money for her to buy a car? The crowd moved hundreds of meters again and finally found the location of the spiritual spring crystal. It was located in a deep pit, and there were a large number of strange beasts guarding the deep pit. Since the violent dismantling had already taken place, there was no need to be reserved. Bai Rong and Wujia smashed the lids of the other 4 coffins one after another. Sure enough, each coffin was filled with blood. The 4 major generals of Kaiyu were all lifelike, soaked in a pool of blood like living people. The people below him also need to eat. If he takes on all their work, how can the people below him achieve sales results? How can they still work hard for you? Mr. Song had only heard of this species and had never seen it, so he had no idea about the lethality of the white lotus. Your father saved me before, don't you remember? When Yun Chio heard Su Wan ask this, he knew that she didn't remember him now. Sister, please forgive me, Madame Fong, please forgive me. Zhang Hongmei was also very clever. She not only begged Qiu Yi, but also Madame Fong, who was sitting above her. Madame Fong was the most powerful person here. If Madame Fong was willing to let her go, then she would definitely be fine. Later, when she learned that they were having second thoughts, Qinger was relieved. Zhang Jingyan had warned her to be more cautious. She was relieved that she hadn't revealed her deepest secret. Apart from Ru Kui and Ru Mo, no one knew that she had martial arts skills. Guo Lin smiled faintly and didn't answer. Of course, they didn't know that he had already given the pass token to Miss Meng. I refreshed Suziana's account and didn't find any extra chapters, so I couldn't help but sigh. Kai Yuan wants to take Bai Zhang to see King Kai. What's the matter? Hua Shang and Hun Tian started talking again. Not only did the 2 of them eat together at noon and in the afternoon, they also started eating breakfast together. The trunk of the big tree I am standing on is nearly 1 meter thick and 20 meters high. If I fall from here, even if I am not eaten by wolves, I will be smashed to pieces. And then slowly wait for the business to come to you. Ran Ran was very smart and understood what he meant immediately. Lin Mu was talking about Zhu Zun. He is doing fine now. The audience of the movie is not that exaggerated. Far fewer people know Lin Mu than those who know Zhu Zun. Oh my god! This is impossible. A silver medalist driver was knocked away by a wrench. The staff in charge of surveillance also exclaimed. Although everything went smoothly, Xie Yulan always felt that something was wrong. What was wrong? The sound of thumping could be heard continuously, and dozens of masters fell to their knees one after another. Kang Ao subconsciously clenched his fists. Everything that happened to his uncle was because of Wang Qiang. Now he was acting like the cat crying over the mouse. Was this irony? Luo Qian'er laughed at herself, but she didn't know whether Feng Xuanyu would kick her out because of this matter. For the first time, such a strong wind blew across the tranquil sea of snow, sweeping away the fallen petals everywhere. The deep red plum blossom petals were mixed in with the wind and snow, making it impossible to distinguish the red petals from the white snow. However, there was always a sense of special solemnity here. There was not even a ghost around. He noticed it the last time he came here, and it was the same this time. After the tall man stopped the carriage, he picked up some dry branches and lit a bonfire as Luo Qian'er instructed. Then he sat by the bonfire and took out the dry food in his arms to eat. Time passed by second, and now it was Yi Wei's turn to feel uncomfortable. He was the one who originally proposed this, but Jinbao was right. This was a fairyland, not a place for mortals. The last time Liang Fei brought a pair of conjoined twins into the fairyland, although he helped them solve the problem in the end, they still could not escape the punishment of the fairyland. There are 4 main dimensions to measure the quality of a diamond, namely weight, clarity, color and cut, which are commonly known as the 4C standards. In other words, you were hired by those foreigners to dig a mine. Qin Li asked with relief. Hearing what Sister Hua said, Li Yongler nodded shyly but didn't say anything. For him, calling a girl was like a young lady getting into a bridal sedan. Shindasan looked so excited as if he had discovered a new world. His actions really scared everyone, and they thought he was sick. No matter what, we can't just sit there and wait for death. While Qin Li is attacking, we should attack together. Get ready. When Bai Muyan was shocked by Qin Li's strength, she also began to believe in facing death with indifference. I didn't expect that these tomb robbers have already opened up the tomb passage. It seems that the burial objects in this tomb may have been looted. Professor Guo sighed with some disappointment. When Xiong Yu woke up, he found himself lying in a cave. The bed was warm and seemed to be made of some animal's fur. Looking up, he saw that the ice hanging above his head was polished very smooth. After getting off the car, Qin Liao looked at Lianyan Island about 3 kilometers away, took a deep breath, and a pair of silver wings appeared behind him. With the end of the conference call, Ji Qianlong narrowed his eyes slightly with a hint of hesitation in his eyes. In an instant, he opened his eyes and showed a decisive attitude. Queen Zhu immediately came to her senses and tried to pat the emperor's back with a worried look on her face, but the emperor pushed her away. Chu Ziheng narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at Shen Wanyu, who looked indifferent. He pinched his slender hands and spoke after a long while. Chapter 65, Misjudgment Again. Okay, I'll read the first sentence first. If there's no response, I'll read the second sentence. Hassler nodded, took a deep breath consciously, moved forward slightly, cleared his mouth, and began to read aloud. You are really disgusting. Unable to bear the sight of a grown man acting like a spoiled child to her, Chu Ning resisted the urge to slap Xia Yang unconscious and complained about him with gritted teeth. Considering that they didn't know when they would be back, they quickly stocked up on a lot of drinking water while the car was still there, and also left a lot of food. By the time all the preparations were done, the sun had already set. The snow wolf bit its tail and refused to leave. Yu Yuan noticed that the female snow wolf had 2 tears in her eyes. Do you really think so? Yi Lingxi said it easily, but Chu Ning felt that things were not that simple. Lin Cheng walked over and it was obvious that he was very excited. He almost fell down after only a few steps. I almost laughed when I saw his reaction. Your Majesty, yes. This is called a grenade launcher, which can launch special projectiles. Zhao Yan quietly looked up at Zhao Yun's expression. Sure enough, Zhao Yun's face had become gloomy. Obviously, he thought Zhao Yang was deceiving the emperor. How could a broken iron stick be a weapon against the Mongolian army? Brother Shui has called his men to a meeting. Everyone is very disgusted with Chai Hua and has unanimously decided that Chai Hua must be taught a lesson. People say that if you succeed in love, you will fail in gambling. Besides, Mr. Lu, you have defeated us so many times in the business world. It's impossible for you to win all the time, right? Lin Zifeng said with a smile. After settling into his new home, Yang Qianyi brought a mango tree home from Chinjir village, which he planned to plant in the yard. Although she knew she was overthinking it, Shen Jiayan's heart was still a little shaken. Maybe it was her arranged marriage, maybe it was the arrival of Princess Puyan, maybe it was the addition of a love rival. To some extent, these changes made her feel uneasy for a moment. If it weren't for Ji Yusheng, she had no doubt that she would have died at the hands of Ji Yu Morchen. Ms. Xia, have your parents helped you get everything ready? Yang's mother had nothing to do. She looked around their dormitory and saw that only the bed opposite Yang Hua was tidied up. She asked Banksia kindly. In fact, many times, when our friends are upset about something, we should not only learn to comfort them, but also learn to let them speak out and vent. When the news reached Xia's house, Jiaya had already gotten up, read the Weibo, and then calmly went to the kitchen to help Mrs. Zhao make breakfast. After the two returned to the courtyard, Chi Mu put all the things in the bedroom. Seeing that Atan was not awake, he came out quietly and went to the kitchen to prepare the ingredients for dinner. However, no matter how much Ding Ziyu denies it in his heart and in his mouth, no matter what time it is, his choice now is still the same as before. Even after so much time has passed, his choice has not changed. Now it is just a self-deception. I'm here, what for? Su Xian had made up her mind today that she couldn't forgive Hanaran so easily, so she kept pretending that she didn't understand. Second brother. Chen Ziyu heard Chen Ziyan say this, saying that he did not agree to keep the child. He looked at Chen Ziyan anxiously and shouted in confusion. Zhu Chun has been planning to take advantage of Ji Yuzheng for a long time, especially the fact that he failed to force Ji Yuzheng to marry him last time. This has been bothering him and making him very unhappy all these years. Now that he has another chance to plot against Ji Yuzheng, how could Zhu Chun let it go easily? Lu Shaoxi didn't bring an umbrella and couldn't help but frown. Moreover, because the parking lots near the administration were full in the morning, he parked the Falcon in a parking lot nearly a kilometer away. Then the thief boss turned around and saw that the thief was shaking a brown wallet in one hand, and how Qianming was holding a shiny rune card in his hand, which was actually given to him by the thief. If you become friends with the restoration demon, then you are also a member of the demon group, and what you say cannot be trusted. Hua Yuan seemed to sense the crisis and hurriedly interrupted Li Yihang. Splash, the rubber boat emerged from the sea, and the refreshing sea breeze blew on my face. There were still a few dark clouds in the dark sky, but half of the moon's face was revealed in the gaps, and the rain had stopped. It requires many man-hours and high-value elements, such as titanium metal. In addition, due to its high power consumption, it needs to be equipped with a higher-level electric field generator. He took out the jade bottle from the domain ring. It was round and warm to the touch. The fire energy in the surrounding air surged in at a speed visible to the naked eye, swirling outside the jade bottle and forming a fiery red halo. What annoyed him the most was that his wife, who had been with him through thick and thin, ignored his hints and had no intention of bringing Lu Shaoxi to negotiate with him, thus completely destroying his last glimmer of hope for victory. Murong Chuhai drove the car and took everyone back. On their way, He Feiyu told them about his encounter with Hao Qianming and the others. He didn't expect to meet his own people at the critical moment. The ultimate goal of alchemy is to master the rhythm. If you want to make a top-quality elixir, you must master every step thoroughly and grasp every rhythm. Only in this way can you make a good elixir. You are violating moral standards. Shichu suddenly shouted, pointing at the two people's clasped hands. Xie Yangran had no intention of continuing. She opened her eyes and looked at Tai Junyi. She didn't care whether his realm was stable or not. She wanted to watch Tai Junyi advance. Facing the gleaming butcher's knife, their once mighty bandit leader, Gua Shanfeng, was now terrified. He mumbled and pleaded for mercy, saying he had already surrendered. According to ancient Chinese rules, beheading a surrendered general was ungentlemanly. Chu Yi pinched his arm hard, gnashing with pain. A bruise and red mark remained on his arm. The old house caught fire. I have to go back there. Shang Fangyang answered calmly. Apart from the heaviness between his brows, no other emotions could be seen on his face or in his eyes. Without thinking too much, Chen Zebing directly handed the water in his hand to Jin Xiaoan, and then poured himself another glass. Chu Qiao, who was still feeling a little uncomfortable, couldn't help but pursed her lips and rolled her eyes at Shang Fangshu when she heard Shang Fangshu expose her so casually. She then looked at Shang Fangyang, speechless and silent. Chapter 66 Jade is not for sale. What ordinary friend would help wash your feet? Especially since Qi Xiaoyan's feelings for her have always been obvious, how could she face him with a normal heart now? Open it just because I told you to. Princess Liuli said. There was no sense of reluctance in her words, as if she was just discussing it with you. Son, you are so old and you don't fall in love. Tell me, are you sick? Yao Xin couldn't help but suspect that there was something wrong with her son. If I hadn't accidentally broken into the girl's residence, she wouldn't have been implicated. Xiaomo was ashamed. Looking at the beautiful woman with a pale face showing pain, Xiaomo felt a mixture of worry, regret and self-blame in his heart. But because he had been tricked once before, even in such a rage, he did not rush forward, but observed carefully. In Guiyun Villa, Yi Xiao, Kong Feng and Chen Jiangxue were eating hot pot. The soup base of the hot pot was made with mushrooms and meat bones, with a strong bone soup flavor. If this soup base was used as a soup, it would be quite good. If it were an ordinary mother, she would open the door and go in at this time, then wake up her sleeping son, ask him some unimportant questions, and finally leave. Jian Han immediately waved, stood up, walked to the door, and looked at Tang Ning. The two friends who hadn't seen each other for many days were both smiling at each other, their joy beyond words. If you think about it carefully, they have been separated for a long time, and Chulan must miss them very much. Yueli didn't dare to look it in the eye, fearing that she would be frozen into an ice cube in the next second and become a heat relief artifact for it and its children in the summer. Juan was once severely injured by the Taiping Gate with golden fireflies and was rumored to be dead. Everyone in the martial arts world knew him. Now that Juan suddenly appeared in Yuju, it would naturally cause extraordinary discussions. The Japanese emperor had no other choice but to make this decision, because the only thing they could use now was the navy. To deal with the fierce attack of the Chinese troops, they had to force the vanguard to retreat first, and the rest would be easy to deal with. His bones were clanging, they were the various supports of the avenue in his body, the main part. Naiwan Luo thanked Xiao Neng for her hard work and lowered her head to eat. The nurse's meal plan had fully taken into account the appetite of a pregnant woman in the early stages of pregnancy. In addition, Nai Wanluo was determined to eat more to supplement her nutrition. By the time Chiao Neng entered the restaurant, she had already almost finished the 3 dishes and 1 soup on the table. Wait a minute, you said that monster fell from the sky. Did you see what it looked like or what magical weapon it used? Tian Xuanzi asked cautiously. If the monster appeared in human form, then this transformed monster would at least be at the level of a spirit beast. Her face was covered with a veil, but the more she looked like she was out of this world. Her eyes were misty and it was very moving. Her red lips were hidden by the veil, making her look very mysterious. Ling Jinfei roared, and his hair danced like a dragon, emitting a dazzling light that tore through the void. Then he laughed so hard that his waist bent, with tears in his eyes. Neither side's investigations revealed any connection between the new lecturer and the drug lord Luo Ding. Zhu Qian even wondered if he was overthinking things. But then, recalling their conversation this morning, he felt a lingering suspicion. But for now, he could only take things one step at a time. On the Hebei heavy aircraft carrier of the First Fleet of the East China Sea, the fleet's commander-in-chief Wang Jin walked left and right with his hands behind his back, looking very anxious. In the future, she will have to face such lonely days, day after day, until she dies alone, and she may never forget Lu Xiao in this life. He wanted to hold her in his arms and put his hands on her shoulders, but when he noticed her body moving, he immediately knew she was injured. In order to accompany Cheng Ziri in training, Luo Chen did not go to the company for a single day. He originally thought that he could work at home, but he could not calm down while sitting in front of the computer. He kept imagining in his head what Cheng Ziri would look like when she was practicing. Quan Mo paused and turned to look at Long Yuchen, only to see a hint of pain on Long Yuchen's handsome face. Even such a cold-hearted person like him could show such an expression, which showed that the old man of the Long family might not be able to survive this time. Arya consoled herself by thinking that she was still the most beautiful in the village. Didn't those unmarried families in the village often try to show their affection to her family? Fortunately, she has been in a coma for so many years, but thanks to cryogenic technology, she has not aged with the years. She still has the capital of youth. Although the house was a bit old, it seemed to have been cleaned, even the quilts were new. Strangely, the wardrobe was filled with all sorts of clothes. Both new and old, they were there. The old ones were probably to keep us low-key and avoid suspicion. It wasn't just us in Flame Mountain, there were several other factions there too. Shiningsai gnashed her teeth and drooled as she spoke. Lu Yuanhao glanced at her with disgust, then turned back and continued to concentrate on driving. Exercise more in the future. This was his advice. Even if he was not by her side, she had to take good care of herself. Whenever she was sick, his heart ached. She was weak and prone to illness. Only people who exercised regularly could have a healthy body. There was a hint of sadness on her face, and this feeling was more of helplessness and entanglement. Fu Ziran took in her expression, as if Pei Rant's words had magic, making him unable to refute for a moment. Although it has been confirmed that Xie Haishuan is the first in the secret realm, there is still half an hour's worth of points that have not been counted. But the problem is, those people are his relatives. He can ignore them and abandon them, but can he stop them? At this moment, I was very anxious and eagerly hoped that I was just being played a trick and not really traveling through time. He knew very well that Jingwei's story omitted too much and was very incomplete. She had no idea how the 3 realms had become peaceful and how they had developed to this point. You must know that plotting to murder the prince is a heinous crime punishable by death for 9 generations of the family. If my Zueling is really convicted, the entire my family will surely be executed. When the time comes, dust will return to dust, and what is there to fight for? The monk was a little dazed the moment before, and the next moment, he felt severe pain in his legs. Ling Hanzhong is not only a computer genius, but also a top hacker. He has served on nuclear submarines and aircraft carriers for 2 years each. He is also the manipulator of the South China Sea incidents. Such a low-key figure suddenly announced his marriage and vacation recently. It seems abnormal no matter how you think about it. Chapter 67, A Full Pot of Money. Further away are mountains shrouded in mist, like a beauty wearing an indigo veil, fascinating. A mistake, a serious one. Yarn Fei suddenly realized it. Before the battle, he remembered that there was probably a level 3 mutant beast here, but after the battle, he actually forgot. That big bird obviously couldn't be a level 3, otherwise how could he have the strength to plot something? Was he deliberately hiding his weakness? Their hunting ground was built specifically for the emperor, so it would be patrolled regularly. Once jackals, tigers, or leopards broke in, they would be eliminated by all means to prevent anyone from encountering any accidents. Roman's eyes were in a panic. She had unknowingly said what was in her heart. What should she do now? How did Juor get close to this place on a battlefield like this? Yarnfei was a little confused, but there was no way he could mistake her appearance. It was indeed Juor. He opened his arms, wanting to hug Juor as she ran towards him and teach her a lesson. She was too willful. How could she just come here casually on a battlefield like this? Luan Yuan rubbed her eyes in confusion, only to find that Tang Juyi had left the train at some point. The iron-armed savage ape's eyes were filled with murderous intent, emitting a terrifying aura that was enough to make all living creatures tremble. Chu Ji looked at him in shock. Zheng Qingyang looked very unfamiliar at this moment. His eyes were no longer warm, but filled with frost. His smile was no longer pure, but sinister and terrifying, like a poisonous snake, full of aggression. In the eyes of ordinary people, he was indeed a great hero, but in front of the powerful, he was nothing. What was funny was that those people had done nothing for the great Yang dynasty, yet they thought highly of themselves. His eyes narrowed slightly, a purple-black aura flashed by, and the white pure world lotus blade shot out with a flash of purple light. After hearing so much, Xiao Feng suddenly understood. No wonder those priests were hostile to him. It turned out that it was all because of the dragon transformation pool. Xiao Meng withdrew his gaze, shrugged his shoulders, then nodded and went into the tent with a bitter and resentful look on his face. It seems that many viewers really like his live broadcast. In order to avoid missing the exciting plot, they even got up early and came to watch it. The opponent was lucky and took advantage of the counterattack opportunity to break Manchester United's goal not long after the start of the first half. This is definitely something to be proud of. Their 9-headed insect was about to start a dog-eat-dog fight with the White House, so who had time to chat with them now? After saying this, he was about to get up and see the guests off, but old Li got anxious when he saw him. He knew Jiao Feng had a bad temper and could turn against him at any time. Xiao Chang frowned, and the nameless sword shone brightly with red light as he flew up to meet the target. In the blink of an eye, the red light emitted from the right eye of the demon sect member disappeared into thin air. Of course, she wouldn't have the idea of, just because my friend can't do it, I'll take over. It was obvious that Shi Jinghe was only focused on Yuan Shi. If she inserted herself into him, what would it matter? At least, Su Meng couldn't do such a thing. When the first ray of morning light poured down from the sky, this ancient sacred mountain range became lively almost instantly. Figures flashed across the sky, and all kinds of festive gongs and drums sounded over the mountains. Ferguson was originally the best at mobilizing the emotions of the players. The epic comeback against Newcastle to win the championship was a classic work of the old Sir. When the green dragon under Wu Yong's feet suddenly disappeared, the audience in front of the TV and computer all showed an incredible look. After Xu Morjuan left, Jiu Jianran put on an unruly look, pressed his fingers together and asked Yi Lingxian, who had just remained silent, sarcastically. Xie Qian and the old man in Confucian robes abandoned their opponents at the same time and hurriedly turned around to fly towards Xingqiandan. King Fu Yu's right hand pierced deeply into the chest of a combat soldier like a sharp dagger. The combat soldier's protective breastplate, which was strong enough to withstand heavy machine gun bullets, was not much harder than a piece of paper in front of King Fu Yu's right hand. "Are you free now?" Liang Yangyarn asked abruptly. He knew that Tang Pianpian was actually very free, but he didn't know how to start. "Brother," I smiled at him, broke free from his hands, and continued to undress him. "God bless, I hope the cross mark is in a more obvious place." The name of the Chen Lang gang did not have any effect for the first time, and Chen Lang felt very embarrassed. He looked at Lu Yuan viciously, and then tried to leave. "You don't want your empire, you don't want your throne anymore." Feng Qianger raised her eyebrows and looked at him, with a hint of restrained smile on the corner of her mouth. When Cushing arrived at the village gate, Ling Xiao and his group had already arrived. Feng Qianger finally breathed a sigh of relief. Faced with such a situation, Li Shan saw the solemn look on Marjuo's face, and the whip shadow began to change. Barbs appeared on the originally long whip, and the barbs were glowing with a faint green color, which was obviously poisonous. Some methods of controlling corpses require the use of flute sounds. As long as the flute sounds are affected, the corpses will not be able to attack people. However, at this moment, they did not hear the flute sounds. If the other party is not controlling through the flute sounds, then what is used to control them? During this long time, Shadow tried to escape once, but the price was lying in bed for half a month. Since then, he completely gave up the idea of escaping and was willingly a good prisoner. In fact, most of the time, Shadow acted as a sparring partner. Even if he could afford to offend him, but thinking about the power behind Master Chi, he felt that his own end would be miserable. Sitting on the red lacquered wooden chairs on both sides of the lobby were four ladies of similar ages. They must be the four concubines of her nominal father, Yi Xiangao. When Master Chi said this, he stretched out his tone, and there was a hint of convoluted meaning in his words. When Yiji heard this, she felt that Master Chi probably had something in mind, and that these words were probably not as simple as they sounded on the surface. Uchirsai announced the abolition of the titles of Hokage and Mizukage, and Kage officially became the title of the only supreme ruler of this world, and Uchirsai naturally became the first Kage of this new country. If you keep going, you'll encounter. Yuni tried to imitate the symbols on the ground, but finally gave up and simply drew an arrow pointing to the answer to the previous question. Not a bad reaction, Chi's thought. Oh, Liu Xiaozhen, you are responsible for finding out the whereabouts of this guy, and we will be ready to take action. Once we find him appearing at the designated place, we will take action immediately. Hu Dai said. As she spoke, her towering chest shook, which made people happy and fascinated. Chapter 68 The Innate Realm Killer. You should know that as the Deputy Director of the Public Opinion Supervision and Management Office of the Provincial Party Committee Propaganda Department, Li Hailong has many channels of information and they are very timely. In fact, it was just an act of delivering a midnight snack. Ling Xiong didn't think much about it at first, but when it was actually delivered to Qin Chen, her face turned red. We have no choice but to go to the same room. I really envy you for being able to participate in the auction outside with everyone. That kind of auction has the most exciting atmosphere. If it really reaches the nightmare level, and if you haven't passed it without special approval, and the investigation finds out that you are the one who is messing around, then this person can say that he and his family went to eat underground. With only one move left, the four elite monsters finally couldn't help themselves and quickly attacked Chen Wanxin, trying to force him to let go. That evening, the former members of the criminal court I gathered together, and the current president of the criminal court too, Dong Fanchuan, also arrived. In his words, although he is in the criminal court too, Kushin has always been with everyone and we will always be one family. As they fell back to their original places, red shadows flew out of the coffin. He had originally been traveling with Juech and Josie on a cloud boat to Jiangxing City in the northern continent. On the second day, they encountered robbers on the road. Feeling jealous, she walked to Suan, completely ignoring Yifeng beside her, and went straight into Suan's arms. Although he was the gold medal killer of the Supreme Building, even the two Dark Knight Kings of the branch building had specifically instructed him not to provoke Wenxia easily. Li Igor carefully looked at the person lying beside him with an extremely strange and cold look. The facial features were still as delicate as ever, but could he really see the heart beneath the human skin? When delivering goods last week, a deliverman came over and said that the owners of the men's clothing store said they wanted to talk to her about next year's contract and wanted to reprice it. Chun Yuhan's eyes were still stern, but it was not because of the prince. He did not take Li Mingjin seriously. There was no trace of blood on Sun Jian's face. He looked almost dead, and his body was ice cold. He planned to take Merlin to the Holy Land for a physical checkup first, then go to the cemetery to pay his respects to the deceased staff of the Dream Value Department and the Orc Management Department, and finally go to the concert. Although Cai Lun had improved the papa-making technique before, the papa-making technology was still relatively old, the quality was not very good, and it was not easy to preserve. Accompanied by the spewing of dozens of fire snakes, the sound of machine guns, screams, and curses echoed in the valley. Chuyi stared at the broken pieces on the ground in a daze. The vase was an antique, and hundreds of thousands of dollars were gone in an instant. He didn't know if he could ask his elder brother to return the money. He took advantage of her inattention and deliberately pressed the wand twice, and then deliberately asked her to touch it. Yi Chunni looked tense at the time, and she was so cute when she yelled at him to get in the car. Although it was not certain at that time whether it was the real headquarters, even if it was only the tip of the iceberg, it was enough to prove most things. However, just as this undercurrent was intensifying, Wang Yi, the protagonist of this incident, had quietly left Shanghai sect. At that time, Wei Yishan said that the crystal was split into countless pieces, and the one here with the old man was just one of them. Since I can find one piece, I can definitely find the others. It seems that the man named Zhang Yu is working in this restaurant. Li Fan and Fengzi looked at each other and nodded. They both thought of this. Be good. Seeing her lose her temper at him, he was not annoyed. Instead, a familiar feeling came over him. Master is leaving. Sher-A was not surprised by this, because Pei Minute had told him more than once that he wanted to open a sword gym in every city in the world and spread his swordsmanship throughout the world. Li Mo was stunned. According to the literal meaning, it was necessary to integrate all his abilities, strengthen one aspect and weaken the other, and some of them would simply disappear and become nutrients to strengthen one aspect. This caught him off guard. Although the third diplomatic elite was only average for him, compared to the first enhanced charm, he had no choice but to choose it. Mango trees were planted on both sides of the long school road. It was already evening, but because it was the weekend, many students were out playing late and had just returned. Under the dim light, groups of students were talking and laughing as they walked towards the dormitory area. They looked young and beautiful, and were full of laughter. The setting sun shone through the jungle, revealing several corpses scattered on the ground, covered with dead leaves. Under the rosy glow of the sunset, they looked extremely dazzling. Zhu Yutang noticed that the footsteps behind him had not caught up, so he stopped immediately and turned around to look at her silently. Oro Kaimaru said that with the combined strength of these people, they could dominate the entire ninja world. With such formidable strength, what was there to fear? It can be said that these Anbu ninjas are all directly under the third Hokage, and none of the Anbu ninjas under Yunкong were present. Kui Lin looked at the thin figure in plain clothes in front of the tombstone, his eyes gradually filled with pity. He stepped onto the stone steps and walked towards the figure kneeling on the ground step by step, until he stopped behind her. It seems that it is not easy to get a taxi. It is late at night now. Bazhong City is not like the big cities outside. It is almost impossible to get a taxi in the middle of the night. The members of the Qinglong team immediately took the storage rings from the corpses and handed them to Sai Shuai, then carried the corpses into the house through the teleportation array and brought them back to Qianshui Star for burial. Legend has it that the Sun and Moon mysterious pond is located in a mysterious vein, absorbing the essence of the Sun and Moon and seizing the fortune of heaven and earth. It opens once every century, and only one spot is available at a time. The hands in front of her chest were stretched out from her back, and her soft and round breasts were completely grabbed. While her hands were enjoying the fullness and elasticity of her breasts, they were also wantonly caressing the unprotected tender nipples. At this moment, after Professor Zhang's detailed explanation that lasted for more than 10 minutes, Wu Qingchen no longer stayed on the surface visible to the naked eye for his strange dream, but had already constructed specific details for the dream, such as labor, diet, roads, livestock, tools, economy, etc. Chapter 69, Kill the Innate. Don't make grandma angry, that is to make grandma happy, only Mingxian can make grandma happy. Yingchun took Sun Xiaozu's hand and went into the inner room. After they blew out the lights and the couple lay down, Yingchuan's eyebrows could not help but frown. He actually said that he wanted to go to the movies with her, a scene that only appeared in her dreams. When Lin Fei returned to Villa No. 1, there were more than a dozen police cars and many police officers in the compound. Saiju asked Wengui's family about their cooking but found nothing wrong. Furthermore, Wengui's family mentioned that Li Wu's family assisted her in cooking. Saiju called Li Wu's family over to confirm Wengui's story. Her eyes were fixed on that place, but her mind was filled with only her aunt's smiling face, and tears welled up again. Although he still wore the platinum earrings and had a cold gaze, he no longer chewed gum and no longer had the usual murderous aura. Wife, sit next to me. He didn't want to be the driver, and Sor Mengqi was about to be dragged to the back seat by Fang Mengqing. Don't be on guard against me. I have no ill intentions and I won't say anything to him. I just want to have dinner with you. I believe you won't be so cruel to reject me, right? He looked at Mengqi eagerly. At this moment, Duan Qianrui is sitting in a room made of translucent tempered glass. He is about to start a 7-day global live broadcast. Qishan talked as he walked, and when he was about 10 meters away from the monster, a white light flashed in his hand, and a blue staff was summoned out of thin air. Shuyi's destination was the South Island across the sea. After a moment's thought, he walked directly to the right of the manor gate. Therefore, before these obstacles come, Duan Qinrui wants to meet the person behind this organization. Even though Su Yue was greedy, she didn't dare to reach out and touch the huge gold nugget that was rushing towards her, and could only dodge back and forth. Since she can control the changes in material properties, I might as well go crazy and fight her. Could it be that she can turn flesh into steel? Help me hold it. Xiong, he said with difficulty. Ling Yang on the side hurriedly took it and knocked the mirror into the sack. No wonder they couldn't find the exit no matter how hard they looked, it turned out to be right above their heads. No wonder he felt pain all over his body when he just woke up, it turned out he was thrown down. After a few hits, Wang Junming screamed in pain. He used his arms to block the villagers' attacks, but the villagers were holding iron rods and hitting him with all their strength. After a few hits, his arms turned purple. Why can the true Lord dig out other people's spiritual roots at will without paying a price? Why should the victims be splashed with dirty water? Why can a person of noble birth trample all living beings under his feet? For days had passed, allowing Ji Yuhan to reselect and train the spiritual power in his body, making it more condensed and stronger. If estimated by normal realm, Ji Yuhan should now be firmly in the middle stage of the first grade of Danyang realm. However, 2 more days passed, and Ji Yuhan still could not break through the realm barrier, which made Ji Yuhan very distressed. Ever since he realized yesterday that Lei Xiao was about to leave, he suddenly realized that he had been living under the care of others all these days, and he also needed to start taking care of others. He wanted to accompany Lei Xiao as much as possible in these short days. The 2-year cultivation competition date was coming in the blink of an eye. Only those with strong strength have the right to speak. If Bai Ji wants to cooperate with the other party, he must let the other party see his strong side. The nearly 3-meter-tall steel giant raised his hand and picked up the huge and terrifying weapon. The huge grenade launcher was full of moving power, and the crisp sound of the chainsaw sword, and the sparks splashed out were like ribbons of victory. Everyone knows that Time Warner Center is the focus of the United States and even the world today. At the same time, a figure descended from the sky. When he stood in the air, he suddenly swung his hand, and the power of his cultivation burst out, blocking the rushing Taishen aside. Suddenly, a violent spiritual power wave emerged in this piece of heaven and earth, and Meng Xuanye's face suddenly changed. No problem, seems to be all healed. The meat pie-faced young man said with a smile, but the curve of his mouth obviously betrayed him. His shoulder blade was broken, so how could it be healed in a short time? It just didn't hurt as much anymore. However, because the federal side had advanced to an area with dense bomb craters, Western Australia's artillery support did not achieve any good results, and both sides were in a stalemate. Therefore, Xiao Hai wants to trade Sam Mark because Sam Mark still has a certain trading value, otherwise he would just fire him. There seem to be a lot of cucumbers and tomatoes planted on the roof. It would be nice to grow vegetables in the castle when you have nothing to do. My steps were weak, my limbs were powerless, and after doing 2 push-ups I was sweating profusely. It was very difficult. But suddenly, a sound breaking through the air broke the liveliness of the scene. Everyone was frightened and lowered their heads. Even Yang Mufren was frightened by the sound and collapsed on the ground. It turned out that after Lin Shuya had been at sea for a while, he became quite interested in Master Yuan Wan. He once asked his uncle about her past and learned that she had founded an embroidery shop many years ago, but unfortunately it failed. The shop was called Boyar. Chapter 70 Being Beaten. Looking at the square again, there is some fog now, but it is lingering around the 2 flags and does not disperse. The scene looks very comfortable, with a fairyland feel. But come to think of it, when she was insulted by the village thugs, she jumped into the river out of sheer determination. Lin Jujia might have guessed it herself, so she told him all this. She certainly didn't expect that her son might not be safe even if she handed him over to her. Hearing Qianshan building up her morale like this, Yu Xiubai showed a faint smile on his face and looked at Xiang Ziqian. Lin Jujia, did you not agree to Fu Shijin, or did Fu Shijin not propose to you? Although he asked this, Lupin knew that the former was more likely. This stupid man is really single-minded and never thinks about himself. Even in this situation, he still comes to defend her. After a loud bang, the magic dragon disappeared. His simple defense was completely ineffective. I thought he was dead. When I looked down, I saw that I had blasted a hole in the river, and a pitch-black dragon was coiled in it. Master, the 4th master asked you to go to the front yard to receive guests. He is too busy. And Yisai's turned around and he didn't dare to look at Lu Wu. Needless to say, he disturbed his master's good thing. Fortunately, Ji Yushi only took me to his hotel downtown and didn't leave Changcheng immediately. A man so particular about his living environment that he almost demanded it, naturally, would choose a hotel that was comfortable and luxurious. I hissed in pain and gasped. I raised my hand and touched my neck. There was no bleeding, but I felt deep teeth marks. It's okay, don't be confused. I finally understand the benefits of my hard work in practicing these days. I can finally move on to the next step with my goal. Someone was uncontrollably happy. There are 7 people in the Holy Soul mercenary group: Jiang Yi, Xiong Feng, Yun Yang, and a pair of Nuanqing brothers. They are all middle-aged cultivators who have reached the peak of the 8th level of physical training. Shira's gaze changed when she moved to Jiang Ming and our phone. Although the smugness in her eyes was fleeting, it was so strong that it was impossible for people to pretend not to see it. Everyone in the Zharqian demon sect looked relaxed. This battle seemed too easy and there was no pressure at all. This time, Nani Wu said nothing. After bowing to Noble Consort Der, she took a few steps back and left. Behind her, Noble Consort Der's expression remained calm, as if the mess on the ground had nothing to do with her. Yarn Leffen was competitive and would never allow the prey under his nose to slip away again and again. It was a misunderstanding, no big deal. A man with a clear conscience had nothing to fear. He tiptoed towards the window. What's the matter? Could it be more important than us being together? Shen Yuan Tingyer chuckled and dragged Yao Di towards the tent. With you here, I can feel at ease. She pulled Chun'er to sit down. Come here, give me some rewards. The rewards she gave to Chun'er were not expensive, but they were also very good. Fei Yu looked at her and raised his eyebrows. Do as you say. Letting Zhao Yang to investigate has yielded no results, so Luo Shi's trick of luring the snake out of its hole is also a good idea. Mr. Qian had already thought of a retreat plan. He took a lot of valuables and tied them into a bundle, slung it over his shoulder, and left with Arya in his arms. Of course, it was the first time for Elder Cheng to see the attribute stone turn into a colorful appearance, and he was already extremely surprised. Li Feier didn't mind the eyes of people around her. She walked straight to Han Ku and looked at him with a smile. Liu Yun seemed to be stunned for a moment, then suddenly looked at the tens of thousands of snowmen on the ground. They all looked the same, dancing around Liu Yun and the other two. Because the Chen Shu in front of him is his most satisfying work. He really hasn't felt this full sense of accomplishment, the joy and satisfaction it brings, for a long time. A servant came to stop them, but was kicked down by Nanfeng. At this time, 2 middle-aged men were sitting in the main hall. When they heard the unusual movement in the yard, they got up and went out to check what was going on. After Yuan Desen left, Han Ku didn't order any food for the time being. The waiter brought them juice and they sat on the sofa to watch TV. You don't think I'm going back to the Orc Valley, do you? Nanfeng vaguely guessed why Zhuge Chanhuan asked these questions. Although the place where the mines were hidden was far away from the Orc Valley, with 8th Master carrying him, it wouldn't take long to fly there. The two exchanged a few moves in an instant. Unexpectedly, the steel knife was so powerful that it could continue to exert force under Lin Feng's spear. Seeing this, Lin Feng raised his spear without saying anything and slapped the steel knife. This move was Lin Feng's intention to defeat the enemy with force and smash the steel knife. Mo Yun was still hesitating, but heard He Yinshuan say, "Let them both go back. Master Chen Island's words are as good as gold. Since you say so, I will believe it. Secondly, even if Qi Juyin can overcome these difficulties, he will be a natural genius in learning Taoism, and he will be no less capable than Zhang Qian. Experiencing worldly life isn't that simple," Long Yanghua advised kindly. They thought simply going down there and experiencing the people's lives would be enough. That was too easy. In the room, Yuan Yang fell into a deep sleep after drinking the medicine. Seimer Wei Yang came into the room and signaled Lanmai not to wake her up, then he sat down beside the bed. Xingye College, located in the densely populated area south of the Holy Domain Mountain, covers an area of over 280 square kilometers, towering over the Holy Domain Mountain like a city in the forest. The college is surrounded by a wall nearly 10 feet high, with 2 main gates, one in the north and one in the south. How can the mayor have a higher rank than the chairman? Even Liu Ji is not as rich, impressive, and quite handsome as our chairman. Another one said. Ji Hao was wearing a deep blue robe today, with a crown placed on his head by his servants, and a mountain and river fan in his hand. He looked quite handsome and made people feel good about him. The godhead that Sang Yekehua had given him was more than enough for him to use. Zhang Dao didn't need any additional equipment to cause him any trouble, so his plan was simple: conserve his energy and wait for the opening of the god's cemetery, then enter it and obtain something that would greatly enhance his strength. Brother told us not to fight. We have to find other ways to make them leave. We also can't let Foreman Sun and the others find out what we are doing, Lei Qian said. The old man looked at the innate warrior, then looked at the spirit stone in his hand. After a moment, he sighed, then reached out and took one of the dozens of bottles on the ground, opened the bottle, and took out a pill. The pill was filled with medicinal fragrance, and it seemed that it was indeed not an ordinary item.